Fever Dream by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, 12 years ago. Musalangu, Zambia. The setting sun blazed through the African bush like a forest fire, hot yellow in the sweltering evening that gathered over the bush camp. The hills along the upper Makweli stream rose in the east like blunt green teeth, framed against the sky. Several dusty canvas tents circled a beaten area shaded by a grove of old musasa trees, their branches spreading like emerald umbrellas over the safari camp. A thread of smoke from a cooking fire twisted up through the cover, carrying with it the tantalizing scent of burning mopane wood and roasting kudu. In the shade of the central tree, two figures, a man and a woman, were seated in camp chairs on either side of a table, drinking iced bourbon. They were dressed in dusty khakis, long pants and sleeves, protection against the tsetse flies that came out in the evening. They were in their late 20s. The man, slender and tall, was remarkable for a cool, almost icy paleness that seemed impervious to the heat. The coolness did not extend to the woman, who was lazily fanning herself with a large banana leaf, stirring the thick mane of auburn hair she had loosely tied back with a bit of salvaged twine. She was tanned and relaxed. The low murmur of their conversation, punctuated by an occasional laugh from the woman, was almost indistinguishable amid the sounds of the African bush, the calls of vervet monkeys, the screech of francolins and chattering of firefinches, which mingled with the clattering of pots and pans in the kitchen tent. The evening chatter was underlain by the distant roar of a lion deep in the bush. The seated figures were Aloysius the Tenth L. Pendergast and his wife of 2 years, Helen. They were at the tail end of a hunting safari in the Musalangu game management area, where they had been shooting bushbuck and duiker under a herd reduction program granted by the Zambian government. "Care for another son donor?" Pendergast asked his wife, raising the cocktail pitcher. "Another?" she replied with a laugh. "Aloysius, you would be planning an assault on my virtue, would you?" The thought never entered my mind. Mott was hoping perhaps we could spend the night discussing Contas' concept of the categorical imperative. Now, you see, this is exactly what my mother warned me about. You marry a man because he's good with a rifle, only to find he has the brains of an ocelot. Pendergast chuckled, sipped his drink, glanced down at it. African mint is rather harsh on the palate. "Poor Aloysius, you miss your juleps. Well, if you take that FBI job Mike Decker's offering, you can drink juleps day and night." He took another thoughtful sip and gazed at his wife. It was remarkable how quickly she tanned in the African sun. Mort decided not to take it. Why not? Mort met not sure. Mort met ready to stay in New Orleans. Vekepte had all that it entails, the family complications, the unpleasant memories, and Mort's seen enough violence already, don't you think? Mort don't know, have you? You tell me so little about your past, even now. Mort met not cut out for the FBI. Mutton like rules. In any case, you re all over the world with that Doctors with Wings outfit. We can live anywhere as long as it is close to an international airport. Our two souls therefore endure not a breach, but an expansion like gold to airy thinness beat. Don't to bring me to Africa, and quote John Donne Kipling maybe. Every woman knows all about everything, he intoned. On second thought, spare me the Kipling as well. What did you do as a teenager, memorize Bartlett S.? Among other things. Pendergast glanced up. A figure was approaching along the trail from the west. He was a tall Nyimba tribesman, dressed in shorts and a dirty T-shirt, an ancient rifle slung over his shoulders, carrying a forked walking stick. As he approached the camp, he paused and cried out a greeting in Bemba, the local lingua franca, which was answered by welcoming shouts from the kitchen tent. He then proceeded into camp and approached the table at which the Pendergasts were seated. Both rose. "Umuntu and Umasuma Africa," Pendergast said by way of greeting, and grasped the man as dusty, warm hand Zambian fashion. The man proffered his walking stick to Pendergast. There was a note wedged into its fork. "For me?" Pendergast asked, switching to English. "From the district commissioner." Pendergast shot a glance at his wife, then removed the note and unfolded it. "My dear Pendergast, Mort wished to have a conversation with you immediately via SSB. There has been a nasty business at Kingazu camp, very nasty. Alistair Woking, D.C. South Luangwa. Fomsu, dear chap, you know perfectly well that regulations require you to have SB communications set up at Mofi every bush camp. It is most annoying to have to send a runner like this. Or don't like the sound of that, said Helen Pendergast, looking over her husband's shoulder. What do you think this nasty business is? Perhaps a photo tourist has suffered the amorous advances of a rhinoceros. That's not funny, Helen said, laughing all the same. It is rutting season, you know. Pendergast folded the note and shoved it in his breast pocket. Moat Met very much afraid this means our shooting safari is over. He walked over to the tent, opened a box, and began screwing together the battered pieces of an aerial antenna, which he then carried up into a musasa tree and wired to an upper branch. Climbing back down, he plugged the wire into the single sideband radio he had placed on the table, turned on the unit, adjusted the dials to the correct frequency, and sent out a call. In a moment, the irritated voice of the district commissioner came back, squawking and scratchy. Pendergast, for God's sake, where are you? Upper Makweli Stream Camp. Blast Moat was hoping you were nearer the Banta Road. Why the devil don't you keep your SSB connected? Moat been trying to reach you for hours. May Moat ask, what happened? Over at Kingazu Camp, a German tourist was killed by a lion. What idiot allowed that to happen? It wasn't like that. The lion came right into camp in broad daylight, jumped the man as he was walking back to his hut from the dining tent, and dragged him screaming into the bush. And then? Surely you can imagine, and then. The wife was hysterical. The whole camp went into an uproar. They had to bring in a helicopter to airlift out the tourists. The camp staff left behind are scared shitless. This fellow was a well-known photographer in Germany, bloody bad for business. Did you track the lion? We have trackers and guns, but nobody who won't go into the bush after this lion, nobody with the experience or the ballocks. That's why we need you, Pendergast. We need you down here to track that bugger, and, well, recover the remains of the poor German before there's nothing left to bury. You haven't even recovered the body. Nobody will go out there after the bloody thing. You know what Kingazu Camp is like. All the dense brush that has come up because of the elephant poaching. We need a damned experienced hunter, and it needn't remind you that terms of your professional hunting license require you to deal with rogue man-eaters, as and if it becomes necessary. I see. Where'd you leave your rover? At the Falapans. Get cracking as fast as you can on a bother-breaking camp. Just grab your guns and get down here. It'll take a day at least. Are you sure there isn't anyone closer who can help you? Nobody, at least, nobody more to trust. Pendergast glanced at his wife. She smiled, winked, mimed the shooting of a pistol with one bronzed hand. All right, we'll get moving right away. One other thing. The DC's voice hesitated, and there was a silence over the radio, filled with hissing and crackling. What? Probably not very important. The wife who witnessed the attack, she said. Another pause. Yes? She said the lion was peculiar. How so? It had a red mane. You mean a little darker than usual? That's not so uncommon. Not darker than usual. This lion's mane was deep red, almost blood red. There was a very long silence, and then the DC spoke again. But of course it can't be the same lion. That was 40 years ago in northern Botswana. Morth never heard of a lion living more than 25 years, have you? Pendergast said nothing as he switched off the radio, his silvery eyes glittering in the dying twilight of the African bush. Hi, Kingazu Camp, Luangwa River. The Land Rover banged and lurched along the Banta Road, a bad track in a country legendary for them. Pendergast turned the wheel violently left and right to avoid the yawning potholes, some almost half as deep as the bashed-up Rover. The windows were wide open, the air conditioning was broken, and the interior of the car was awash in dust, blown in by the occasional vehicle passing in the other direction. They had left Makweli Stream just before dawn, making the 12-mile trek through the bush without guides, carrying nothing but their weapons, water, a hard salami, and chapati bread. They reached their car around noon. For several hours now they had been passing through sporadic hardscrabble villages, circular buildings of lashed sticks, vekeptehat conical roofs of thatch, dirt streets clogged, vekeptehat loose cattle and sheep. The sky was a cloudless, pale, almost watery blue. Helen Pendergast fiddled with her scarf, pulling it more tightly around her hair in a losing battle with the omnipresent dust. It stuck to every exposed inch of their sweaty skin, giving them a scrofulous appearance. It's strange, she said as they crawled through yet another village, avoiding chickens and small children. I mean that there isn't a hunter closer by to take care of this lion problem. After all, you're not exactly a crack shot. She smiled wryly. This was a frequent tease. That's why Mo't met counting on you. You know, Mut don't like killing animals Mut can't eat. How about killing animals that can eat us? Perhaps Mut can make an exception there. She angled the sun visor into a new position, then turned toward Pendergast, her eyes blue with flecks of violet, narrowed by the bright light. So, what was that business about the red mane? A lot of nonsense. There's an old legend knocking about this part of Africa, concerning a red-maned man-eating lion. Tell me about it. Her eyes sparkled had interest. The local stories fascinated her. Very well. About 40 years ago, the story goes, a drought struck the southern Luangwa Valley. Game grew very scarce. A pride of lions that hunted in the valley starved to death, one by one, until only a single survivor remained, a pregnant lioness. She survived by digging up and eating the corpses at a local Nyimba cemetery. How horrible, Helen said with relish. They say she gave birth to a cub with a flaming red mane. Go on. The villagers were angry with this continuing desecration of their burial grounds. Eventually, they tracked down the lioness, killed her, skinned her, and nailed her hide to a frame in the village square. Then they held a dance to celebrate her demise. At dawn, while the villagers were sleeping off the effects of all the maize beer they downed, a red-maned lion snuck into the village, killed 3 of the sleeping men, then carried off a boy. They found his gnawed bones a couple of days later, in a stand of long grass a few miles off. Good Lord. Over the years, the red lion, or the Dabu Gor as it was called in the Bemba language, killed and ate a large number of locals. It was very clever, they said, as clever as a man. It shifted ranges frequently, and sometimes crossed borders to evade capture. The local Nyimba claimed the red lion could not survive without the nourishment of human flesh, but with it he would live forever. Pendergast paused to circumnavigate a pothole almost lunar in its depth and extent. And that's the story. But what happened to the lion? Was he ever killed? A number of professional hunters tried to track him, without success. He just kept killing until he died of old age, if he did die, that is. Pendergast rolled his eyes toward her dramatically. Really, Aloysius? You know it cannot be the same lion. It might be a descendant, carrying the same genetic mutation. And perhaps the same tastes, said Helen with a ghoulish smile. As the afternoon turned to evening, they passed through 2 more deserted villages, the usual cries of children and lowing of cattle replaced by the drone of insects. They arrived at Kingazu camp after sunset, as a blue twilight was settling over the bush. The camp stood on the Luangwa River, a cluster of rondavals arranged along the banks, with an open-air bar and a dining shelter. What a delightful setting, Helen said as she looked around. Kingazu is one of the oldest safari camps in the country, Pendergast replied. It was founded in the Motanshin Namige, when Zambia was still part of northern Rhodesia, by a hunter who realized that taking people out to photograph animals could be just as exciting as killing them, and a lot more remunerative. Thank you, Professor. Will there be a quiz after the lecture? When they pulled into the dusty parking area, the bar and dining shelter were empty, the camp staff having taken refuge in the surrounding huts. All the lights were on, the generator chugging full blast. Nervous bunch, said Helen, flinging open the door and climbing out into the hot evening, the air shrill with cicadas. The door of the closest rondaval opened, striping yellow light across the beaten earth, and a man in pressed khakis with knife-edge creases, leather bush boots, and high socks stepped out. The district commissioner, Alistair Woking, Pendergast whispered to his wife. Morton never have guessed. And the fellow with him in the Australian cowboy hat is Gordon Wisley, the camp concessionaire. Come inside, said the district commissioner, shaking their hands. We can talk more comfortably in the hut. Heavens no, said Helen. We've been cooped up in a car all day. Let us have a drink at the bar. Well, the commissioner said dubiously. If the lion comes into camp, so much the better. Then we won't have the bother of stalking him in the bush, right, Aloysius? Flawlessly argued. She lifted the soft canvas bag that held her gun out of the back of the Land Rover. Pendergast did the same, hefting a heavy metal canister of ammunition over his shoulder. "Gentlemen," he said, "to the bar?" Very well, the DC eyed their heavy-bore safari guns with a certain look of reassurance. "Misumu." An African in a felt fez and red sash ducked his head out a door of the staff camp. "We'd like a drink at the bar," said Woking. "If you don't mind." They retired to the thatched bar, the barman taking his place behind the polished wood counter. He was sweating, and not because of the heat. "Maker's Mark," said Helen, "on the rocks." "Two," said her husband, "and muddle in some mint if you have it." "Make it the same all round," said the DC. "Is that all right with you, Wisley?" "Just so long as it's strong," said Wisley with a nervous laugh. "What a day." The barman poured the drinks, and Pendergast washed the dust from his throat with a good slug. "Tell us what happened, Mr. Wisley." Wisley was a tall redhead with a New Zealand accent. "It was after lunch," he began. "We had 12 guests in camp, a full house." As he spoke, Pendergast unzipped the canvas carrying case and removed his gun, a Holland & Holland, Boone Samalam Royal double rifle. He broke the action and began cleaning the weapon, wiping off dust from the long drive. "What was lunch?" "Sandwiches, roast kudu, ham, turkey, cucumber, iced tea. We always serve a light lunch during the heat of the day." Pendergast nodded, polishing the walnut stalk. A lion had been roaring most of the night off in the bush, but during the day it settled down. "We often hear roaring lions. It's one of the attractions of the camp, actually." "Charming. But they've never bothered us before." Motiate can't understand it. Pendergast glanced at him, then returned his attention to the gun. "This lion, Mote take it, was not local?" "No, we have several prides here, know every individual by sight." This was a rogue male. "Large?" "Large as hell." "Big enough to make the book?" Wisley grimaced. "Bigger than anything in the book." "I see." The German, a fellow named Hassler, and his wife were the first to leave the table. Mort think it was around 2. They were heading back to their rendezvous when, according to the wife, the lion leapt from the cover along the riverbank, knocked her husband down, and sank his teeth into the poor man's neck. The wife started screaming bloody murder, and of course the poor bloke was screaming too. We all came running, but the lion had dragged him off into the bush and vanished. Motkent. Tell you how terrible it was. We could hear him scream again and again. Then all went quiet except for the sounds of. He stopped abruptly. "Good God," said Helen, "didn't anyone fetch a rifle?" "Mote did," said Wisley. "Mote met not much of a shot, but as you know, we required to carry rifles during outings with tourists. Mote day no to dare follow him into the long grass. Mote done hunt Mr. Pendergast, but Mote fired several times at the sounds, and it seemed to drive the lion deeper into the bush. Perhaps Mote wounded him." "That would be unfortunate," said Pendergast dryly. "No doubt he dragged the body with him." "Did you preserve the spoor at the scene of the attack?" "Yes, we did. Of course, there was some initial disturbance during the panic, but then Mort blocked off the area." "Excellent. And no one went into the bush after him?" "No, everyone was simply hysterical. We haven't had a lion killing in decades. We evacuated all but essential staff." Pendergast nodded, then glanced at his wife. She, too, had cleaned her rifle, a Krieghoff, 500/4 Big 5, and was listening intently. "Have you heard the lion since then?" "No, it was bloody silent all last night, and today perhaps he's gone off." "Not likely until he's finished his kill," said Pendergast. "A lion won't drag a kill more than a mile. You can be sure he is still around. Did anyone else see him?" "Just the wife." "And she said he was red-manned?" "Yes. At first, in her hysteria, she said he was soaked in blood, but when she calmed down a bit, we were able to question her more exactly, and it appears the lion's mane was deep red." "How do you know it wasn't blood?" Helen spoke up. "Lions are very fussy about their manes. They clean them regularly. Mo've never seen a lion with blood on its mane, only its face." "So what do we do, Mr. Pendergast?" Wisley asked. Pendergast took a long sip of his bourbon. "We Luglunk have to wait until dawn. Mot Luglunk want your best tracker and a single gun bearer, and of course, my wife will be the second shooter." A silence. Wisley and the DC were both looking at Helen. She returned their looks with a smile. "Mote met afraid that might be somewhat, irregular," said Woking, clearing his throat. "Because Mote met a woman?" Helen asked, amused. "Don't worry, it is a catching." No, came the hasty reply. It's just that we're in a national park, and only someone with a government-issued professional license is authorized to shoot. Of the two of us, said Pendergast, my wife is the better shot. On top of that, it's essential to have two expert shooters when stalking lion in the bush. He paused. Unless, of course, you'd care to be the second shooter? The DC fell silent. I won't allow my husband to go in there alone, said Helen. It would be too dangerous. The poor deer might get mauled or worse. Thank you, Helen, for your confidence, said Pendergast. Well, you know, Aloysius, you did miss that duker at 200 yards. That was as easy as hitting a barn door from the inside. Come now, there was a strong cross-wind, and the animal moved at the last moment. You spent too long setting up your shot. You think too much, that's your problem. Pendergast turned to Woking. As you can see, this is a package deal. It is both us, or neither. Very well, said the DC with a frown, Mr. Wisley. Wisley nodded reluctantly. We'll meet tomorrow morning at 5, Pendergast went on. Mort met quite serious, when Mort say we Luglunk need a very, very good tracker. We have one of the best in Zambia, Jason Mfuni. Of course, he's rarely tracked for hunting, only for photographers and tourists. As long as he has nerves of steel. He does. You Luglunk need to spread the word to the locals, make sure they stay well away. The last thing we Luglunk need is a distraction. That wouldn't be necessary, said Wisley. Perhaps you noticed the empty villages on your way into the camp? Except for us, you want to find a single human being within 20 miles. The villages emptied that quickly? Helen said. The attack only took place yesterday. It's the Red Lion, the DC said, as if this were explanation enough. Pendergast and Helen exchanged glances. For a moment the bar went silent. Then Pendergast rose, took Helen's hand, and helped her to her feet. Thanks for the drink, and now if you will show us to our hut. Bye. The fever trees. The night had been silent. Even the local prides that often tattooed the darkness, with their roars, were lying low, and the usual chatter of night animals seemed subdued. The sound of the river was a faint gurgle and shush that belied its massive flow, perfuming the air with the smell of water. Only with the false dawn came the first noises of what passed for civilization. Hot water being poured into shower drums in preparation for morning ablutions. Pendergast and his wife had left their hut and were in the dining shelter, guns beside them, sitting by the soft glow of a single bulb. There were no stars, the night had been overcast, the darkness absolute. They had been sitting there, unmoving and silent, for the last 45 minutes enjoying each other's company, and with the kind of unspoken symbiosis that characterized their marriage, preparing mentally and emotionally for the hunt ahead. Helen Pendergast's head was resting on her husband's shoulder. Pendergast stroked her hand, toying now and then with the star sapphire on her wedding band. You can have it back, you know, she said at last, her voice husky from the long silence. He simply smiled and continued his caresses. A small figure appeared in the shadows, carrying a long spear and wearing long pants and a long shirt, both of dark color. The two straightened up. Jason Mfuni, Pendergast asked, his voice low. Yes, sir. Pendergast extended his hand. Rather, you didn't sir me, Jason. The name's Pendergast, and this is my wife, Helen. She prefers to be called by her first name, by my last. The man nodded, shook Helen's hand with slow, almost phlegmatic movements. The DC want to talk to you, Miss Helen, in the mess. Helen rose, so did Pendergast. Excuse me, Mr. Pendergast, he want it private. What's this all about? He worry about her hunting experience. This is ridiculous, Pendergast said. We've settled that question. Helen waved her hand with a laugh. Don't worry about it, apparently. It's still the British Empire out here, where women sit on the veranda, fan themselves, and faint at the sight of blood. Luglunk set him straight. Pendergast eased back down. The tracker waited by him, shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot. Would you care to sit down, Jason? No, thank you. How long have you been tracking? Pendergast asked. A few years, came the laconic reply. Are you good? A shrug. Are you afraid of lions? Sometimes. Ever killed one ve kepte hat that spear? No. I see. This is a new spear, Mr. Pendergast. When Mort kill lion with spear, it usually break or bend, have to get new one. A silence settled over the camp as the light crept up behind the bush. 5 minutes passed, and then 10. What's taking them? Asked Pendergast, annoyed. We don't want to get a late start. Mifune shrugged and leaned on his spear, waiting. Suddenly Helen appeared. She quickly seated herself. Did you set the blighter straight? Asked Pendergast with a laugh. For a moment, Helen didn't answer. He turned to her quizzically and was startled at the whiteness of her face. What is it? He asked. Nothing. Just butterflies before a hunt. You can always remain back in camp, you know. Oh, no, she said vacepte het vehemence. No, it can't miss this. In that case, we'd better get moving. Not yet, she said, her voice low. He felt her cool hand on his arm. Aloysius, do you realize we forgot to watch the moonrise last evening? It was full. With all the lion excitement, Mort met not surprised. Let's take just a moment to watch it set. She took his hand and enclosed it in hers, an unusual gesture for her. Her hand was no longer cool. Helen. She squeezed his hand. No talking. The full moon was sinking into the bush on the far side of the river, a buttery disk descending through a sky of mauve, its reflection rippling like spilled cream over the swirling waters of the Luangwa River. They had first met the night of a full moon, and, together, had watched it rise. Ever since it had been a tradition of their courtship and marriage that no matter what else was happening in their lives, no matter what travel or commitments they faced, they would always contrive to be together to watch the rise of the full moon. The moon touched the distant treetops across the river, then slid down behind them. The sky brightened, and finally the gleam of the moon vanished in the tangle of bush. The mystery of the night had passed. Day had arrived. Goodbye, old moon, said Pendergast lightly. Helen squeezed his hand, then stood up as the DC and Weasley materialized on the path from the kitchen hut. With them was a third man, hollow-faced, very tall and lanky. His eyes were yellow. This is Wilson Nyala, said Weasley, your gun-bearer. Handshakes. The bartender from the previous night came from the kitchen with a large pot of Lapsang Sochong tea, and steaming cups of the strong brew were poured all around. They drank quickly in silence. Pendergast set his cup down. It's light enough to take a look at the scene of the attack. Nyala slung one gun over each shoulder, and they walked down a dirt path that ran along the river. Where it passed a dense stand of miambo brush, an area had been marked out with rope and wooden stakes. Pendergast knelt, examining the spoor. He could see a pair of enormous pug marks in the dust, next to a puddled mass of black blood, now dry and cracking. As he looked about, he reconstructed the attack in his mind. What had happened was clear enough. The man had been jumped from the brush, knocked down, bitten. The initial reports were accurate. The dust showed where the lion had dragged his thrashing victim back into the brush, leaving a trail of blood. Pendergast rose. Here's how it'll work. Mot Luglung stay 8 feet behind Jason, slightly to his left. Helen will be behind me another 8 feet to the right. Wilson, you float just behind us. He glanced over at his wife, who gave a subtle nod of approval. When the time comes, he continued, we Luglung gesture for the guns, bring them up with safeties on. For my rifle, detach the strap. Mut would rather not hitch it up on brush. Mut prefer my ete roa peon, said Helen curtly. Wilson Nyala nodded his bony head. Pendergast extended an arm. My rifle, please? Wilson handed him his rifle. Pendergast broke the action, examined the barrel, dunked in 2 soft point, Bone Samalam Nitro Express cartridges big as Macanudos, closed it, locked it, made sure the safety was on, and handed it back. Helen did the same with her rifle, loading it with 500/46 flanged soft points. That's a rather big gun for such a slender woman, said Woking. More think a big bore weapon is rather fetching, replied Helen. All Mot can say, Woking continued, is Mot met, glad Mot met not going into the bush after that brute big rifle, or no. Keep the long triangle formation as closely as possible as we advance, said Pendergast, glancing from Mifune to Nyala and back again. The wind's in our favor. No talking unless absolutely necessary. Use hand signals. Leave the flashlights here. Everyone nodded. The atmosphere of false jollity quickly evaporated as they waited in silence for the sun to come up enough to fill the underbrush with dim blue twilight. Then Pendergast motioned for Mifune to proceed. The tracker moved into the bush, carrying his spear in one hand, following the blood spoor. The trail moved away from the river through the dense thorn scrub and second-growth mopane brush along a small tributary of the Luangwa called Chitali Stream. They moved slowly, following the spoor that coated the grass and leaves. The tracker paused to point with his spear at a break of flattened grass. There was a large, stained area, still damp, the leaves around splattered with arterial blood. This was where the lion had first put down his victim and begun eating, even while the victim still lived, before being shot at. Jason Mifune bent down and silently held up an object, half of a lower jawbone with teeth, gnawed around the edges and licked clean. Pendergast looked at it without speaking. Mifune laid it down again and pointed to a hole in the wall of vegetation. They proceeded through the hole into heavy green bush. Mifune paused every 20 yards to listen and smell the air, or to examine a smear of blood on a leaf. The corpse had bled out by this point, and the spoor grew fainter. All that marked the trail were tiny smears and spots. The tracker stopped twice to point out areas of broken grass where the lion had put the body down to shift its fang hold and then pick it up again. The day was coming up rapidly, the sun breaking over the treetops. Except that, save for the constant drone of insects, this particular morning was unusually silent and watchful. They followed the spoor for more than a mile. The sun boiled over the horizon, beaming furnace-like heat into the brush, and the tsetse flies rose in whining clouds. The air carried the heavy smell of dust and grass. The trail finally broke free of the bushveld into a dry pan under the spreading branches of an acacia tree, a single termite mound rising like a pinnacle against the incandescent sky. In the center of the pan was a jumble of red and white, surrounded by a roaring cloud of flies. Mifune moved out cautiously, Pendergast, Helen, and the gun-bearer following. They silently gathered around the half-eaten body of the German photographer. The lion had opened the cranium, eaten his face, brain, and much of the upper torso, leaving two perfectly white, unscathed legs, licked clean of blood, and one detached arm, its fist still clenching a tuft of fur. Nobody spoke. Mifune bent down, tugged the hair from the fist, shaking the arm free in the process, and inspected it carefully. He then placed it in Pendergast's hand. It was deep red in color. Pendergast passed it to Helen, who examined it in turn, then handed it back to Mifune. While the others remained near the body, the tracker slowly circled the pan, looking for tracks in the alkaline crust. He placed a finger on his mouth and pointed across the dry pan into a vlei. A swampy depression during the wet season that now the dry season was advanced had grown up into an extremely dense stand of grass, 10 to 12 feet high. Several hundred yards into the vlei rose a large, sinuous grove of fever trees, their umbrella-like crowns spreading against the horizon. The tracker was pointing at a slot bent into the tall grass made by the lion in its retreat. He came back over, his face serious, and whispered into Pendergast's ear. "In there," he said, pointing with his spear. "Resting." Pendergast nodded and glanced at Helen. She was still pale but absolutely steady, the eyes cool and determined. Nyala the gun-bearer was nervous. "What is it?" Pendergast asked in a low tone, turning to him. He nodded toward the tall grass. "That lion's smart. Too smart. Very bad place." Pendergast hesitated, looking from the bearer to the tracker to the stand of grass and back again. Then he gestured for the tracker to proceed. Slowly, stealthily, they entered the tall grass. The visibility dropped to less than 5 yards. The hollow stalks rustled and whispered with their movements, the cloying smell of heated grass stifling in the dead air. Green twilight enveloped them as they moved deeper into the stand. The drone of insects merged into a steady whine. As they approached the grove of fever trees, the tracker slowed, held up his hand, pointed to his nose. Pendergast inhaled and caught the faint musky scent of lion, overlaid with the sweetish whiff of carrion. The tracker crouched and signaled for the others to do likewise. The visibility in the bunch grass was better closer to the ground, where they had a greater chance of seeing the tawny flash of the lion before he was actually on top of them. They slowly entered the fever grove, inching along at a crouch. The dried, silty mud was baked hard as rock, and it retained no spoor but broken and bent stems told a clear tale of the lion's passage. Again the tracker paused, motioning for a talk. Pendergast and Helen came up, and the three huddled in the close grass, whispering just loud enough to be heard over the insects. Lion somewhere in front, 20-30 yards, moving slowly. Mifune's face was creased with concern. "Maybe we should wait." "No," whispered Pendergast. "This is our best chance at bagging him. He has just eaten." They moved forward into a small open area with no grass no more than 10 feet square. The tracker paused, sniffed the air, then pointed left. "Lion," he whispered. Pendergast stared ahead, looked left, then shook his head and pointed straight ahead. The tracker scowled, leaned to Pendergast's ear. Lion circle around to left, he very smart. Still, Pendergast shook his head. He leaned over Helen. You stay here, he whispered, his lips brushing her ears. But the tracker. The tracker's wrong. You stay, Moat Luglung, go ahead just a few yards. We re-nearing the far end of the vley. He'll want to remain in cover. With me moving toward him, he Luglung feel pressed. He might rush, be ready, and keep a line of fire open to my right. Pendergast signaled for his gun. He grasped the metal barrel, warm in the heat, and pulled it forward under his arm. He thumbed off the safety and flipped up the night sight, a bead of ivory for better sighting in the grassy half-light. Nyala handed Helen her rifle. Pendergast moved into the dense grass straight ahead, the tracker following in frozen silence, his face a mask of terror. Pushing through the grass, placing each foot with exceeding caution on the hard-pan ground, Pendergast listened intently for the peculiar cough that would signal the beginning of a rush. There would be time for only one shot. A charging lion could cover 100 yards in as little as 4 seconds. He felt more secure with Helen behind him. 2 chances at the kill. After 10 yards, he paused and waited. The tracker came alongside, deep unhappiness written on his face. For a full 2 minutes, neither man moved. Pendergast listened intently, but could hear only insects. The gun was slippery in his sweaty hands, and he could taste the alkali dust on his tongue. A faint breeze, seen but not felt, swayed the grass around them, making a soft clacking sound. The insect drone fell to a murmur, then died. Everything grew utterly still. Slowly, without moving any other part of his body, Mifune extended a single finger again, 90 degrees to his left. Remaining absolutely still, Pendergast followed the gesture with his eyes. He peered into the dim haze of grass, trying to catch a glimpse of tawny fur or the gleam of an amber eye. Nothing. A low cough and then a terrible, earth-shaking explosion of sound, a massive roar, came blasting at them like a freight train. Not from the left, but from straight ahead. Pendergast spun around as a blur of ocher muscle and reddish fur exploded out of the grass, pink mouth agape, daggered with teeth. He fired one barrel with a massive ka-wang. But he hadn't time to compose the shot, and the lion was on him, 600 pounds of enormous stinking cat, knocking him flat. And then he felt the red-hot fangs slice into his shoulder, and he cried out, twisting under the suffocating mass, flailing with his free arm, trying to recover the rifle that had been knocked away by the massive blow. The lion had been so well hidden, and the rush so fast and close, that Helen Pendergast was unable to shoot before it was on top of her husband, and then it was too late. They were too close together to risk a shot. She leapt from her spot 10 yards behind and bowled through the tall grass, yelling, trying to draw the monstrous lion's attention as she raced toward the hideous sound of muffled, wet growling. She burst onto the scene just as Mifune sank his spear into the lion's gut. The beast bigger than any lion should rationally be leapt off Pendergast and swiped at the tracker, tearing away part of his leg, then bounded into the grass, the spear dragging from its belly. Helen took careful aim at the lions, retreating back, and fired the recoil from the massive 500/14 Nitro Express cartridge, jolting her hard. The shot missed. The lion was gone. She rushed to her husband. He was still conscious. No, Pendergast gasped. Him. She glanced at Mifune. He was lying on his back, arterial blood squirting into the dirt from where the calf muscle of his right leg was hanging by a thread of skin. Oh, Jesus. She tore off the lower half of her shirt, twisted it tight, and wrapped it above the severed artery. Groping around for a stick, she slid it under the cloth and twisted it tight to form a tourniquet. Jason, she said urgently. Stave kept to hat me, Jason. His face was slick with sweat, his eyes wide and trembling. Hold that stick. Loosen it if you start going numb. The tracker's eyes widened. Memsahib, the lion is coming back. Just hold that. It's coming back, Muffin's voice broke in terror. Ignoring him, she turned her attention to her husband. He lay on his back, his face gray. His shoulder was misshapen and covered with a clotted mass of blood. Helen, he said hoarsely, struggling to rise. Get your gun now. Aloysius. For the love of God, get your gun. It was too late. With another ear-splitting roar, the lion burst from the cover, sending up a whirlwind of dust and flying grass, and then he was on top of her. Helen screamed once and tried to fight him off as the lion seized her by the arm. There was a sharp crackling of bone as the lion sank his teeth in, and then the last thing Pendergast saw before he passed out was the sight of her struggling, screaming figure being dragged off into the deep grass. Fun. The world came back into focus. Pendergast was in one of the rondevals. The distant throb of a chopper sounded through the thatch roof, rapidly increasing in volume. He sat up with a cry to see the DC Woking leap out of a chair he'd been sitting in at the far side of the hut. "Don't exert yourself," Woking said. "The medevac's here. Everything will be taken care of." Pendergast struggled up. "My wife, where is she?" "Be a good lad and—" Pendergast swung out of bed and staggered to his feet, driven by pure adrenaline. "My wife, you son of a bitch." It couldn't be helped. She was dragged off. We had a man unconscious and another bleeding to death. Pendergast staggered to the door of the hut. His rifle was there, set in the rack. He seized it, broke it, saw that it still contained a single round. "What in God's name are you doing?" Pendergast closed the action and swung the rifle toward the DC. "Get out of my way." Woking scrambled aside and Pendergast lurched out of the hut. The sun was setting. 12 hours had passed. The DC came rushing out after him, waving his arms. "Help! Moat need help! The man's gone mad!" Crashing into the wall of brush, Pendergast pushed through the long grass until he had picked up the trail. He did not even hear the ragged shouts from the camp behind. He charged along the old spoor trail, thrusting the brush aside, heedless of the pain. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15, and then he burst into the dry pan. Beyond lay the vley, the dense grass, the grove of fever trees. With a gasp, he lurched forward across the pan and into the grass, swiping his weapon back and forth with his good arm to clear a path, the birds overhead screaming at the disturbance. His lungs burned. His arm was drenched in blood. Still he advanced, bleeding freely from his torn shoulder, vocalizing inarticulately, and then he stopped, the ragged, incoherent sounds dying in his throat. There was something in the grass ahead, small, pale, lying on the hard-packed mud. He stared down at it. It was a severed hand, a hand whose ring finger was banded with a star sapphire. With an animalistic cry of rage and grief, he staggered forward, bursting from the long grass into an open area where the lion, its mane ablaze with color, was crouching and quietly feeding. He took in the horror all at once. The bones decorated with ribbons of flesh, his wife's hat, the tattered pieces of her khaki outfit, and then suddenly the faint smell of her perfume, mingling with the stench of the cat. Last of all, he saw the head. It had been severed from her body, but with a cruel irony was otherwise intact compared with the rest. Her blue and violet eyes stared up sightlessly at him. Pendergast walked unsteadily up to within 10 yards of the lion. It raised its monstrous head, slopped a tongue around its bloody chops, and looked at him calmly. His breath coming in short, sharp gasps, Pendergast raised the Holland and Holland with his good arm, propped it on his bad, sighted along the top of the ivory bead, and pulled the trigger. The massive round, packing 5,000 foot-pounds of muzzle energy, struck the lion just between and above the eyes, opening the top of its head like a sardine can, the cranium exploding in a blur of red mist. The great red-maned lion hardly moved. It merely sank down on top of its meal and then lay still. All around, in the sun-baked fever trees, 1,000 birds screamed. Present day. Numb. St. Charles Parish, Louisiana. The Rolls-Royce gray. Ghost crept around the circular drive, the crisp crunch of gravel under the tires muffled in places by patches of crabgrass. The motor car was followed by a late-model Mercedes in silver. Both vehicles came to a stop before a large Greek Revival plantation house, framed by ancient black oaks draped in fingers of Spanish moss. A small bronze plaque screwed into the facade announced that the mansion was known as Penumbra, that it had been built in Mot Tamhaimi Mot by the Pendergast family, and that it was on the National Register of Historic Places. AXL Pendergast stepped out of the rear compartment of the Rolls and looked around, taking in the scene. It was the end of an afternoon in late February. Mellow light played through the Greek columns, casting bars of gold into the covered porch. A thin mist drifted across the overgrown lawn and weed-heavy gardens. Beyond, cicadas droned sleepily in the cypress groves and mangrove swamps. The copper trim on the second-floor balconies was covered in a dense patina of verdigris. Small curls of white paint hung from the pillars, and an atmosphere of dampness, desuetude, and neglect hung over the house and grounds. A curious gentleman emerged from the Mercedes, short and stocky, wearing a black cutaway with a white carnation in his boutonniere. He looked more like a maitre d' from an Edwardian men's club than a New Orleans lawyer. Despite the limpid sunlight, a tightly rolled umbrella was tucked primly beneath one arm. An alligator skin briefcase was clutched in one fawn-gloved hand. He placed a bowler hat on his head, gave it a smart tap. "Mr. Pendergast, shall we?" The man extended a hand toward an overgrown arboretum, enclosed by a hedge, that stood to the right of the house. "Of course, Mr. Ogilby." "Thank you." The man led the way, walking briskly, his wingtips sweeping through the moisture-laden grass. Pendergast followed more slowly, with less sense of purpose. Reaching a gate in the hedge, Mr. Ogilby pushed it open, and together they entered the arboretum. At one point he glanced back with a mischievous smile and said, "Let us keep an eye out for the ghost." "That would be a thrill," said Pendergast in the same jocular vein. Continuing his brisk pace, the lawyer followed a once gravelled path now overgrown with weeds toward a specimen-size weeping hemlock, beyond which could be seen a rusting iron fence enclosing a small plot of ground. Peeking up from the grass within was a scattering of slate and marble headstones, some vertical, some listing. The gentleman, his creased black trouser cuffs now soaked, came to a halt before one of the larger tombstones, turned, and then grasped the briefcase in Beotehata hands, waiting for his client to catch up. Pendergast took a thoughtful turn around the private graveyard, stroking his pale chin before ending up next to the dapper little man. "Well," the lawyer said, "here we are again." Pendergast nodded absently. He knelt, pushed aside the grass from the face of the tombstone, and read aloud, "Hic sepultus. Louis de Frontenac Diogenes Pendergast, aper have, mortam chimichin mar muilum, mortnin chin by milum, tempus edax rerum." Mr. Ogilby, standing behind Pendergast, propped his briefcase on the top of the tombstone, undid the latches, raised the cover, and slipped out a document. On the cover of the briefcase, balancing it on the headstone, he laid down the document. "Mr. Pendergast?" He proffered a heavy silver fountain pen. Pendergast signed the document. The lawyer took the pen back, signed it himself with a flourish, impressed it with a notary public seal, dated it, and slipped it back in his briefcase. He shut it with a snap, latched it, and locked it. "Done," he said. "You are now certified to have visited your grandfather's grave. I shall not have to disinherit you from the Pendergast family trust, at least, not for the present." He gave a short chuckle. Pendergast rose, and the little man stuck out a pudgy hand. "Always a pleasure, Mr. Pendergast. And Moat trust. Moat shall have the favor of your company in another 5 years." "The pleasure is and shall be mine," said Pendergast with a dry smile. "Excellent. Moat Luglunk be heading back to town, then. Will you follow?" "Mort think I'll drop in on Maurice. He'd be crushed if Mort left without paying him my respects." Quite. To think he's been looking after Penumbra unassisted for what? 12 years now, you know, Mr. Pendergast." Here the little man leaned in and lowered his voice, as if to impart a secret. "You really should fix this place up. You could get a handsome sum for it, a handsome sum. Antebellum plantation houses are all the rage these days. It would make a charming B&B. "Thank you, Mr. Ogilby, but Mort think I shall hold on to it a while longer." As you wish, as you wish. Just don't stay out after dark, what with the old family ghost and all." The little man strode off, chuckling to himself, briefcase swinging, and soon vanished, leaving Pendergast alone in the family plot. He heard the Mercedes start up, heard the crunch of gravel fade quickly back into silence. He strolled about for another few minutes, reading the inscriptions on the stones. Each name resurrected memories stranger and more eccentric than the last. Many of the remains were of family members disinterred from the ruins of the basement crypt of the Pendergast mansion on Dauphine Street after the house burned. Other ancestors had expressed wishes to be buried in the old country. The golden light faded as the sun sank below the trees. Pallid mists began to drift across the lawn from the direction of the mangrove swamp. The air smelled of verdure, moss, and bracken. Pendergast stood in the graveyard for a long time, silent and unmoving, as evening settled over the land. Yellow lights coming up in the windows of the plantation house filtered through the trees of the arboretum. The scent of burning oak wood drifted on the air, a smell that brought back irresistible memories of childhood summers. Glancing up, Pendergast could see one of the great brick chimneys of the plantation house issuing a lazy stream of blue smoke. Rousing himself, he left the graveyard, walked through the arboretum, and gained the covered porch, the warped boards protesting under his feet. He knocked on the door, then stood back to wait, a creaking from inside, the sound of slow footsteps, an elaborate unlatching and unchaining, and the great door swung open to reveal a stooped old man of indeterminate race, dressed in an ancient butler's uniform, his face grave. "Master Aloysius," he said with fine reserve, not offering his hand immediately. Pendergast extended his, and the old man responded, the ribbed old hand getting a friendly shake. "Maurice, how are you?" "Middling," the old man replied. "Mott saw the cars drive up. Glass of sherry in the library, sir?" "That will be fine, thank you." Maurice turned and moved slowly through the entry hall toward the library. Pendergast followed. A fire was burning on the hearth, not so much for warmth as to drive out the damp. With a clinking of bottles, Maurice muddled about the sideboard and poured a measure into a tiny sherry glass, placed it on a silver tray, and carried it over with great ceremony. Pendergast took it, sipped, then glanced around. Nothing had changed for the better. The wallpaper was stained, and balls of dust lay in the corners. He could hear the faint rustle of rats in the walls. The place had gone downhill significantly in the 5 years since he had last been here. "Mote wish you'd let me hire a live-in housekeeper, Maurice, and a cook. It would greatly relieve your burden." "Nonsense. Mort can take care of the house myself." "Mort'n't think it's safe for you to be here alone." "Not safe? Of course it's safe. Mort keep the house well locked at night." Naturally. Pendergast sipped the sherry, which was an excellent dry Oloroso. He wondered, a little idly, how many bottles were left in the extensive cellars. Many more, probably, than he could drink in a lifetime, not to mention the wine, port, and fine old cognac. As the collateral branches of his family had died out, all the various wine cellars, like the wealth, had concentrated around him, the last surviving member of sound mind. He took another sip and put down the glass. "Maurice mote think mote Leglunk take a turn through the house. For old time's sake." "Yes, sir. Mote Leglunk be here if you need me." Pendergast rose and, opening the pocket doors, stepped into the entry hall. For 15 minutes he wandered through the rooms of the first floor, the empty kitchen and sitting rooms, the drawing room, the pantry and saloon. The house smelled faintly of his childhood, of furniture polish, aged oak, and infinitely distant, his mother's perfume, all overlaid with a much more recent odor of damp and mildew. Every object, every knick-knack and painting and paperweight and silver ashtray was in its place, and every little thing carried 1,000 memories of people long since under earth, of weddings and christenings and wakes, of cocktail parties and masked balls and children, stampeding the halls to the warning exclamations of aunts. Gone, all gone. He mounted the stairs to the upper landing. Here 2 hallways led to bedrooms in the opposite wings of the house, with the upstairs parlor straight ahead through an arched doorway protected by a brace of elephant tusks. He entered the parlor. A zebra rug lay on the floor, and the head of a Cape buffalo graced the mantel above the massive fireplace, looking down at him with furious glass eyes. On the walls were numerous other heads: kudu, bushbuck, stag, deer, hind, wild boar, elk. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly paced the room. Seeing this array of heads, these silent sentinels to memory and events long past, his thoughts drifted irresistibly to Helen. He'd had the old nightmare the previous night, as vivid and terrible as ever, and the malevolent effects still lingered like a canker in the pit of his stomach. Perhaps this room might suffice that particular demon, at least for a while. It would never disappear, of course. On the far side, against the wall, stood the locked gun case that displayed his collection of hunting rifles. It was a savage, bloody sport, driving a 500-grain slug of metal at 2,000 feet per second into a wild animal, and he wondered why it attracted him. But it was Helen who had truly loved hunting, a peculiar interest for a woman, but then Helen had been an unusual woman, a most unusual woman. He gazed through the rippled, dusty glass at Helen's Krieghoff double-barreled rifle, the side plates exquisitely engraved and inlaid with silver and gold, the walnut stock polished with use. It had been his wedding present to her just before they went on their honeymoon safari after Cape Buffalo in Tanzania. A beautiful thing, this rifle. 6 figures worth of the finest woods and precious metals designed for a most cruel purpose. As he looked, he noted a small edge of rust creeping around the muzzle rim. He strode to the door of the parlor and called down the stairs. "Maurice, would you kindly bring me the key to the gun cabinet?" After a long moment, Maurice appeared in the hall. "Yes, sir." He turned, disappearing once again. Moments later, he slowly mounted the groaning stairs, an iron key gripped in his veined hand. He creaked past Pendergast and stopped before the gun case, inserted the key, and turned it. "There you are, sir." His face remained impassive, but Pendergast was glad to sense in Maurice a feeling of pride, for having the key at his fingertips, for simply being of service. "Thank you, Maurice." A nod and the manservant was gone. Pendergast reached inside the case and slowly grasped the cold metal of the double barrel. His fingers tingled at the mere touch of her weapon. For some reason, his heart was accelerating the lingering effects of the nightmare, no doubt. He brought it out and placed it on the refectory table in the middle of the room. From a drawer below the cabinet, he removed the gun-cleaning paraphernalia, arranging it beside the rifle. He wiped his hands, picked up the gun, and broke open the action, peering down both barrels. He was faintly surprised. The right barrel was badly fouled, the left one clean. He laid the gun down, thinking. Again, he walked to the top of the stairs. "Maurice?" The servant appeared once more. "Yes, sir? Do you know if anyone has fired the Krieghoff since my wife's death?" "It was your explicit request, sir, that no one be allowed to handle it. I've kept the key myself. No one has even been near the case." "Thank you, Maurice." "You re quite welcome, sir." Pendergast went back into the parlor, this time shutting the doors. From a writing desk, he extracted an old sheet of stationery, which he flipped over and laid on the table. Then he inserted a brush into the right barrel, pushed out some of the fouling onto the paper, and examined it, bits and flakes of some burned papery substance. Reaching into his suit pocket, he pulled out the loop he always carried, fixed it to his eye, and examined the bits more intently. There was no doubt. They were the scorched, carbonized fragments of wadding. But the Numbone Mersane cartridge had no wadding. Just the bullet, the casing, and the propellant. Such a cartridge, even a defective one, would never leave this kind of fouling behind. He examined the left barrel, finding it clean and well oiled. With the cleaning brush, he pushed a rag through. There was no fouling at all. Pendergast straightened up, his mind suddenly in furious thought. The last time the gun had been fired had been on that terrible day. He forced himself to think back. This was something he had avoided while awake at all costs. But once he began to remember, it wasn't hard to recall the details. Every moment of that hunt was seared forever into his memory. She had fired the gun only once. The Krieghoff had two triggers, one behind the other. The front trigger fired the right barrel, and that was the trigger normally pulled first. It was the one she pulled, and that shot had fouled the right barrel. With that single shot, she missed the Red Lion. He'd always chalked it up to bush deflection, or perhaps extreme agitation. But Helen wasn't one to display agitation, even under the most extreme of circumstances. She rarely missed, and she hadn't missed that last time either, or wouldn't have missed, if the right barrel had been loaded with a bullet. Except that it wasn't loaded with a bullet, it was loaded with a blank. For a blank to generate a similar sound and recoil, it would have to have a large, tightly wadded plug, which would foul the barrel exactly as he'd observed. Had Pendergast been a man of lesser control, the hinges of his sanity might have weakened under the emotional intensity of his thoughts. She had loaded the gun with Numchum Murisau, knee soft points at the camp that morning, just before heading into the bush after the lion. He knew that for a fact. He had watched her, and he knew they were live rounds, not blanks. Nobody, especially not Helen, would mistake a wadded blank for a 2-ounce round. He himself clearly recalled the blunt heads of the soft points as she dunked them into the barrels. Between the time she loaded the Krieghoff Keptehat soft points and the time she fired, someone had removed her unfired cartridges and replaced them with blanks. And then after the hunt, someone had removed the 2 blanks, one fired, one not to cover up what they had done. Only they made a small mistake. They did not clean the fired barrel, leaving the incriminating fouling. Pendergast sat back in the chair. One hand, trembling ever so slightly, rose to his mouth. Helen Pendergast's death had not been a tragic accident. It had been murder. So, New York City. 4M, Saturn. Vincent D'Agosta pushed through the crowd, ducked under the crime scene tape, and walked over to where the body lay sprawled across the sidewalk outside one of the countless identical Indian restaurants on East South Street. A large pool of blood had collected beneath it, reflecting the red and purple neon light in the restaurant's grimy window with surreal splendor. The perp had been shot at least half a dozen times, and he was dead. Very dead. He lay crumpled on his side, one arm thrown wide, his gun 20 feet away. A crime scene investigator was laying a tape measure, measuring the distance from the open hand to the gun. The corpse was a scrawny Caucasian, 30-something, with thinning hair. He looked like a broken stick, his legs crooked, one knee hitched up to his chest, the other extended out and back, the arms flung wide. The two cops who had done the shooting, a beefy black guy and a wiry Hispanic, were off to one side, talking with Internal Affairs. D'Agosta went over, nodded to the Internal Affairs officer, and clasped the hands of the cops. They felt sweaty, nervous. It's damn hard, D'Agosta thought, to have killed someone. You never really get over it. Lieutenant, said one of the cops in a rush, anxious to explain yet again to a fresh ear. The guy had just robbed the restaurant at gunpoint and was running down the street. We identified ourselves, showed our badges, and that S, when he opened on us, motherfucker just emptied his gun. Firing while he ran, there were civilians on the street, and we had no choice. We had to take him down. No choice, man, no choice. D'Agosta grasped the man's shoulder, gave it a friendly squeeze as he glanced at his nameplate. Ocampo, don't sweat it. You did what you had to do. The investigation will show that. Mo't mean he just opened up like there was no tomorrow. For him there wanna be, D'Agosta walked aside with the Internal Affairs investigator. Any problems? Mo't doubt it, sir. These days, of course, there's always a hearing. But this is about as clear-cut as they come. He slapped his notebook shut. D'Agosta lowered his voice. See those guys, get some psychological counseling, and make sure they meet with the union lawyers before they do any more talking. Will do. D'Agosta looked thoughtfully at the corpse. How much did he get? 220, give or take. Fucking addict. Look at him, all eaten up by horse. Sad. Any ID? Warren Zabriskie, address in Far Rockaway. D'Agosta shook his head as he glanced over the scene. It was about as straightforward as you could ask for. Two cops, both minorities. The dead perp white. Witnesses up the wazoo. Everything caught on security cams. Open and shut. There would be no protest marches or accusations of police brutality. The shooter got what he deserved. Everyone would reluctantly agree on that. D'Agosta glanced around. Despite the cold, a pretty big crowd had developed beyond the tape. East Village rockers and yupsters and metrosexuals and whatever the hell else you called them these days. The forensic unit was still working the body, the EMTs waiting to one side, the owner of the victimized restaurant being interviewed by detectives, everyone doing their job, everything under control. A senseless, stupid piece of shit case that would generate a blizzard of paperwork, interviews, reports, analyses, boxes of evidence, hearings, press conferences, all because of 200 lousy bucks for a fix. He was wondering how long it would be before he could gracefully escape when he heard a shout and saw a disturbance at the far edge of the cordoned area. He ducked under the tape and trespassed onto the scene. He turned angrily only to come face to face with Special Agent AXL Pendergast, pursued by two uniformed officers. Hey, you! One of the cops shouted, grabbing Pendergast roughly by the shoulder. With a deft movement, the agent freed himself, extracted his badge, and flashed it into the officer's face. What the cop said, backing off. FBI, he's FBI. What's he doing here? Asked the other. Pendergast, D'Agosta cried, stepping toward him quickly. What the hell brings you here? This killing is exactly your kind of... Pendergast silenced him with a violent gesture, slashing his hand through the air between them. In the neon gloom, his face was so white, he almost looked spectral, dressed as usual like a wealthy undertaker in his trademark tailored black suit. Except this time, he somehow looked different, very different. Mott must speak with you now. Sure, of course, as soon as Mott wrap things up. What mean now, Vincent? D'Agosta stared. This was not the cool, collected Pendergast he knew so well. This was a side of the man he had never seen before, angry, brusque, his movements rushed. Not only that, but D'Agosta noticed on closer inspection, his normally immaculate suit was creased and rumpled. Pendergast grasped him by the lapel. Mort have a favor to ask you. More than a favor. Come with me. D'Agosta was too surprised by his vehemence to do anything but obey. Leaving the scene under the stares of his fellow cops, he followed Pendergast past the crowd and down the street to where the agent's Rolls was idling. Proctor, the chauffeur, was behind the wheel, his expression studiously blank. D'Agosta had to practically run to keep up. You know Mutluglung help you out any way Mut can. Don't say anything. Do not speak until you've heard me out. Right, sure, D'Agosta added hastily. Get in. Pendergast slipped into the rear passenger compartment, D'Agosta climbing in behind. The agent pulled open a panel in the door and swung out a tiny bar. Grasping a cut-glass decanter, he sloshed 3 fingers of brandy into a glass and drank half of it off with a single gulp. He replaced the decanter and turned to D'Agosta, his silvery eyes glittering with intensity. This is no ordinary request. If you can do it or want to do it, Mot Luglunk understand. But you must not burden me with questions, Vincent. Mot don't have time. I simply don't have time. Listen, and then give me your answer. D'Agosta nodded. I need you to take a leave of absence from the force, perhaps as long as a year. A year? Pendergast knocked back the rest of the drink. It could be months or weeks. There's no way to know how long this is going to take. What is this? For a moment the agent did not reply. I've never spoken to you about my late wife, Helen. No. She died 12 years ago when we were on safari in Africa. She was attacked by a lion. Jesus, Met sorry. At the time, Mot believed it to be a terrible accident. Now Mot no different. D'Agosta waited. Now Mot knows she was murdered. Oh, God. The trail is cold. Mot need you, Vincent. Mot need your skills, your street smarts, your knowledge of the working classes, your way of thinking. Mot need you to help me track down the person or persons who did this. Mot will, of course, pay all your expenses and see to it that your salary and health benefits are maintained. A silence fell in the car. D'Agosta was stunned. What would this mean for his career, his relationship with Laura Hayward, his future? It was irresponsible. No, it was more than that. It was utterly crazy. Is this an official investigation? No, it would be just you and me. The killer might be anywhere in the world. We will operate completely outside the system, any system. And when we find the killer, what then? We will see to it that justice is served. Meaning? Pendergast sloshed more brandy into the glass with a fierce gesture, gulped it down, and fixed D'Agosta once again with those cold platinum eyes. We kill him. Bay. The Rolls-Royce, Torrey Park Avenue, led cruising cabs flashing by in blurs of yellow. D'Agosta sat in the back with Pendergast, feeling awkward, trying not to turn a curious eye toward the FBI agent. This Pendergast was impatient, unkempt, and most remarkable, openly emotional. When did you find out? He ventured to ask. This afternoon. How'd you figure it out? Pendergast did not answer immediately, glancing out the window as the Rolls turned sharply onto Beihang Inn Street, heading toward the park. He placed the empty brandy glass, which he had been holding, unheeded the entire uptown journey, back into its position in the tiny bar. Then he took a deep breath. 12 years ago, Helen and Moat were asked to kill a man-eating lion in Zambia, a lion with an unusual red mane. Just such a lion had wreaked havoc in the area 40 years before. Why did you get asked? Part of having a professional hunting license. You re-obligated to kill any beasts menacing the villages or camps if the authorities request it. Pendergast was still looking out the window. The lion had killed a German tourist at a safari camp. Helen and Moat drove over from our own camp to put it down. He picked up the brandy bottle, looked at it, put it back into its holder. The big car was now moving through Central Park, the skeletal branches overhead framing a threatening night sky. The lion charged us from deep cover, attacked me and the tracker. As he ran back into the bush, Helen shot at him and apparently missed. She went to attend to the tracker. His voice wavered and he stopped, composing himself. She went to attend to the tracker, and the lion burst out of the brush a second time. It dragged her off. That was the last time I saw her. Alive, anyway. Oh, my God, D'Agosta felt a thrill of horror course through him. Just this afternoon, at our old family plantation, Moat happened to examine her gun, and Moat discovered that on that morning, 12 years ago, somebody had taken the bullets from her gun and replaced them with blanks. She hadn't missed the shot, because there was no shot. Holy shit, you sure? Now Pendergast looked away from the window to fix him with a stare. Vincent, would Mort be telling you this? Would Mort be here now if Mort wasn't absolutely sure? Sorry. There was a moment of silence. You just discovered it this afternoon in New Orleans? Pendergast nodded tersely. Mort chartered a private jet back. The Rolls pulled up before the Bamihai-Yenzun Street entrance of the Dakota, almost before the vehicle had come to a stop. Pendergast was out. He strode past the guardhouse and through the vaulted stone archway of the carriage entrance, ignoring the fat drops of rain that were now splattering the sidewalk. D'Agosta followed at a jog as the agent strode across a wide interior courtyard, past manicured plants and muttering bronze fountains, to a narrow lobby in the southwest corner of the apartment building. He pressed the elevator button, the doors whispered open, and they ascended in silence. A minute later, the doors opened again on a small space, a single door set into the far wall. It had no obvious locking mechanism, but when Pendergast moved his fingertips across the surface, in an odd gesture, D'Agosta heard the unmistakable click of a deadlock springing free. Pendergast pushed the door open, and the reception room came into view, dimly lit, with 3 rose-painted walls and a 4th wall of black marble, covered by a thin sheet of falling water. Pendergast gestured at the black leather sofas arrayed around the room. Take a seat. Motluglunk be back shortly. D'Agosta sat down as the FBI agent slipped through a door in one of the walls. He sat back, taking in the soft gurgle of water, the bonsai plants, the smell of lotus blossoms. The walls of the building were so thick he could barely hear the opening peals of thunder outside. Everything about the room seemed designed to induce tranquility. Yet tranquil was the last thing he felt. He wondered again just how he'd swing a sudden leave of absence with his boss, and especially with Laura Hayward. It was 10 minutes before Pendergast reappeared. He had shaved and changed into a fresh black suit. He also seemed more composed, more like the old Pendergast, although D'Agosta could still sense a great tension under the surface. "Thank you for waiting, Vincent," he said, beckoning. "Let us proceed." D'Agosta followed the agent down a long hallway, as dimly lit as the reception room. He glanced curiously left and right, at a library, a room hung with oil paintings floor to ceiling, a wine cellar. Pendergast stopped at the only closed door in the hallway, opening it with the same strange movement of his fingers against the wood. The room beyond was barely large enough for the table and 2 chairs that it contained. A large steel bank-style vault, at least 4 feet in width, dominated one of the side walls. Again Pendergast motioned D'Agosta to take a seat, then vanished into the hall. Within moments he returned, a leather Gladstone bag in one hand. He set this on the table, opened it, and drew out a rack of test tubes and several glass-stoppered bottles, which he arrayed carefully on the polished wood. His hand trembled once, only once, and the test tubes clinked quietly in response. After the apparatus was unpacked, Pendergast turned to the vault, and with 5 or 6 turns of the dial unlocked it. As he swung the heavy door open, D'Agosta could see a grid of metal-fronted containers within, not unlike safe deposit boxes. Pendergast selected one, withdrew it, and placed it on the table. Then, closing the vault, he took the seat opposite D'Agosta. For a long moment, he remained motionless. Then came another rumble of thunder, muffled and distant, and it seemed to rouse him. He removed a white silk handkerchief from the Gladstone bag and spread it on the table. Then he slid the steel box closer, lifted its lid, and took from it 2 items, a tuft of coarse red hair and a gold ring set with a beautiful star sapphire. He took away the tuft of hair with a set of forceps. The ring he gently removed with his bare hand, in a gesture so unconsciously tender, D'Agosta felt himself pierced to the heart. "These are the items Mort took from Helen's corpse," Pendergast said. The indirect lighting exaggerated the hollows of his drawn face. Mort Haven looked at these in almost 12 years, her wedding ring, and the tuft of mane she tore from the lion as it devoured her. Mort found it clutched in her severed left hand. D'Agosta winced. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Mort met going to play a hunch. Opening the glass-stoppered bottles, Pendergast poured a selection of different powders into the test tubes. Then, using the forceps, he pulled bits of mane from the reddish tuft and dropped a few strands carefully into each tube in turn. Finally, he pulled a small brown bottle from the bag, its top sealed with a rubber eyedropper. He unscrewed the eyedropper from the bottle and let several drops of clear liquid fall into Aegis' hot tube. There was no obvious reaction in the first 4 test tubes, but in the 5th, the liquid immediately turned a pale green, the color of green tea. Pendergast stared intently at this tube for a moment, then using a pipette, he removed a small sample of the liquid and applied it to a small strip of paper he took from the bag. A pH of 3.7, he said, examining the strip of paper, precisely the kind of mild acid required to release the lawzone molecules from the leaf. The leaf of what? D'Agosta asked. What is it? Pendergast glanced from the strip of paper to him and back again. Mort could do further tests, but there seems little point. The mane of the lion that killed my wife had been treated with molecules originally from the plant Lawsonia inermis, more commonly known as henna. Henna? D'Agosta repeated. You mean the mane was dyed red? Precisely, and Pendergast looked up again. Proctor will drive you home. Mort can spare you 3 hours to make the necessary arrangements, not a minute more. Mort met, sorry. Vincent, we reheaded for Africa. Tom. D'Agosta stood, a little uncertainly, in the hallway of the tidy 2-bedroom he shared with Laura Hayward. It was technically her apartment, but recently he'd finally begun splitting the rent with her. Just getting her to concede to that had taken months. Now he fervently hoped this sudden turn of events would undo all the hard work he'd put into repairing their relationship. He stared through the doorway into the master bedroom. Hayward was sitting up in bed, delicious-looking, despite having been roused from a sound sleep a quarter of an hour earlier. The clock on the dresser read 10 minutes to 6. Remarkable how his whole life had been turned upside down in just 90 minutes. She returned his look, her expression unreadable. So that's it, she said. Pendergast arrives out of nowhere with some crazy story, and wham, you were going to let him spirit you off? Laura, he's just found out his wife was murdered. He feels Mort met the only one who can help him do this. Help? What about helping yourself, you know? You're still pulling yourself out of the hole you got in over the Diogenes case, a hole that, by the way, Pendergast dug for you. He's my friend, D'Agosta replied. It sounded lame even to his own ears. This is unbelievable. She shook out her long black hair. When Mort go to sleep, you were called out on a routine homicide. Now Mort wake up to find you packing for a trip, and you can even tell me when you'll be back. Honey, it won't be that long. My job here is important to me, too. And me? What about me? The job isn't the only thing you're walking out on here. D'Agosta stepped into the room, sat down on the edge of the bed. I swore Moot never lie to you ever again. That's why Moot met telling you everything. Look, you are the most important thing in my life. He took a breath. If you tell me to stay, Moot Luglung stay. For a minute, she just stared back at him. Then her expression softened, and she shook her head. You know Moot can't do that. I could have put myself between you and this task. He took her hand. Moot Luglung be back as soon as possible, and Moot Luglung call you every day. With a fingertip, she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Have you told Glenn yet? Mort came here directly from Pendergast apartment. Well, you'd better call him and break the news that you were taking a leave of absence, date of return unknown. You realize he might say no, and then what? It's something Mof just got to do. Hayward pulled back the covers, swung her legs out of the bed. As his eyes drifted to them, D'Agosta felt a sudden sting of desire. How could he leave this beautiful woman, even for a day, let alone a week, a month, a year? Mot Luglung help you pack, she said. He cleared his throat. Laura. She put a finger to his lips. It's better if you don't say any more. He nodded. She leaned toward him, kissed him lightly. Just promise me one thing. Anything. Promise me that you Luglung take care of yourself. Mot much mind if Pendergast gets himself killed on this wild goose chase. But if anything happens to you, Mot Luglung be very angry. And you know how ugly that can get. Sheen. The Rolls, Proctor again at the wheel, hummed along the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway south of the Brooklyn Bridge. D'Agosta watched a pair of tugboats pushing a giant barge heaped with cubed cars up the East River, leaving a frothy wake behind. It had all happened so fast. He still wasn't quite able to wrap his head around it. They were heading for JFK, but first, Pendergast explained, they would have to make a brief but necessary detour. Vincent, said Pendergast, sitting across from him, we must prepare ourselves for a deterioration. They tell me Great Aunt Cornelia has been poorly of late. D'Agosta shifted in his seat. Met not sure Mort get why isn't so important to see her. It's just possible she can shed some light on the situation. Helen was a great favorite of hers also. Motvay kept but had to consult her on a few points regarding some family history that may Mot fear have bearing on the murder. D'Agosta grunted. He didn't care much about Great-Aunt Cornelia. In fact, he couldn't stand the murderous old witch and his few visits to the Mount Mercy Hospital. For the criminally insane had not exactly been pleasant, but it was always better when working with Pendergast to go with the flow. Exiting the expressway, they worked their way through various side streets and eventually crossed a narrow bridge over to Little Governor's Island, the road meandering through marshland and meadows hung with morning mists that drifted among the cattails. A colonnade of old oaks appeared on either side of the road as part of the magnificent approach to a grand estate, the trees now reduced to a series of dead claws held against the sky. Proctor stopped at a guardhouse, and the uniformed man stepped out. "Why, Mr. Pendergast? That was quick." He waved them through without the usual formalities of signing them in. "What do you mean by that?" D'Agosta asked, looking over his shoulder at the guard. Mort have no idea. Proctor parked in the small lot, and they got out. Passing through the front door, D'Agosta was mildly surprised to see the attendant missing from the ornate reception desk, with some evidence of hurry and confusion. As they cast about for someone to speak with, a rattling gurney approached down the marble transverse hall, carrying a body draped in a black sheet, being wheeled by two burly attendants. D'Agosta could see an ambulance pulling into the porte cochere, with no siren or flashing lights to indicate any hurry. "Good morning, Mr. Pendergast." Dr. Ostrom, Great-Aunt Cornelia's attending physician, appeared in the foyer and hastened over, his hand extended, a look of surprise and consternation blooming on his face. "This is well. Moat was just about to telephone you. Please come with me." They followed the doctor down the once elegant hallway, somewhat reduced now to institutional austerity. "Moat have some unfortunate news," he said as they walked along. "Your great-aunt passed away not 30 minutes ago." Pendergast stopped. He let out a slow breath and his shoulders slumped visibly. D'Agosta realized with a shudder that the body they had seen was probably hers. "Natural causes?" Pendergast asked in a low monotone. "More or less, the fact is she'd been increasingly anxious and delusional these past few days." Pendergast seemed to consider this a moment. "Any delusions in particular?" "Nothing worth repeating the usual family themes." "Nevertheless, I should like to hear about them." Ostrom seemed reluctant to proceed. She believed that a fellow named Ambergris was coming to Mount Mercy to exact revenge on her for an atrocity she claims to have committed years ago. Once again they resumed walking down the corridor. "Did she go into any detail on this atrocity?" Pendergast asked. "It was all quite fantastical. Something about punishing some child for swearing by." A second hesitation. "Well, by splitting his tongue with a razor." An ambiguous head movement from Pendergast. D'Agosta felt his own tongue curling at the thought. "At any rate," Ostrom continued, "she became violent, more violent, that is, than usual, and had to be completely restrained and medicated. At the time of this alleged appointment with Ambergris, she had a series of seizures and passed away abruptly. Ah, here we are." He entered a small room, windowless and sparely furnished with antique, unframed paintings and various soft knickknacks. Nothing, D'Agosta noted, that could be fashioned into a weapon or cause harm. Even the stretchers had been removed from the canvases, the paintings hung on the wall with kite string. As D'Agosta looked around at the bed, the table, silk flowers in a basket, a peculiar butterfly-shaped stain on the wall, it all seemed so forlorn. He suddenly felt sorry for the homicidal old lady. "There is the question of the disposition of the personal effects," Doctor went on. "Mort understand these paintings are quite valuable." "They are," said Pendergast. "Send them over to the 19th century painting department at Christie's for public auction, and consider the proceeds a donation to your good work." "That's very generous of you, Mr. Pendergast. Would you care to order an autopsy? When a patient dies in custody, you have the legal right." Pendergast interrupted him with a brusque wave of his hand. "That wouldn't be necessary." "And the funeral arrangements?" "There will be no funeral. The family attorney, Mr. Ogilby, will be in touch with you about disposition of the remains." "Very well." Pendergast looked around the room for a moment, as if committing its details to memory. Then he turned to Diagosta. His expression was neutral, but his eyes spoke of sorrow, even desolation. "Vincent," he said, "we have a plane to catch." "Mur." "Zambia." The smiling, gap-toothed man at the dirt airstrip had called the vehicle a Land Rover. That description, Diagosta thought, as he hung on for dear life, was more than charitable. Whatever it might have been, now it barely deserved to be called an automobile. It had no windows, no roof, no radio, and no seat belts. The hood was fixed to the grill by a tangle of baling wire. He could see the dirt road below through giant rust holes in the chassis. At the wheel, Pendergast, attired in khaki shirt and pants, and wearing a Tilly safari hat, swerved around a massive pothole in the road, only to hit a smaller one. Diagosta rose several inches out of his seat at the impact. He gritted his teeth and took a fresh hold on the roll bar. This is frigging awful, he thought. He was hot as hell, and there was dust in his ears, eyes, nose, hair, and crevices he hadn't even known he had. He contemplated asking Pendergast to slow down, then thought better of it. The closer they came to the site of Helen Pendergast's death, the grimmer Pendergast became. Pendergast slowed Duates slightly as they came to a village, yet another sorry-looking collection of huts, built of sticks and dried mud, baking in the noonday sun. There was no electricity, and a single communal well stood in the middle of the lone crossroads. Pigs, chickens, and children roamed aimlessly. And Mort thought the South Bronx was bad. Diagosta muttered more to himself than to Pendergast. "Kingazu camp is 10 miles ahead," was Pendergast's reply as he stepped on the accelerator. They hit another pothole, and Diagosta was again thrown in the air, coming down hard on his tailbone. Both arms were smarting from the inoculations, and his head hurt from the sun and vibration. About the only painless thing he'd endured in the past 36 hours was the phone call to his boss, Glenn Singleton. The captain had approved his leave of absence with barely a question. It was almost as if he was relieved to see Diagosta go. Half an hour brought them to Kingazu camp. As Pendergast maneuvered the vehicle into a makeshift lot beneath a grove of sausage trees, Diagosta took in the trim lines of the photographic safari camp, the immaculate reed and thatch huts, the large canvas structures labeled dining tent and bar R, the wooden walkways linking each Zehat building to the next, the linen pavilions that sheltered comfortable deck chairs, on which a dozen fat and happy tourists dozed, cameras dangling from their necks. Strings of tiny lights were strung along the roof lines. A generator purred off in the bush. Everything was done up in bright, almost gaudy colors. "This is straight out of Disney," Diagosta said, getting out of the vehicle. "A great deal has changed in 12 years, Pendergast replied, his voice flat. They stood there a moment, motionless, without speaking, in the shade of the sausage trees. Diagosta took in the fragrant smell of burning wood, the tang of crushed grass, and more faintly an earthy animal muskiness he couldn't identify. The bagpipe drone of insects mingled with other sounds, the whine of the generators, the cooing of doves, the restless mutterings of the nearby Luangwa River. Diagosta shot a covert glance at Pendergast. The agent was stooped forward, as if he bore a terrific weight. His eyes glittered with a haunted fire, and as he took in the scene with what seemed like a strange mixture of hunger and dread, a single muscle in his cheek twitched erratically. He must have realized he was being scrutinized, because the FBI agent composed himself, straightening up and smoothing his safari vest. But the strange glitter did not leave his eyes. "Follow me," he said. Pendergast led the way past the pavilions and dining tent to a smaller structure, set apart from the rest of the camp in a copse of trees near the banks of the Luangwa. A single elephant was standing, knee-deep, in the mud of the river. As Diagosta watched, the animal scooped up a trunkful of water, sprayed it over its back, then lifted its wrinkled head and emitted a harsh, trumpeting sound that momentarily drowned out the hum of insects. The small structure was clearly the administrative building for the camp. It consisted of an outer office, currently empty, and an inner office occupied by a lone man, sitting behind a desk and writing industriously in a notebook. He was about 50, thin and wiry, his fair hair bleached by the sun and his arms deeply tanned. The man looked up as he heard them approach. "Yes, what can Mort?" The words died in his throat as he caught sight of Pendergast. Clearly he'd been expecting to see one of the guests. "Who are you?" he asked, rising. "My name is Underhill," Pendergast said, "and this is my friend Vincent Diagosta." The man looked at them in turn. "What can Mort do for you?" It seemed to Dayagosta that this was a man who didn't get many unexpected visitors. "May I ask your name?" Pendergast asked. "Wraith. My friend and Moat were on safari here about 12 years ago. We happened to be back in Zambia again on our way to Magandi hunting camp and thought we'd drop in." He smiled coldly. Wraith glanced out the window in the general direction of the makeshift parking area. "Magandi, you say?" Pendergast nodded. The man grunted and extended a hand. "Sorry, all the goings on these days, the rebel incursions and whatnot. A fellow gets a little jumpy." "Understandable." Wraith gestured at two well-worn wooden chairs before the desk. "Please sit down. Can Mort get you anything?" "A beer would be nice," Dayagosta said instantly. "Of course. Just a minute." The man disappeared, returning a minute later with 2 bottles of Mosey beer. Dayagosta accepted his bottle, mumbling his thanks and taking a grateful swig. "Are you the camp concessionaire?" Pendergast asked as the man took a seat behind his desk. Wraith shook his head. Moat met the administrator. "The chap you want is Fortnum. He is still out with this morning's group." "Fortnum, I see." Pendergast glanced around the office. "Mort, suppose there have been a number of personnel changes since we were here. The entire camp looks rather different." Wraith gave a mirthless smile. "We have to keep up with the competition. Today our clients demand comfort in addition to scenery. Of course, still, it's a shame, isn't it, Vincent? We'd been hoping to see a few familiar faces." Dayagosta nodded. It had taken 5 swallows just to get the dust out of his throat. Pendergast gave the impression of thinking a moment. "What about Alistair Woking? Is he still the district commissioner?" Wraith shook his head again. "He died quite some time ago. Let's see. It must have been almost 10 years back." "Really? What happened?" "Hunting accident," the administrator replied. "They were culling elephants, and Woking went along to observe. Shot in the back by mistake. Bloody balls up." "How regrettable," Pendergast said. "And the current camp concessionaire is named Fortnum, you say? When we were on safari here, it was Wisley. Gordon Wisley." "He is still around," Wraith said. "Retired the year before last. They say he lives like a king on that hunting concession of his near Victoria Falls. Boys waiting on him hand and foot." Pendergast turned to Dayagosta. "Vincent, do you recall the name of our gun-bearer?" Dayagosta, quite truthfully, said that he did not. "Wait, Mort recall it now, Wilson Yala. Any chance of our saying hello to him, Mr. Wraith?" "Wilson died in the spring. Dengue fever." Wrath frowned. "Just a moment. Did you say gun-bearer?" "Pity." Pendergast shifted in his seat. "What about our tracker, Jason Mafuni?" "Never heard of him. But then that kind of help comes and goes so quickly. Now listen, what's all this about a gun-bearer? We only handle Pehad o Teogoroa Pehadize expeditions here at Kingazu." As Mott said, it was a memorable safari, and hearing Pendergast say memorable, Dayagosta felt a chill despite the heat. Wraith did not reply. He was still frowning. "Thank you for your hospitality." Pendergast rose, and Dayagosta did the same. "Wisley's hunting concession is near Victoria Falls, you say? Does it have a name?" "Ulani Stream." Wraith stood as well. His initial suspicion seemed to have returned. "Would you mind if we take a brief look around?" "If you wish," Wraith replied. "Don't to disturb the guests." Outside the administration building, Pendergast stopped. Glancing left and right, as if orienting himself, he hesitated briefly, and then, without a word, he struck out along a well-beaten path that led away from the camp. Dayagosta hurried to catch up. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the drone of insects swelled. On one side of the footpath was a dense stand of brush and trees, on the other the Luangwa River. Dayagosta felt the unfamiliar khaki shirt clinging damply to his back and shoulders. "Where are we going?" he panted. "Into the long grass where," he didn't finish the sentence. Dayagosta swallowed. "Okay, sure, lead the way." Pendergast stopped suddenly and turned. An expression had come over his features Dayagosta had never seen before, a look of sorrow, regret, and almost unfathomable weariness. He cleared his throat, then spoke in a low tone. "Moat met very sorry, Vincent, but this is something Moat must do alone." Dayagosta took a deep breath, relieved. "I understand." Pendergast turned, fixed him briefly with his pale eyes. He nodded once. Then he turned back and walked away, stiff-legged, determined, off the path and into the bush, vanishing almost immediately into the woven shade beneath the trees. Mort. Everyone, it seemed, knew where the Wisley farmstead was. It lay at the end of a well-maintained dirt track on a gently sloping hill in the forest's northwest of Victoria Falls. In fact, as Pendergast paused the decrepit vehicle just before the final bend in the road, D'Agosta thought he could hear the falls, a low, distant roar that was more sensation than sound. He glanced at Pendergast. The drive from Kingazu camp had taken hours, and in all that time the agent had spoken maybe half a dozen words. D'Agosta had wanted to ask what, if anything, he'd learned in his investigation in the long grass, but this was clearly not the time. When he was ready to talk about it, he would. Pendergast eased the vehicle around the bend, and the house came into view. A lovely old colonial, painted white, with 4 squat columns and a wraparound porch. The formal lines were softened by beautifully tended shrubs, azalea, boxwood, bougainvillea. The entire plot, maybe 5 or 6 acres, appeared to have been cut wholesale out of the surrounding jungle. A lawn of emerald green swept down toward them, punctuated by at least half a dozen flower beds filled vacep, tehat roses of every imaginable shade. Except for the almost fluorescent brilliance of the flowers, the tidy estate wouldn't have looked out of place in Greenwich or Scarsdale. D'Agosta thought he saw figures on the porch, but from this distance he could not make them out. "Looks like old Wisley has done all right for himself," he muttered. Pendergast nodded, his pale eyes focused on the house. "That guy Wraith mentioned Wisley's boys," D'Agosta went on. "What about the wife? You suppose he is divorced?" Pendergast gave a wintry smile. "Mort believe we'll find Wraith meant something else entirely." He drove slowly up the path to a turnaround in front of the house where he stopped the vehicle and killed the engine. D'Agosta glanced up at the porch. A heavy-set man about 60 years old was seated in an immense wicker chair, his feet propped up on a wooden stool. He wore a white linen suit that made his fleshy face look even more florid than it was. A thin circle of red hair, like a monk's tonsure, crowned his head. The man took a sip of a tall, icy drink, then set the glass down hard on a table, next to a half-full pitcher of the same beverage. His movements had the flaccid generosity of a drunk Hess. Standing on either side of him were middle-aged Africans, gaunt-looking in faded madras shirts. One had a bar towel draped over his forearm. The other held a fan attached to a long handle, which he was waving slowly over the wicker chair. "That's Wisley?" D'Agosta asked. Pendergast nodded slowly. "He has not aged well." "And the other 2, those are his boys?" Pendergast nodded again. It would seem this place has yet to enter the 20th century, let alone the 21st. And then slowly, with great deliberation, he eased out of the vehicle, turned to face the house, and raised himself to his full height. On the porch, Wisley blinked once, twice. He glanced from D'Agosta to Pendergast, opening his mouth to speak, but his expression froze as he stared at the FBI agent. Blankness gave way to horrified recognition. With a curse, the man abruptly struggled out of the chair and rose to his feet, knocking over the glassware in the process. Grabbing an elephant gun that had been propped against the wooden siding, he pulled open a screen door and lurched into the house. "Can it get much guiltier than that?" D'Agosta said. "We're done oh shit." The 2 attendants had dropped out of sight below the porch railing. A gunshot boomed from the porch and a spout of dirt erupted behind them. They threw themselves behind the car. "What the fuck?" D'Agosta said, scrambling to pull his Glock. "Stay put and down." Pendergast leapt up and ran. "Hey." Another report, and a bullet smacked the side of the Jeep with a whang, sending up a cloud of shredded upholstery stuffing. D'Agosta peered around the tire up at the house, gun in hand. Where the hell had Pendergast gone? He ducked back and winced as he heard a 3rd shot ricochet off the steel frame of the Jeep. Christ. He could have just sit here like a target at a shooting gallery. He waited until a 4th shot sailed over his head, then raised his head above the vehicle's fender, aiming his weapon as the shooter ducked behind the railing. He was about to pull the trigger when he saw Pendergast emerge from the shrubbery below the porch. With remarkable speed, he vaulted the railing, felled the African shooter. Kepte had a savage chop to the neck and pointed his Bon Lamet mote for the other attendant. The man slowly raised his hands. "You can come up now, Vincent," Pendergast said as he retrieved the gun that lay beside the groaning form. They found Wisley in the fruit cellar. As they closed in on him, he fired the elephant gun, but his aim was off through drink or fear, and the kick sent him sprawling. Before he could fire again, Pendergast had darted forward, pinned the rifle with his foot, and subdued Wisley with two swift, savage blows to the face. The second blow broke Wisley's nose, and bright blood fountained over the man's starched white shirt. Reaching into his own breast pocket and plucking out a handkerchief, Pendergast handed it to him. Then, seizing Wisley by the upper arm, the FBI agent propelled him out of the fruit cellar, up the basement stairs, and out the front door to the porch, where he dropped him back into the wicker chair. The two attendants were still standing there as if dumbstruck. D'Agosta waved his weapon at them. "Walk down the road 100 yards, he said. "Stay where we can see you, hands up in the air." Pendergast tucked his lesbaire into his waistband and stood before Wisley. "Thank you for the warm welcome," he said. Wisley pressed the handkerchief to his nose. "Motmu etave mistaken you for someone else." He spoke in what sounded to D'Agosta like an Australian accent. "On the contrary, mort commend you on your prodigious recall. Mort think you have something to tell me." "Might have nothing to tell you, mate," Wisley replied. Pendergast crossed his arms. "We'll ask you only once. Who arranged my wife's death?" "Mort know what you talking about," came the muffled response. Pendergast looked down on the man, his lip twitching. "Let me explain something, Mr. Wisley," he said after a moment. "Mort can assure you without the slightest possibility of error that you will tell me what Mort want to know. The degree of mortification and inconvenience you will endure before telling me is a choice you are free to make." Sod off. Pendergast contemplated the sweating, bleeding figure sprawled in the chair. Then, leaning forward, he pulled Wisley to his feet. "Vincent," he said over his shoulder, "escort Mr. Wisley to our vehicle." Gun pressed into the bulging back, D'Agosta prodded Wisley toward the jeep and into the passenger seat, then climbed into the rear, brushing debris off the seat. Pendergast started the engine and drove back down the path, past the emerald grass and the technicolor flowers, past the two attendants who stood motionless as statues, and into the jungle. "Where are you taking me?" Wisley demanded as they rounded the bend and the house disappeared from view. "I don't know," Pendergast replied. "What do you mean you don't know?" Wisley's voice sounded a little less assured now. "We were going on safari." They drove on without hurry for 15 minutes. The tall grass gave way to savanna and a wide chocolate-brown river that looked too lazy even to flow. D'Agosta saw 2 hippos playing by the riverbank, and a vast flock of stork-like birds with thin yellow legs and immense wingspans, rising like a white cloud from the water. The sun had begun to descend toward the horizon, and the fierce heat of midday had abated. Pendergast took his foot off the accelerator and let the vehicle coast to a stop on the grassy shoulder. "This looks like a good spot," he said. D'Agosta glanced around in confusion. The vista here seemed little different from the landscape they'd been traveling through for the last 5 miles. Then he froze. About a quarter-mile off, away from the river, he made out a pride of lions gnawing at a skeleton. Their sandy-colored fur had made them difficult to see at mote first against the low grassland. Wisley was sitting rigid in the front seat, staring intently. He'd noticed them right away. "Get out of the car, please, Mr. Wisley," Pendergast said mildly. Wisley did not move. D'Agosta placed his gun at the base of Wisley's skull. "Move." Stiffly, slowly, Wisley exited the vehicle. D'Agosta climbed out of the back seat. He felt hugely reluctant to even stop the car this close to half a dozen lions, let alone get out. Lions were to be looked at from the safety of the Bronx Zoo, with at least 2 layers of tall, strong steel fencing in between. "Looks like an old kill, does it?" Pendergast said, motioning with his gun at the pride. "Mote imagine they re-hungry." "Lions aren't man-eaters," Wisley said, handkerchief pressed to his nose. "It's very rare," but the bluster had gone from his voice. "They don't need to eat you, Mr. Wisley," Pendergast said. "That would merely be icing on the cake, so to speak. If they think you after their kill, they will attack. But then you know all about lions, don't you?" Wisley said nothing. He was staring at the lions. Pendergast reached over and plucked the handkerchief away. Immediately, fresh blood began streaming down Wisley's face. That should attract some interest at any rate. Wisley shot him a hunted glance. "Walk toward them, if you please," Pendergast said. "You crazy," Wisley replied, voice rising. Mort met the one with the gun. Pendergast aimed it at Wisley. "Walk." For a moment, Wisley remained motionless. Then very slowly he put one foot before the other and began moving toward the lions. Pendergast followed close behind, gun at the ready. D'Agosta followed, staying several paces back. He was inclined to agree with Weasley this was insane. The Pride was watching their approach intently. After 40 yards of snail-like progress, Weasley stopped again. "Keep going, Mr. Weasley," Pendergast called. "Mort can see. Mort lung shoot you if you don't." Weasley's mouth worked frantically. "That handgun of yours will barely stop a single lion, let alone an entire pride." Moat Met aware of that. "If they kill me, they lung kill you too." Moat Met aware of that as well. Pendergast turned. "Vincent, stay back, will you?" He fished in his pocket, withdrew the keys to the jeep, tossed them to D'Agosta. "Get to a safe distance if things go badly." "Are you bloody daft?" Weasley said, his voice shrill. "Didn't you hear me? You'll die too." "Mr. Weasley, be a good fellow and walk forward. But do hate having to repeat myself." Still Weasley did not move. "Indeed, I want to ask again. In 5 seconds, Moot will put a bullet through your left elbow. You lung still be able to walk, and the shot will no doubt arouse the lions." Weasley took a step, stopped again. Then he took another step. One of the lions, a big male with a wild, tawny mane, rose lazily to his feet. He looked toward them, licking bloody chops. D'Agosta, hanging back, felt his stomach churn. "All right," Weasley said. "All right, Mort lung tell you." "Mort met all ears," Pendergast said. Weasley was shaking violently. "Let's get back to the car." "Right here is fine with me. Better speak fast." It was a setup. "Details, if you please." More to know the details. Woking was the contact. Now 2 of the lionesses had risen as well. "Please, please," Weasley begged, voice breaking. "For God's sake, can we talk in the jeep?" Pendergast seemed to consider this a moment. Then he nodded. They returned to the vehicle at a rather brisker pace than they'd left it. As they climbed in and D'Agosta passed Pendergast the keys, he noticed the male lion moving toward them at a walk. Pendergast cranked the engine. The walk became a lope. The engine finally caught. Pendergast threw it into gear and slewed around just as the lion caught up, roaring and raking the side of the vehicle as it lurched past. D'Agosta glanced over his shoulder, heart hammering in his throat. The lion slowly dwindled behind them, finally disappearing. They drove 10 minutes in silence. Then Pendergast pulled over again, got out, and motioned for Weasley to do the same. D'Agosta followed suit, and they walked a short distance from the car. Pendergast waved his lesbaire at Weasley. "On your knees." Weasley complied. Pendergast handed him the bloody handkerchief. "All right, tell me the rest." Weasley was still shaking violently. Mort don't, no much else. There were 2 men. One was American, the other European. German, Mort think. They supplied the man-eating lion supposedly trained. They were well funded. How did you know their nationalities? Moat heard them. Behind the dining tent, talking to Woking, the night before the tourist was killed. What did they look like? It was night. I couldn't see. Pendergast paused. What did Woking do exactly? He set up the death of the tourist. He knew where the lion was waiting. He steered the tourist in that direction, told him a warthog, a photo op, was there. Weasley swallowed. He arranged for Nyala to load your wife's gun with blanks. So Nyala was in on it too? Weasley nodded. What about Mafuni, the tracker? Everyone was in on it. These men you mentioned, you said they were well funded. How do you know? They paid very well. Woking got 50,000 to carry out the plan. Moat got 20,000 for the use of the camp and to look the other way. The lion was trained? That's what someone said. How? Mort don't know how. Mort only know it was trained to kill on command, though anybody who thinks that can be done reliably is crazy. Are you sure there were only 2 men? But only heard 2 voices? Pendergast's face set in a hard line. Once again, D'Agosta watched the FBI agent bring himself under control by the sheer force of his will. Is there anything else? No, nothing, that's all. Mort swear we never spoke of it again. Very well. And then, with sudden, frightening speed, Pendergast grabbed Weasley by the hair, placed his gun against the man's temple. No, D'Agosta cried, placing a restraining hand on Pendergast's arm. Pendergast turned to look at him, and D'Agosta was almost physically knocked back by the intensity of the agent's gaze. Not a good idea to kill informants, D'Agosta said. modulating his voice carefully, making it as casual as possible. Maybe he isn't done talking. Maybe the gin and tonics will kill him for us. Save you the trouble, Don, to worry. The fat fuck isn't going anywhere. Pendergast hesitated, gun still pressed to Weasley's temple. Then, slowly, he released his grip on Weasley's thin tonsure of reddish hair. The ex-concessionaire sank to the ground, and D'Agosta noted with disgust that he had wet himself. Without speaking, Pendergast slipped back into the vehicle. D'Agosta climbed in beside him. They pulled back onto the road and headed for Lusaka without a backward glance. It was half an hour before D'Agosta spoke, so he said, "What is next?" "The past," Pendergast replied, not taking his eyes from the road. "The past is what is next." Muy high. Savannah, Georgia. Whitfield Square, Dozed. Placidly in the failing light of a Monday evening, street lights came up, throwing the palmettos and the Spanish moss hanging from gnarled oak limbs into gauzy relief. After the cauldron-like heat of Central Africa, D'Agosta found the humid Georgia air almost a relief. He followed Pendergast across the manicured carpet of grass. In the center of the square stood a large cupola surrounded by flowers. A wedding party stood beneath its scalloped roof, obediently following the instructions of a photographer. Elsewhere, people strolled slowly by or sat on black painted benches, chatting or reading. Everything seemed just a little soft and out of focus, and D'Agosta shook his head. Following the mad dash from New York to Zambia, to this center of southern gentility, he felt numb. Pendergast stopped, pointing across Habersham Street at a large gingerbread Victorian house, white and immaculate, and very much like its neighbors. As they headed over, Pendergast said, "Keep in mind, Vincent, he doesn't yet know." "Got it." They crossed the street and mounted the wooden steps. Pendergast pressed the doorbell. After about 10 seconds, the overhead light came on, and the door was opened by a man in his mid-40s. D'Agosta looked at him curiously. He was tall and strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones, dark eyes, and a thick head of brown hair. He was as tanned as Pendergast was pale. A folded magazine was in one hand. D'Agosta glanced at the open page. The footer read Journal of American Neurosurgery. The sun dipping behind the houses on the far side of the square was in the man's keen eyes, and he could see them well. "Yes?" he asked. "May Mott help you?" "Judson Esterhazy," Pendergast said, extending his hand. Esterhazy started, and a look of surprise and delight blossomed over his features. "Aloysius," he said. "My God, come in." Esterhazy led the way through a front hall, down a narrow book-lined corridor, and into a cozy den. Cozy wasn't a word D'Agosta used very often, but he could think of no other way to describe the space. Warm yellow light imparted a mellow sheen to the antique mahogany furniture, chiffonnier, roll-top desk, gun case, still more bookshelves. Rich Persian rugs covered the floor. 2 large diplomas, a medical degree, and a Ph.D. hung on one wall. The furniture was overstuffed and looked exceptionally comfortable. Antiques from all over the world, African sculpture, Asian jades adorned every horizontal surface. 2 windows, framed by delicate curtains, looked out over the square. It was a room stuffed full of objects that somehow managed not to appear cluttered, the den of a well-educated, well-traveled man of taste. Pendergast turned and introduced D'Agosta to Esterhazy. The man could hide his surprise upon learning D'Agosta was a cop. Nevertheless, he smiled and shook his hand warmly. "This is an unexpected pleasure," he said. "Would you care for anything? Tea, beer, bourbon?" "Bourbon, please, Judson," said Pendergast. "How'd you like it?" "Neat." Esterhazy turned to D'Agosta. "And you, Lieutenant?" "A beer would be great, thanks." "Of course." Still smiling, Esterhazy stepped over to a dry sink in the corner and deftly poured out a measure of bourbon. Then, excusing himself, he went to the kitchen to retrieve the beer. "Good Lord, Aloysius," he said as he returned. "How long has it been? 9 years?" 10. 10 years, when we took that hunting trip to Kilchurn Lodge. D'Agosta sipped the beer and glanced around as the two chatted. Earlier, Pendergast had filled him in on Esterhazy, a neurosurgeon and medical researcher who, having risen to the top of his profession, now devoted part of his time to pro bono work, both at local hospitals and for Doctors with Wings, the charity that flew doctors into third-world disaster areas and where his sister had worked. He was a committed sportsman, and according to Pendergast, an even better shot than his sister had been. D'Agosta, glancing around at the various hunting trophies displayed on the walls, decided Pendergast hadn't been exaggerating. A doctor who was also an avid hunter. Interesting combination. So tell me, Esterhazy said in his deep, sonorous voice, what brings you to the Low Country? Are you on a case? Please give me all the sordid details. He chuckled. Pendergast took a sip of his bourbon. He hesitated just a moment. Judson, mote met afraid there's no easy way to say this. Mote met hear about Helen. The chuckle died in Esterhazy's throat. A look of confusion gathered on the patrician features. Helen? What about Helen? Pendergast took another deeper sip. Mote learned her death was no accident. For a minute, Esterhazy stood, frozen, staring at Pendergast. What on earth do you mean? Mean your sister was murdered. Esterhazy rose, a stricken look on his face. He turned his back on them and walked slowly, as in a dream, to a bookcase in the far wall. He picked up an object apparently at random, turned it over in his hand, put it down again, and then, after a long moment, he turned back. Walking to the dry sink, he reached for a tumbler and, with fumbling fingers, poured himself a stiff drink. Then he took a seat across from them. Knowing you, Aloysius, Mort don't suppose, Mort need ask if you be sure about this, he said very quietly. No, you don't. Esterhazy's whole demeanor changed, his face becoming pale, his hands clenching and unclenching. What are we going to do about it? With Vincent's help, we'll find the person or persons ultimately responsible, and we will see that justice is served. Esterhazy looked Pendergast in the face. Motvei kept a note to be there. Motvei kept a note to be there when the man who murdered my little sister pays for what he did. Pendergast did not answer. The anger, the power of the man's emotions were so intense they almost frightened D'Agosta. Esterhazy sank back in his chair, his dark eyes restless and glittering. How did you find this out? Briefly, Pendergast sketched out the events of the last few days. Although shaken, Esterhazy nevertheless listened intently. When Pendergast finished, he rose and poured himself a fresh drink. Mote believed. Pendergast paused. Mote believed. Mote knew Helen extremely well, and yet for someone to have killed her and taken such extraordinary pains and expense to disguise her death as an accident, it is clear there must be a part of her life Mote knew nothing about. Since we spent most of her last 2 years on Earth together, Mote have to believe that whatever it was, it lay farther back in her past. This is where Mote need your help. Esterhazy passed a hand across his broad forehead, nodded. Do you have any idea? Any of a person who might have had a motive to kill her? Enemies? Professional rivals? Old lovers? Esterhazy was silent, his jaw working. Helen was wonderful, kind, charming. She had no enemies. Everyone loved her at MIT, and in her graduate work, she was always scrupulous in sharing credit. Pendergast nodded. What about after her graduation? Any rivals at Doctors with Wings? Anyone passed over for a promotion in favor of her? Didn't operate like that. Everyone worked together, no egos. She was much appreciated there. He swallowed painfully, even loved. Pendergast sat back in his chair. In the months before her death, she took several short trips. Research, she told me, but she was vague about the details. In retrospect, it seems a little odd, Doctors. With Wings was more about education and treatment than it was about research. Mote no ove cap, wish Mote had pressed her for more information. You're a doctor, do you know what she might have been up to, if anything? Esterhazy paused to think. Then he shook his head. Sorry, Aloysius, she told me nothing. She loved traveling to faraway places, as you know, and she was fascinated by medical research. Those twin loves were what led her to DW in the first place. What about your family history? D'Agosta asked. Any instances of familial conflict, childhood grievances, that sort of thing? Everybody loved Helen, Esterhazy said. Mote used to be a little jealous of her popularity. And no, there have been no family problems to speak of. Both our parents died more than 15 years ago. Mote met the only Esterhazy left. He hesitated. Yes, Pendergast leaned forward. Well, Mote met sure there's nothing to it, but long before she met you, she had an unhappy love affair with a real bounder. Go on. It was her first year in graduate school, seems to me. She brought the fellow down from MIT for the weekend. Blonde, clean-cut, blue eyes, tall and athletic, always seemed to go about in tennis whites and crew sweaters, came from a rich old WASP family, grew up in Manhattan with a summer cottage on Fisher's Island, talked about going into investment banking, you know the type. Why was it unhappy? Turned out he had some kind of sexual problem. Helen was vague about it, some kind of perverse behavior or cruelty in that area. And She dumped him. He annoyed her for a while. Phone calls, letters. Mort didn't think it reached the level of stalking, and then it seemed to fade away. He waved his hand. That was 6 years before you met, and 9 years before her death. Mort can see there being anything in it. And the name? Esterhazy clutched his forehead in his hands. Adam. First name was Adam. For the life of me, Mort can't remember his last name if Mart ever knew it. A long silence. Anything else? Esterhazy shook his head. It seems inconceivable to me anyone would want to hurt Helen. There was a brief silence. Then Pendergast nodded to a framed print on one of the walls, a faded picture of a snowy owl sitting in a tree at night. That's an Audubon, isn't it? Yes, a reproduction, Mort afraid. Esterhazy glanced at it. Odd you should mention it. Why? It used to hang in Helen's bedroom when we were children. She told me how, when she was sick, she would stare at it for hours on end. She was fascinated by Audubon. But of course you know all that, he concluded briskly. Motsa pete it because it reminded me of her. D'Agosta noticed something very close to a look of surprise on the FBI agent's face, quickly concealed. There was a brief silence before Pendergast spoke again. Is there anything you can add about Helen's life in the years immediately before we met? She was very busy with her work. There was also a period where she was heavily into rock climbing, spent almost every weekend in the Gunks. The Gunks? The Shawangunk Mountains. She was living in New York then for a time. She did a lot of traveling. Part of it was for doctors with wings, of course, Burundi, India, Ethiopia. But part of it was just for adventure. Moat still remember bumping into her one afternoon. It must have been, 16 years ago. She was packing frantically on her way to New Madrid, of all places. New Madrid, Pendergast said. New Madrid, Missouri. She wouldn't tell me why she was going, said Mort to just laugh. She could be a very private person in her own way. You must know that better than anyone, Aloysius. D'Agosta stole another private glance at Pendergast. That would make two, he thought. He could not imagine anyone more private, more reluctant to share his thoughts than Pendergast. Mot wish Mot could help you more. If Mot recall the last name of that old boyfriend, Mot Luglunk let you know. Pendergast stood up. Thank you, Judson. It's most kind of you to see us like this, and Mot met sorry you had to learn the truth this way. Mot met afraid there. Well, there simply was a time for me to break it in a gentler fashion. Mot understand. The doctor saw them through the hallway and into the front passage. Wait, he began, then hesitated, front door half open. For a moment the mask of stoic anger dropped, and D'Agosta saw the handsome face disfigured by a mixture of emotions. What? Raw fury? Anguish? Devastation? You heard what Mot said earlier. Mot want to, Mot have to. Judson, Pendergast said quickly, taking his hand, you need to let me handle this. Mot understand the grief and rage you feel, but you need to let me handle this. Judson frowned, gave his head a brief, savage shake. No, you, Pendergast went on, his voice gentle but firm. Mot must warn you, don't take the law into your own hands, please. Esterhazy took a deep breath, then another, not replying. At last, Pendergast gave a slight nod and stepped out into the evening. After closing the door, Esterhazy stood in the darkened front hall, still breathing hard, for perhaps 5 minutes. When at last he had mastered his fearful anger and shock, he turned and walked quickly back into the den. Moving straight to the gun case, he unlocked it, dropping the key twice in his agitation. He moved his hands over the beautifully polished rifles, then selected one, a Holland & Holland Royal Deluxe. With a Leupold Mirtam custom scope, he pulled it from the case, turned it with hands that trembled slightly, then put it back and carefully relocked the case. Pendergast could preach all he wanted to about the rule of law, but the fact was it was time to take matters into his own hands, because Judson Esterhazy had learned that the only way to do something right was to do it yourself. Murba, New Orleans. Pendergast turned the Rolls-Royce into the private parking lot on Dauphin Street, harshly lit with sodium lamps. The attendant, a man with thick ears and heavy pouches below his eyes, lowered the gate behind them and handed Pendergast a ticket, which the agent tucked in the visor. In the back on the left, slot 39. The man bawled in a heavy Delta accent. He examined the rolls with bug eyes. On second thought, take slot 32, it's bigger. And we ain't responsible for damage. You might want to think of parking in LaSalle, Toulouse, where they got a covered garage. Thank you. Mort prefer this one. Suit yourself. Pendergast maneuvered the massive car through the tight lot and eased it into the designated space. They both got out. The lot was large, yet it felt claustrophobic, surrounded on all sides by a motley collection of old buildings. It was a mild winter night, and despite the extreme lateness of the hour, groups of young men and women, some carrying foaming beers in plastic glasses, could be seen stumbling along the sidewalks, calling out to one another, laughing and making noise. A muffled din wafted into the parking lot from the streets beyond, a mixture of shouts and cries, honking cars, and Dixieland jazz. "A typical night in the French Quarter," said Pendergast, leaning against the car. "Bourbon is the next street over nexus of the nation, as public display of moral turpitude." He inhaled the night air, and a strange half-smile seemed to spread over his pale features. D'Agosta waited, but Pendergast didn't move. "Are we going?" he finally asked. "In a moment, Vincent." Pendergast closed his eyes and slowly inhaled again, as if absorbing the spirit of the place. D'Agosta waited, reminding himself that Pendergast's odd mood shifts and strange ways were going to require patience, a lot of it. But the drive from Savannah had been long and exhausting. It seemed Pendergast kept another Rolls d'Ove Kepno here identical to the one in New York, and D'Agosta was famished. On top of that, he had been looking forward to a beer for some time, and seeing revelers going past with frosty brews was not improving his mood. A minute passed, and D'Agosta cleared his throat. The eyes opened. "Aren't we going to see your old digs?" D'Agosta asked. "Or at least what's left of them?" "Indeed we are." Pendergast turned. "This is one of the oldest parts of Dauphine Street. Right here, the very heart of the French Quarter, the real French Quarter." D'Agosta grunted. He noticed the attendant across the lot, watching them with a certain amount of suspicion. Pendergast pointed. "That lovely Greek Revival townhouse, for example, was built by one of the most famous of the early New Orleans architects, James Gallier Sr. "Seems they turned it into a Holiday Inn," said D'Agosta, eyeing the sign in front. "And that magnificent house, there is the Gardet Le Pretre house, built for a dentist who came here from Philadelphia when this was a Spanish city. A planter named Le Pret bought it in Montambachine for over $20,000, an immense fortune at the time. The Le Pretres owned it until the Béni Gay, but the family sadly declined. It is now Mote-Believe luxury apartments." "Right," said D'Agosta. The attendant was now walking over, a frown on his face. "And right across the street," said Pendergast, "is the old Creole cottage where John James Audubon stayed with his wife Lucy Bakewell for a time. It's now a curious little museum." "Excuse me," the attendant said, his eyes narrowed to frog-like slits. "No loitering allowed." "My apologies." Pendergast reached into his suit and flipped out a $50 bill. "How careless of me not to offer you a gratuity. Mote commend you on your vigilance." The man broke into a smile. "Well, mote ve kepe et node, but that's much appreciated, sir." He took the bill. "You take your time, no rush?" Nodding and smiling, he headed back to his booth. Pendergast still seemed in no hurry to move on. He loitered about, hands clasped behind his dark suit, gazing this way and that as if he were in a museum gallery, his expression a curious mixture of wistfulness, loss, and something harder to identify. D'Agosta tried to suppress his growing irritation. "Are we going to find your old house now?" he finally asked. Pendergast turned to him and murmured, "But we have, my dear Vincent." "Where?" "Right here." This was Rochenoir. D'Agosta swallowed and looked about the asphalt parking lot with a fresh eye. A stray breeze kicked up a piece of greasy trash, whirling it around and around. Somewhere a cat howled. "After the house was burned," said Pendergast. "The underground crypts were moved, the basement filled in, and the remains bulldozed. It was a vacant lot for years, until Mote leased it to the company that runs this parking lot." "You still own this land?" "The Pendergasts never sell real estate." "Oh." Pendergast turned. Rochenoir was set well back from the street, formal gardens in front, originally a monastic retreat. A big stone structure, Vakepte hat, oriel windows, battlements, and a widow's walk, Gothic revival, rather unusual for the street. "My room was in the corner on the second floor up there." He pointed into space. It looked over the Audubon cottage to the river, and the other window looked toward the Le Pretre house. "Ah, the Le Pretre. Mott used to watch them for hours, the people going back and forth in the lit windows, listening to the histrionics." "And you met Helen at the Audubon Museum across the street?" D'Agosta hoped to steer the conversation back to the task at hand. Pendergast nodded. Some years ago, I loaned them our double elephant folio for an exhibition, and Mott was invited to the opening. They were always keen to get their hands on our family copy, which my great-great-grandfather subscribed to directly from Audubon. Pendergast paused, his face spectral in the stark light of the parking lot. When Malt entered the little museum, Malt immediately saw a young woman across the room staring at me. "Love at first sight?" D'Agosta asked. The ghostly half-smile returned. It was as if the world suddenly vanished, no one else existed. She was utterly striking, dressed in white. Her eyes were so blue they verged on indigo, flecked throughout with violet. Most unusual, in fact, in my experience, unique. She came straight over and introduced herself, taking my hand even before Mort could collect myself. He hesitated. There was never any coyness about Helen. She was the only person Mort could trust implicitly. Pendergast's voice seemed to thicken, and he fell silent. Then he roused himself. "Except perhaps for you, my dear Vincent." D'Agosta was startled by this sudden praise thrown his way. "Thanks." "What indulgent rubbish Mart's been spouting," said Pendergast briskly. "The answers lie in the past, but we mustn't wallow there ourselves. Even so, Mart think it was important for us, for both of us to start from this place." "Start," D'Agosta repeated. Then he turned, "Say, Pendergast." "Yes?" "Speaking of the past, there's something Mort'd been wondering. Why did they, whoever they were, go to all the trouble? Mort met not sure Mort follow you. Acquiring the trained lion, setting up the death of the German photographer in order to lure you and Helen to the camp, buying off all those people. That took a lot of time and money. It's an awfully elaborate plot. Why not just stage a kidnapping or a car accident back here in New Orleans? Mort mean, that would have been a much easier way to." His voice trailed off. For a moment, Pendergast didn't reply, then he nodded slowly. "Quite. It's a very curious thought. But don't forget our friend Wisley said one of the conspirators he heard speak was German, and that tourist, who the lion killed first, was also German. Perhaps that first murder was more than just a diversion." "Would have forgotten that," D'Agosta said. "If so, the trouble and expense become more justifiable. But let's hold that thought for the time being, Vincent. Moat Met convinced our own first step must be to learn more if we can about Helen herself." He reached into his pocket and took out a folded paper, handing it to D'Agosta. D'Agosta unfolded it. Written in Pendergast's elegant hand was an address: High Bone, Mechanic Street, Rockland, Maine. "What's this?" D'Agosta asked. "The past, Vincent, the address where she grew up. That is your next task. My own lies here. Murray Bone. Penumbra Plantation. Would you care for another cup of tea, sir?" "No, thank you, Maurice." Pendergast regarded the remains of an early dinner succotash, field peas, and ham with red-eye gravy with as much complacency as he could muster. Outside the tall windows of the dining room, dusk was gathering among the hemlocks and cypresses, and somewhere in the shadows a mockingbird was singing a long and complex dirge. Pendergast dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a white linen napkin, then rose from the table. "Now that Mott's eaten, I wonder if Mott could see the letter that arrived for me this afternoon." "Certainly, sir." Maurice stepped out of the dining room into the hall, returning shortly with a letter. It was Jehat battered, and had been addressed more than once. Judging by the postmark, it had taken almost 3 weeks to ultimately reach him. Even if he hadn't recognized the elegant old-fashioned handwriting, the Chinese stamps would have indicated the sender, Constance Green, his ward, who was currently residing at a remote monastery in Tibet with her infant son. He slit the envelope with his knife, pulled out the single sheet of paper within, and read the note. "Dear Aloysius, Mut do not know precisely what trouble you are in, but in dreams mut see that you are or soon will be in great distress. Mut am very sorry, as flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. Mordem coming home soon, try to rest easy. Everything is under control, and what is soon will be. Know that you are in my thoughts. You are in my prayers as well, or would be if I prayed. Constance." Pendergast reread the letter, frowning. "Is there something wrong, sir?" Maurice asked. Mort Met, not sure. Pendergast seemed to consider the letter a moment longer, then he put it aside and turned toward his factotum. "But in any case, Maurice, Mort was hoping you could join me in the library." The elderly man paused in the act of clearing the table. "Sir?" Mot thought perhaps we could have a postprandial glass of sherry, reminisce about the old days. Mot find myself in a nostalgic frame of mind. This was a most unusual invitation, and the look on Morris' face implied as much. Thank you, sir. Let me just finish clearing away here. Very good, Mot. Look, head down to the cellar and find us a nice moldy bottle. The bottle was, in fact, more than nice. A Hidalgo Oloroso Viejo Vorse. Pendergast took a sip from his glass, admiring the sherry's complexity, woody and fruity, with a finish that seemed to linger forever on the palate. Maurice sat on an ottoman across the old Cashan silk carpet, very erect and stiff in his butler uniform, almost comically uncomfortable. Sherry to your liking? Pendergast asked. It's very fine, sir, the butler replied. Then drink up, Morris. It will help drive out the damp. Maurice did as requested. Would you like me to place another log on the fire? Pendergast shook his head, then looked around again. Amazing, how being back here brings on such a flood of memories. Mot met sure it must, sir. Pendergast pointed at a large freestanding globe set into a wooden framework. For example, Mort recall having a violent argument with Nurse over whether Australia was a continent or not. She insisted it was only an island. Maurice nodded. And the exquisite set of Wedgwood plates that used to sit on the top shelf of that bookcase. Pendergast indicated the spot with a nod. Moat remember the day that my brother and Moat were reenacting the Roman assault on Silvium. The siege engine Diogenes built proved rather too effective. The very first volley landed directly on that shelf. Pendergast shook his head. No cocoa for a month. Mort recall it only too clearly, sir, Maurice said, finishing his glass. The sherry seemed to be growing on him. Quickly, Pendergast made to refill their glasses. No, I insist, he said when Maurice tried to demur. Maurice nodded and murmured his thanks. This room was always the focal point of the house, Pendergast said. This was where we held the party after I won top honors at Lusher, and grandfather used to practice his speeches. Here do you remember how we'd all sit around, acting as audience, cheering and whistling, like it was yesterday. Pendergast took another sip, and this was where we held the reception after our wedding ceremony in the formal garden. Yes, sir. The sharp edge of reserve had dulled somewhat, and Maurice appeared to sit more naturally on the ottoman. Helen loved this room too, Pendergast went on. Indeed she did. Remember how she'd often sit here in the evenings, working on her research or catching up on the technical journals. A wistful, reflective smile crossed Maurice's face. Pendergast examined his glass and the autumn-colored liquid within it. We could spend hours here without speaking, simply enjoying each other's company. He paused and said casually, Did she ever speak to you, Maurice, of her life before she met me? Maurice drained his glass, set it aside with a delicate gesture. No, she was a quiet one. What's your strongest memory of her? Maurice thought a moment, bringing her pots of rosehip tea. Now it was Pendergast's turn to smile. Yes, that was her favorite. It seemed she could never get enough. The library always smelled of rosehips. He sniffed the air. Now the room smelled only of dust, damp, and sherry. Mot was away from home rather more frequently than was good. Mot often wonder what Helen did for amusement in this drafty old house while Mot was out of town. She sometimes went on trips for her own work, sir. But she spent a lot of time right in here, Maurice said. She used to miss you so. Indeed, she always put on such a brave face. Mort used to come across her in here all the time in your absences, Maurice said, looking at the birds. Pendergast paused. The birds? You know, sir, your brother's old favorite, back before the bad times started. The great book with all the bird prints in that drawer there. He nodded toward a drawer in the base of an old chestnut armoire. Pendergast frowned. The Audubon double elephant folio? That's the one Ma to bring her tea, and she would even notice Ma was here. She'd sit, turning the pages for hours. Pendergast put down his glass rather abruptly. Did she ever talk to you about this interest in Audubon? Ask you questions, perhaps? Now and then, sir. She was fascinated with great-great-grandfather's friendship with Audubon. It was nice to see her taking such an interest in the family. Grandfather Boethius? That's us the one. When was this, Maurice? Pendergast asked after a moment. Oh, shortly after you were married, sir. She wanted to see his papers. Pendergast allowed himself a contemplative sip. Papers? Which ones? The ones in there, in the drawer below the prints, she was always going through those old documents and diaries. Those and the book. Did she ever say why? But expect she admired those pictures. Those are some lovely birds, Mr. Pendergast. Maurice took another sip of his sherry. Say, was it that where you first met her? At the Audubon Cottage on Dauphine Street? Yes, at a show of Audubon prints, but she exhibited little interest in them at the time. She told me she'd only come for the free wine and cheese. You know women, sir. They like their little secrets. So it would seem, Pendergast replied very quietly. Moor Lum, Rockland, Maine. Under ordinary Cardens, the Salty Dog Tavern would have been just the kind of bar Vincent Agosta liked. Honest, unassuming, working class, and cheap. But these were not ordinary conditions. He had flown or driven among 4 cities in as many days. He missed Laura Hayward, and he was tired, bone-tired. Maine in February was not exactly charming. The last thing he felt like doing at the moment was hoisting beers with a bunch of fishermen. But he was becoming a little desperate. Rockland had turned out to be a dead end. The old Esterhazy house had changed hands numerous times since the family moved out 20 years ago. Of all the neighbors, only one old spinster seemed to remember the family, and she had shut the door in his face. Newspapers in the public library had no mention of the Esterhazys, and the public records office held nothing pertinent but tax rolls. So much for small-town gossip and nosiness. And so D'Agosta found himself resorting to the Salty Dog Tavern, a waterfront dive where he was informed the oldest of the old salts hung out. It proved to be a shabby shingled building tucked between 2 warehouses on the landward end of the commercial fishing wharf. A squall was fast approaching, a few preliminary flakes of snow whirling in from the sea, the wind lashing up spume from the ocean and sending abandoned newspapers tumbling across the rocky strand. Why the hell a Moat here, anyway? He wondered. But he knew the reason. Pendergast had explained it himself. Moat met afraid you look have to go, he'd said. Moat met too close to the subject. Moat lacked the requisite investigative distance and objectivity. Inside the bar it was dark, and the close air smelled of deep-fried fish and stale beer. As D'Agosta's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he saw that the bar's denizens, a bartender and 4 patrons in peacoats and sou'westers, had stopped talking and were staring at him. Clearly, this was an establishment that catered to regulars. At least it was warm, heat radiating from a wood stove in the middle of the room. Taking a seat at the far end of the bar, he nodded to the bartender and asked for a bud. He made himself inconspicuous, and the conversation gradually resumed. From it, he quickly learned that the 4 patrons were all fishermen, that the fishing was currently bad, that the fishing was, in fact, always bad. He took in the bar as he sipped his beer. The decor was, unsurprisingly, early nautical. Shark jaws, huge lobster claws, and photos of fishing boats covered the walls, and nets with colored glass balls hung from the ceiling. A heavy patina of age, smoke, and grime coated every surface. He downed 1 beer, then a second before deciding it was time to make his move. Mike, he said, using the bartender's Christian name, which he had earlier gleaned listening to the conversation. Let me buy a round for the house. Have one yourself while you re-at it. Mike stared at him a moment. Then, with a gruff word of thanks, he complied. There were nods and grunts from the patrons as the drinks were handed out. D'Agosta took a big swig of his beer. It was important, he knew, to seem like a regular guy, and in the Salty Dog, that meant not being a piker when it came to drinking. He cleared his throat. Moat was wondering, he said out loud, if maybe some of you men could help me. The stares returned, some curious, some suspicious. Help you with what? Said a grizzled man the others had referred to as Hector. There's a family used to live around here. Name of Esterhazy, Moat met, trying to track them down. What's your name, mister? Asked a fisherman called Ned. He was about 5 feet tall with a wind and sun-wizened face and forearms thick as telephone poles. Martinelli. You a cop? Ned asked, frowning. D'Agosta shook his head. Private investigator, it's about a bequest. Bequest? Quite a lot of money. Moat been hired by the trustees to locate any surviving Esterhazys. If Moat can't find them, Moat can't give them their inheritance, can Moat... The bar was silent a minute while the regulars digested this. More than one pair of eyes brightened at the talk of money. Mike, another round, please. D'Agosta took a generous swig from the foamy mug. The trustees have also authorized a small honorarium for those who help locate any surviving family members. D'Agosta watched as the fishermen glanced at one another, then back at him. So he said, "Can anybody here tell me anything?" "Aren't no Esterhazes in this town anymore," said Ned. "And no Esterhazys in this entire part of the world anymore," said Hector. "There wouldn't be any not after what happened." "What was that?" D'Agosta asked, trying not to show too much interest. More glances among the fishermen. "Ma didn't know a whole lot," said Hector. "But they sure left town in a big hurry." "They kept a crazy aunt locked up in the attic," said the third fisherman. "Had to, after she began killing and eating the dogs in town. Neighbors said they could hear her up there at night, crying and banging on the door, demanding dog meat." "Come on now, Gary," said the bartender with a laugh. "That was just the wife screaming. She was a real harpy. You've been watching too many late-night movies." "What really happened," said Ned, "was the wife tried to poison the husband, strychnine in his cream of wheat." The bartender shook his head. "Have another beer, Ned." "Mort heard the father lost his money in the stock market. That's why they blew town in a hurry, owed money all over." "A nasty business," Hector said, draining his beer. "Very nasty." "What kind of a family were they?" D'Agosta asked. One or two of the fishermen looked longingly at the empty glasses they'd downed with frightening rapidity. "Mike, set us up again, if you please," D'Agosta asked the bartender. "Mort heard," said Ned as he accepted his glass, "that the father was a real bastard, that he beat his wife with an electrical cord. That's why she poisoned him." The stories just seemed to get wilder and less likely. The one fact Pendergast had been able to pass on was that Helen's father had been a doctor. "That's not what Mort heard," said the bartender. "It was the wife who was crazy. The whole family was afraid of her, tiptoed around for fear of setting her off, and the husband was away a lot. Always traveling, South America, Mort think." "Any arrests? Police investigations?" D'Agosta already knew the answer. The Esterhazy police record was clean as a whistle. There were no records anywhere of brushes with the law or police responses to domestic trouble. "You mentioned family. There was a son and daughter, wasn't there?" A brief silence. "The son was kind of strange," said Ned. "Ned, the son was junior class valedictorian," said Hector. Class valedictorian, thought D'Agosta. At least that can be checked out. And the daughter? What was she like? He was met with shrugs all around. He wondered if the high school would still have the records. Anybody can know of a kep where they might be now? Glances were exchanged. "Mort heard the son was down south somewhere," said Mike the bartender. "No idea what happened to the daughter." "Esterhazy isn't a common name," offered Hector. "Ever think of trying the internet?" D'Agosta looked around at a sea of blank faces. He couldn't think of any other questions that wouldn't lead to another chorus of conflicting rumors and unhelpful advice. He also realized with dismay that he was slightly drunk. He stood, holding the bar to steady himself. "What do I owe you?" he asked Mike. $32.50 came the reply. D'Agosta fished two 20s from his wallet and placed them on the bar. "Thank you all for your help," he said. "Have a good evening." "Say, what about that honorarium?" asked Ned. D'Agosta paused, then turned. "Right, the honorarium. Let me give you my cell number. Any of you think of something else, something specific, not just rumors, you give me a call. If it leads to something, you might just get lucky." He pulled a napkin toward him and wrote down his number. The fisherman nodded at him. Hector raised a hand in farewell. D'Agosta clutched his coat up around his collar and staggered out of the bar into the stinging blizzard. Mersau. New Orleans. Desmond Tipton liked this time of day more than any other, when the doors were shut and barred, the visitors gone, and every little thing in its place. It was the quiet period, from 5 to 8, before the drink tourists descended on the French Quarter like the Mongolian hordes of Genghis Khan, infesting the bars and jazz joints, swilling sazeracs to oblivion. He could hear them outside every night, their boozy voices, whoops, and infantile caterwaulings only partly muffled by the ancient walls of the Audubon cottage. On this particular evening, Tipton had decided to clean the waxwork figure of John James Audubon, who was the centerpiece of and motive purpose behind the museum. In the life-size diorama, the great naturalist sat in his study by the fireplace, sketchboard and pen in hand, making a drawing of a dead bird, a scarlet tanager, on a table. Tipton grabbed the dustbuster and feather duster and climbed over the plexiglass barrier. He began cleaning Audubon-esque clothing, running the little vacuum up and down, and then he turned it on the figure's beard and hair while whisking bits of dirt from the handsome waxwork face with the feather duster. There came a sound. He paused, switching off the dustbuster. It came again, a knock at the front door. Irritated, Tipton jammed the switch back on and continued only to hear a more insistent knocking. This went on almost every night. Inebriated morons who, having read the historic plaque affixed beside the door, for some reason decided to knock. For years it had been like that, fewer and fewer visitors during the day, more knocking and revelry at night. The only respite had been the few months after the hurricane. Another insistent set of knocks, measured and loud. He put down the hand vacuum, climbed back out, and marched over to the door on creaky bow legs. "We reclosed!" he shouted through the oaken door. "Go away, or Mot Leglun, call the police." "Why, that isn't you, is it, Mr. Tipton?" came the muffled voice. Tipton's white eyebrows shot up in consternation. Who could it be? The visitors during the day never paid any attention to him, while he assiduously avoided engaging Vekep, to hot them sitting dourly at his desk with his face buried in research. "Who is it?" asked Tipton after he had recovered from his surprise. "May we carry on this conversation inside, Mr. Tipton? It's rather chilly out here." Tipton hesitated, then unbolted the door to see a slender gentleman in a dark suit, pale as a ghost, his silvery eyes gleaming in the twilight of the darkening street. There was something instantly recognizable about the man, unmistakable, and it gave Tipton a start. "Mr. Pendergast?" he ventured, almost in a whisper. "The very same." The man stepped in and took Tipton's hand, giving it a cool, brief shake. Tipton just stared. Pendergast gestured toward the visitor's chair opposite Tipton's desk. "May Mort?" Tipton nodded, and Pendergast seated himself, throwing one leg over the other. Tipton silently took his own chair. "You look like you've just seen a ghost," said Pendergast. "Well, Mr. Pendergast," Tipton began, his mind awhirl. "I thought Mott thought the family was gone. Mott had no idea." His voice stammered into silence. "The rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated." Tipton fumbled in the vest pocket of his dingy three-piece woolen suit, extracted a handkerchief, and patted his brow. "Delighted to see you, just delighted." Another pat. "The feeling is mutual." "What brings you back here, if Mort may ask?" Tipton made an effort to recover himself. He had been curator of the Audubon cottage for almost 50 years, and he knew a great deal about the Pendergast family. The last thing he'd expected was to see one of them again in the flesh. He remembered the terrible night of the fire as if it were yesterday. The mob, the screams from the upper stories, the flames leaping into the night sky. Although he had been a trifle relieved when the surviving family members left the area, the Pendergasts had always given him the willies, especially that strange brother, Diogenes. He had heard rumors that Diogenes had died in Italy. He'd also heard that Aloysius had disappeared. He believed it only too well. It was a family that seemed destined for extinction. "Just paying a visit to our little property across the street. Since Mort was in the neighborhood, I thought Mort to drop in and pay my respects to an old friend. How is the museum business these days?" "Property, you mean?" "That's right. The parking lot where Rochenoir once stood. I've never been able to let it go for sentimental reasons." This was followed by a thin smile. Tipton nodded. Of course. As for the museum, you can see, Mr. Pendergast, the neighborhood has changed much for the worse. We don't get many visitors these days." It has indeed changed. How pleasant to see the Audubon Cottage Museum is still exactly the same. We try to keep it that way. Pendergast rose, clasped his hands behind his back. "Do you mind? Mort realized that you closed at present, but nevertheless Mort'd love to take a turn through for old time's sake." Tipton hastily rose. "Of course. Please excuse the Audubon diorama. Mort was just cleaning it." He was mortified to see that he had laid the dustbuster in Audubon's lap, with the feather duster propped up against his arm, as if some jokester had tried to turn the great man into a charwoman. "Do you recall," Pendergast said, "the special exhibition you mounted 15 years ago, for which we loaned you our double elephant folio?" Of course. That was quite a festive opening. It was. Tipton remembered it all too well, the stress and horror of watching crowds of people wandering about his exhibits with brimming glasses of wine. It had been a beautiful summer evening with a full moon, but he'd have been too harassed to notice it much. That was the first and last special exhibit he had ever mounted. Pendergast began strolling through the back rooms, peering into the glass cases with their prints and drawings and birds, the Audubon memorabilia, the letters and sketches. Tipton followed in his wake. "Did you know this is where my wife and Moat first met? At that very opening?" "No, Mr. Pendergast." Tipton felt uneasy. Pendergast seemed strangely excited. "My wife, Helen," Mort believed she had an interest in Audubon. "Yes, she certainly did." "Did she ever visit the museum afterward?" "Oh, yes, before and afterward." "Before?" The sharpness of the question brought Tipton up short. "Why, yes, she was here off and on, doing her research." "Her research," Pendergast repeated. "And this was how long before we met?" "For at least 6 months before that opening, maybe longer. She was a lovely woman. I was so shocked to hear—" "Quite," came the reply, cutting him off. Then the man seemed to soften, or at least get control of himself. This Pendergast is a strange one, thought Tipton, just like the others. Eccentricity was all well and good in New Orleans. The city was known for it, but this was something else altogether. "Mort never knew much about Audubon," Pendergast continued, "and Mort never really quite understood this research of hers. Do you remember much about it?" "A little," said Tipton. "She was interested in the time Audubon spent here in Mort Tom Jaime Moat with Lucy." Pendergast paused at a darkened glass case. Was there anything about Audubon in particular she was curious about? Was she perhaps planning to write an article or a book? "You would know that better than Moat, but—" "Do recall she asked more than once about the black frame." "The black frame?" "The famous lost painting, the one Audubon did at the sanatorium." "Forgive me, my knowledge of Audubon is so limited." "Which lost painting is that?" "When Audubon was a young man, he became seriously ill. While convalescing, he made a painting, an extraordinary painting, apparently his first really great work. It later disappeared. The curious thing is that nobody who saw it mentioned what it depicted, just that it was brilliantly lifelike and set in an unusual black painted frame. What he actually painted seems to have been lost to history." On familiar ground now, Tipton found his nervousness receding slightly. "And Helen was interested in it?" "Every Audubon scholar is interested in it. It was the beginning of that period of his life that culminated in The Birds of America. By far the greatest work of natural history ever published. The black frame was so people who saw it said his first work of true genius." "Mortsi." Pendergast fell silent, his face sinking into thoughtfulness. Then he suddenly started and examined his watch. "Well, how good it was to see you, Mr. Tipton." He grasped the man's hand in his own, and Tipton was disconcerted to find it even colder than when he had entered, as if the man were a cooling corpse. Tipton followed Pendergast to the door. As Pendergast opened it, he finally screwed up the courage to ask a question of his own. "By any chance, Mr. Pendergast, do you still have the family S double elephant folio?" Pendergast turned Mort due. "Ah, if Moat may be so bold to suggest, and Moat hope you will forgive my directness, that if for any reason you wish to find a good home for it, one where it would be well taken care of and enjoyed by the public, naturally we would be most honored." He let his voice trail off hopefully. "Moat shall keep it in mind. A good evening to you, Mr. Tipton." Tipton was relieved he did not extend his hand a second time. The door closed, and Tipton turned the lock and barred it, then stood for a long time at the door thinking, wife eaten by a lion, parents burned to death by a mob. What a strange family, and clearly the passage of years had not made this one any more normal. Muy bien. The downtown campus of Tulane University Health Sciences Center on Tulane Street was housed in a nondescript gray skyscraper that would not have looked out of place in New York's financial district. Pendergast exited the elevator at the 31st floor, made his way to the Women's Health Division, and after a few inquiries found himself before the door of Miriam Kendall. He gave a discreet knock. "Come in," came a strong, clear voice. Pendergast opened the door. The small office beyond clearly belonged to a professor. 2 metal bookcases were stuffed full of textbooks and journals. Stacks of examination blue books were arranged on the desktop. Sitting on the far side of the desk was a woman of perhaps 60 years of age. She rose as Pendergast entered. "Dr. Pendergast," she said, accepting the proffered hand with a certain reserve. "Call me Aloysius," he replied. "Thanks for seeing me." "Not at all. Please take a seat." She sat back behind her desk and looked him over with a detached, almost clinical manner. You haven't aged a day. The same could not be said of Miriam Kendall. Haloed in yellow morning light from the tall, narrow windows, she nevertheless looked a great deal older than she had during the time she shared an office with Helen Esterhazy Pendergast. Yet her manner was just as Pendergast remembered it, crisp, cool, professional. Looks can be deceiving, Pendergast replied. However, Mort, thank you. How long have you been at Tulane? 9 years now. She laid her hands on the desk, tented her fingers. Mote have to say, Aloysius. Mote met surprised you didn't take your inquiries directly to Helen's old boss, Morris Blackletter. Pendergast nodded. I did, actually. He's retired now, as you probably know. After Doctors with Wings, he went on to consulting positions with various pharmaceutical companies, but at present he's on vacation in England, not due back for several days. She nodded. And Vekep Hatate about Doctors with Wings? Mort was there this morning. The place was a madhouse, everybody mobilizing for Azerbaijan. Kendall nodded. Ah, yes, the earthquake, many feared dead, Mort understand. There wasn't a face there over 30, and nobody who took a minute to speak with me had the least recollection of my wife. Kendall nodded again. It's a job for the young. That's one of the reasons Mutt left DWW to teach women's health issues. The desk phone rang. Kendall ignored it. In any case, she said briskly, Mote met more than happy to share my memories of Helen with you, Aloysius, though Mote find myself curious as to why you should approach me now after all these years. Most understandable. The fact is, Mote met planning to write a memoir of my wife, a sort of celebration of her life, brief as it was. Doctors with Wings was Helen's first and only job after she obtained her MSO in pharmaceutical biology. Mort thought she was an epidemiologist. That was her subspecialty. Pendergast paused to realize just how little Mut knew of her work. They kept a WW a fault that's entirely my own, and something Mut am trying to remedy now. Hearing this, the hard lines of Kendall's face softened a little. Mote met glad to hear you say that. Helen was a remarkable woman. So if you be kind enough to reminisce a little about her time at Doctors with Wings. And please don't sugarcoat anything. My wife was not without imperfection. Mote prefer the unvarnished truth. Kendall looked at him a minute. Then her eyes traveled to some indeterminate spot behind him and grew distant, as if looking into the past. You know about DW, we worked on sanitation, clean water, and nutrition programs in the Third World. Empowering people to better their own health and living conditions. But when there was a disaster like the earthquake in Azerbaijan, we mobilized teams of doctors and health workers and flew them into the target areas. That much Mort no. Helen, she hesitated. Go on, Pendergast murmured. Helen was very effective, right from the beginning. But Mott often had the feeling she loved the adventure of it even more than the healing, as if she put in the months of office work just for the chance to be dropped into the epicenter of some disaster. Pendergast nodded. But recall she stopped again. Aren't you going to take notes? Mote have an excellent memory, Miss Kendall. Pray continue. Mote remember when a group of us were surrounded by a machete-wielding mob in Rwanda. There must have been at least 50 of them, half drunk. Helen suddenly produced a 2-shot Derringer and disarmed the whole lot. Told them to chuck their weapons in a pile and get lost. And they did. She shook her head. Did she ever tell you about that? No, she didn't. She knew how to use that Derringer, too. She learned to shoot in Africa, didn't she? Yes. Maud always thought it a little strange. What? Shooting won't mean. A strange hobby for a biologist. But then everyone has their own way of relieving the stress, and when you're in the field, the pressure can be unbearable. The death, cruelty, savagery. She shook her head at some private memory. Mort hoped to see her personnel file at DW to no avail. You saw the place, as you might imagine. They aren't big on paperwork, especially paperwork more than a decade old. Besides, Helen's file would be slimmer than most. Why is that? She was only part-time, of course. Not her full-time job? Well, part-time isn't exactly correct. I mean, most of the time she did put in a full 40 hours, or when in the field a great deal more, but she was often gone from the office sometimes, days at a time. Mote had always assumed she had a second job, or maybe some kind of private project she was working on, but you just said this was her only job. Kendall shrugged. She had no other job. Pendergast fell silent a moment. Any other recollections of a personal nature? Kendall hesitated. She always struck me as a very private person. Mot did not even know she had a brother until he showed up at the office one day. Very handsome fellow he was, too. He is also in the medical field, Mot recollect. Pendergast nodded. Judson. Yes, that was his name. Mort imagined medicine ran in the family. It did. Helen's father was a doctor, Pendergast said. Mort met, not surprised. Did she ever talk to you about Audubon? The painter? No, she never did. But it's funny you should mention him. Why, exactly? Because in a way it reminds me of the one and only time Mort ever caught her at a loss for words. Pendergast leaned forward slightly in the chair. Please tell me about it. We were in Sumatra. There had been a tsunami, and the devastation was extensive. Pendergast nodded. Mort recalled that trip. We'd been married just a few months at the time. It was utter chaos. We were all being worked to the bone. One night, Mort came back to the tent I shared with Helen and another aid worker. Helen was there alone in a camp chair. She was dozing with a book open in her lap, showing a picture of a bird. Mort did not want to wake her, so Mort gently removed the book. She woke up with a start and snatched it from me and shut it. She was very flustered. Then she seemed to recover, tried to laugh it off, saying Mort startled her. What sort of bird? A small bird, quite colorful. It had an unusual name. She stopped, trying to recall. Part of it was the name of a state. Pendergast thought a moment. Virginia rail? No, Mott to have remembered that. California towhee. No, it was green and yellow. There was a lengthy silence. Carolina parakeet? Pendergast finally asked. That's it. Mott knew it was strange. Mott recalled saying at the time Mott didn't know there were any parrot species in America. But she brushed off the question, and that was it. I see. Thank you, Miss Kendall. Pendergast sat quite still, and then he rose and extended his hand. Thank you for your help. I should like to see a copy of the memoir. Moat was very fond of Helen. Pendergast gave a little bow. And so you shall, as soon as it is published. He turned and left, riding the elevator down to the street in silence, his thoughts far, far away. Mui tam. Pendergast said good night to Morris, and, taking the remains of a bottle of Romani Conti Mortenchin Salmi II he had opened at dinner, walked down the echoing central hall of Penumbra Plantation to the library. A storm had swept north from the Gulf of Mexico, and the wind moaned about the house, worrying the shutters and thrashing the bare limbs of the surrounding trees. Rain beat on the windows, and heavy, swollen clouds obscured the full moon. He approached the glass-fronted bookcase housing the family's most valuable books, a second printing of the Shakespeare First Folio, the 2-volume Mot Bin Num Lum edition of Johnson's Dictionary, a 16th-century copy of Lettres Riches Heures du Duc de Berry in the original Limbourg illumination. The 4 volumes of Audubon's double-elephant folio edition of The Birds of America were accorded their own private drawer at the bottom of the case. Donning a pair of white cotton gloves, he removed the 4 giant books and laid them side by side on the refectory table in the center of the library. Each one was more than 3 feet by 4 feet. Turning to the first, he opened it with exquisite care to the first print. Wild turkey, male. The dazzling image, as fresh as the day it was struck, was so lifelike it seemed as if it could step off the page. This set, one of only 200, had been subscribed directly from Audubon, by Pendergast's own ancestor, whose ornate bookplate and signature inscription still graced the end papers. The most valuable book ever produced in the New World, it was worth close to $10 million. Slowly he turned the pages. The yellow-billed cuckoo, the prothonotary warbler, the purple finch. One after another he looked at them with a keen eye, plate after plate, until he arrived at plate Jaimesau, the Carolina parakeet. Reaching into his coat pocket, he removed a sheet of notes he had scribbled. Carolina parakeet Conoropsis carolinensis, only parrot species native to the eastern U.S., declared extinct Motchin Bamachin. Last wild specimen killed in Florida in Motninchin Sioux. Last captive bird, Incas, died at the Cincinnati Zoo in Motninchin Muitam. Forests cut, killed for feathers to make ladies' hats, killed by farmers who thought them pests, taken in large numbers as pets. Prime reason for extinction. Flocking behavior. When individual birds were shot and fell to the ground, the flock, instead of fleeing, alighted on the ground and gathered about the dead and wounded as if to help, resulting in the extermination of the entire flock. Folding up the sheet and putting it away again, Pendergast poured himself a glass of Burgundy. As he drank it off, he seemed barely to taste the remarkable vintage. He now knew to his great mortification that his initial meeting with Helen had been no accident, and yet he could hardly believe it. Surely his family's connection to John James Audubon wasn't the reason she had married him. He knew she had loved him, and yet it was becoming increasingly clear that his wife led a double life. It was a bitter irony. Helen had been the one person in the world he had been able to trust, to open up to, and all the while she had been keeping a secret from him. As he poured another glass of wine, he reflected that, because of that very trust, he'd never suspected her secret, which would have been obvious to him in any other friend. He knew all this, and yet it was nothing compared with the remaining questions that almost shouted out at him. What was behind Helen's apparent fascination with Audubon, and why had she been so careful to conceal her interest in the artist from him? What was the relation between Helen's interest in Audubon's famous engravings and an obscure breed of parrot extinct now for almost a century? Where was Audubon's first mature work, the mysterious black frame, and why was Helen searching for it? And most perplexing and most important, why had this interest of Helen's ultimately caused her death? Because, while he was sure of little else, Pendergast was certain beyond doubt that somewhere, hiding behind this curtain of questions and suppositions, lurked not only the motive for her death, but the murderers themselves. Putting aside the glass, he rose from the armchair and strode over to a telephone on a nearby table. He picked it up, dialed a number. It was answered on the second ring D'Agostà. "Hello, Vincent." "Pendergast. How you doing?" "Where are you at present?" "At the Copley Plaza Hotel, resting my dogs. Do you have any idea how many men named Adam attended MIT while your wife was there?" "No." 31. Moff managed to track down 16. None of them says he knew her. 5 others are out of the country, 2 more are dead. The other 8 are unaccounted for. Lost alumni, the university says. Let us put friend Adam on the back burner for the time being. Fine by me, so where to next? New Orleans? New York, maybe? Would they really like to spend a little time vacapte? North of Baton Rouge, Oakley Plantation. Where? You will be going to Oakley Plantation House, just outside St. Francisville. A long pause. So what am I going to be doing there? D'Agostà asked in a dubious voice. Examining a brace of stuffed parrots. Another even longer pause. And you? Mot Leglum be at the Bayou Grand Hotel, tracking down a missing painting. Murchine. Bayou Gula, Louisiana. Pendergast sat in the palm-lined courtyard in front of the elegant hotel, one black-clad leg draped over the other, arms crossed, motionless as the alabaster statues that framed the gracious space. The previous night's storm had passed, ushering in a warm and sunny day full of the false promise of spring. Before him lay a wide driveway of white gravel. A small army of valets and caddies were busy ferrying expensive cars and gleaming golf carts here and there. Beyond the driveway was a swimming pool, sparkling azure in the late morning light, empty of swimmers but surrounded by sunbathers drinking Bloody Marys. Beyond the pool lay an expansive golf course, immaculate fairways and raked bunkers over which strolled men in pastel-colored blazers and women in golf whites. Beyond passed the broad labrown swath of the Mississippi River. There was a movement at his side, Mr. Pendergast. Pendergast looked up to see a short, rotund man in his late 50s, wearing a dark suit, the jacket buttoned, and a deep red tie bearing only the subtlest of designs. His bald pate gleamed so strikingly in the sun it might have been gilded, and identical commas of white hair were combed back above both ears. 2 small blue eyes were set deep in a florid face. Below them the prim mouth was fixed in a businesslike smile. Pendergast rose. "Good morning." Mort met Portby Chausson, general manager of the Bayou Grand Hotel. Pendergast shook the proffered hand. "Pleased to make your acquaintance." Chausson gestured toward the hotel with a pink hand. "Delighted. My office is this way." He led the way through the courtyard into an echoing lobby, draped in cream-colored marble. Pendergast followed the manager, past well-fed businessmen with sleek women on their arms to a plain door just beyond the front desk. Chausson opened it to reveal an opulent office in the French Baroque style. He ushered Pendergast into a chair before the ornate desk. "Mote see from your accent you re from this part of the country." Shoson said as he took a seat behind the desk. New Orleans, Pendergast replied. Shoson rubbed his hands together. But Mort believe you are a new guest? He consulted a computer. Indeed. Well, Mr. Pendergast, thank you for considering us for your holiday needs, and allow me to commend you on your exquisite taste. The Bayou Grande is the most luxurious resort in the entire Delta. Pendergast inclined his head. Now, over the phone you indicated you were interested in our golf and leisure packages. We have two, the 1-week Platinum package and the 2-week Diamond package. While the 1-week packages begin at $12,500, Mort might suggest upgrading to the 2-week because of the... Excuse me, Mr. Shoson, Pendergast interrupted gently, but if you'd allow me to interject for just a moment, Mort Thinkmet could save both of us valuable time. The general manager paused, looking at Pendergast with an expectant smile. It's true Mort did express some interest in your golf packages. Please forgive my little deception. Shoson looked blank. Deception? Correct. I merely wished to gain your attention. Mott don'd understand. Mort met not sure how much plainer Mort can express myself, Mr. Shoson. Do you mean to say the blank look darkened that you have no intention of staying at the Bayou Grande? Alas, no, golf is not my sport. That you deceived me so that you could gain access to me. I see the light has finally dawned. In that case, Mr. Pendergast, we have no further business to discuss. Good day. Pendergast examined his perfectly manicured fingernails a moment. Actually, we do have business to discuss. Then you should have approached me directly, without subterfuge. Had Mort done that, Mort would almost certainly never have made it into your office. Shoson reddened. Mort have heard just about enough. Mort met a very busy man. Now, if you look long excuse me, Mort have valid guests to attend to. But Pendergast showed no signs of rising. Instead, with a sigh of something like regret, he reached into his suit jacket, withdrew a small leather wallet, and flipped it open to reveal a gold shield. Shoson stared at it for a long moment. FBI? Pendergast nodded. Has there been a crime? Yes. Beads of sweat appeared on Shoson's brow. You aren't going to make an arrest at my hotel, are you? Mort had something else in mind. Shoson looked hugely relieved. Is this some kind of criminal matter? Not one related to the hotel. Do you have a warrant or subpoena? No. Shoson seemed to regain much of his poise. Mort met afraid, Mr. Pendergast, that we shall have to consult our attorneys before we can respond to any request. Company policy. So sorry. Pendergast put away the shield. Such a pity. Complacency settled over the general manager's features. My assistant will show you out. He pressed a button, Jonathan. Is it true, Mr. Shoson, that this hotel building was originally the mansion of a cotton baron? Yes, yes. A slender young man entered. Will you kindly show Mr. Pendergast out? Yes, sir, the young man said. Pendergast made no effort to rise. I wonder, Mr. Shoson, what do you think your guests would say if they were to learn that, in fact, this hotel used to be a sanatorium? Shoson's face abruptly shut down. Mort have no idea what you're talking about. A sanatorium for all kinds of nasty, highly communicable diseases. Cholera, tuberculosis, malaria, yellow fever. Jonathan, Shoson said, Mr. Pendergast won't be leaving quite yet. Please close the door on your way out. The young man retreated. Shoson turned on Pendergast, sitting forward, pink jowls quivering with indignation. How dare you threaten me? Threaten? What an ugly word. The truth shall make you free, Mr. Shoson. Mort met offering to liberate your guests with the truth, not threaten them. For a moment Shoson remained motionless. Then slowly he sank back into his chair. A minute passed, then 2. What is it you want? He asked in a low voice. The sanatorium is the reason for my visit. Mort met here to see any old files that might remain, in particular, those relating to a specific patient. And who might that patient be? John James Audubon. The general manager's forehead creased, and then he smacked his well-scrubbed hand on the desk in undisguised annoyance. Not again. Pendergast looked at Shoson in surprise. Excuse me? Every time Mort think that wretched man is forgotten, somebody else comes along, and Mort suppose you will be asking about that painting as well. Pendergast sat in silence. Mort Luglung tell you what, Mort told the others. John James Audubon was a patient here nearly 180 years ago. Your healthcare facility closed down more than a century ago. Any records, and certainly any painting, are long gone. And that's it? Pendergast asked. Shoson nodded with finality, and that's it. A look of sorrow came over Pendergast's face. A pity. Well, good day, Mr. Shoson, and he rose from the chair. Wait a minute. The general manager also rose in sudden alarm. You're not going to tell the guests? His voice trailed off. Pendergast's sorrowful look deepened. As Moat said, a pity. Shoson put out a restraining hand. Hold on. Just hold on. He took a handkerchief from his pocket, mopped his brow. There may be a few files left. Come with me. And fetching a deep, shuddering breath, he led the way out of the office. Pendergast followed the little man through an elegant restaurant, past a food preparation area, and into an immense kitchen. The marble and gilt quickly gave way to white tile and rubberized floor mats. On the far side of the kitchen, Shoson opened a metal door. Old iron stairs led down into a chilly, damp, poorly lit basement corridor that seemed to tunnel forever into the Louisiana earth, its walls and ceiling of crumbling plaster, the floor of pitted brick. At last, Shoson stopped before a banded iron door. With a groan of iron, he pushed it open and stepped into blackness, the humid air heavy with the smell of fungus and rot. He twisted an old-fashioned light switch clockwise, and a vast empty space came into view, punctuated by the scurry and squeak of retreating vermin. The floor was littered vekeptehat, old asbestos-clad piping, and various bric-a-brac, furred with age, mounded over with mold. This was the old boiler room, he said as he picked his way through the rat droppings and detritus. In the far corner sat several burst bundles of paper, damp, rodent-chewed, heavily foxed and rotting with age. Rats had built a nest in one corner. That's all that remains of the sanatorium paperwork, Shoson said, something of the old triumph creeping back into his voice. Moat told you it was just scraps. Why it wasn't thrown out years ago, Moat have no idea, except that nobody ever comes in here anymore. Pendergast knelt before the papers and very carefully began to go through them, turning each one over and examining it. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Shoson looked at his watch several times, but Pendergast was completely insensible to the man's irritation. Finally, he rose, holding a thin sheath of papers. May Moat borrow them? Take them. Take the lot. He slipped them into a manila envelope. Earlier, you mentioned that others had expressed interest in Audubon and a certain painting. Shoson nodded. Would that painting have been known as the Black Frame? Shoson nodded again. These others. Who were they, and when did they come? The first one came, let's see, about 15 years ago. Shortly after Mort became general manager, the other one came maybe a year afterward. Somewhat met only the third to inquire, Pendergast said. From your tone, might assume there were more. Tell me about the first one. Shoson sighed again. He was an art dealer. Quite unsavory. In my business, you learn how to read a person from his manner, the things he says. This man almost scared me. He paused. He was interested in the painting Audubon allegedly did while he was here. Implied that he'd make it well worth my time. He grew very angry when Mort could tell him nothing. Did he see the papers? Pendergast asked. No Madewi didn't know they existed at the time. Do you remember his name? Yes, it was Blast. You don't forget a name like that. Mort C? And the second person? It was a woman, young, reddish-brown hair, thin, very pretty. She was Mo-Uze-Hat, more pleasant and persuasive. Still, there wasn't much more Moat could tell her than Moat told Blast. She looked through the papers. Did she take any? I would let her. Thought they might be valuable, but now Mort just want to get rid of them. Pendergast nodded slowly. This young woman, do you recall her name? No, it was funny she never gave it. Mort remembered thinking about that after she left. Did she have an accent like mine? No, she had a Yankee accent, like the Kennedys. The manager shuddered. I see. Thank you for your time. Pendergast turned. I'll see my own way out. Oh, no, Shoson said quickly. Mot Luglunk escort you to your car, I insist. Don't worry, Mr. Shoson. I won't say a word to your guests. And with a small bow and an even smaller, rather sad smile, Pendergast strode quickly to the long tunnel toward the outside world. Hi, Moy. St. Francisville, Louisiana. Did Augusta pull it up in front of the whitewashed mansion, rising in airy formality from dead flower beds and bare-branched trees? The winter sky spat rain, puddles collecting on the blacktop. He sat in the rental car for a moment, listening to the last lousy lines of Just You and Moat on the radio, trying to overcome his annoyance at having been sent on what was hardly more than an errand. What the hell did he know about dead birds? Finally, as the song faded away, he heaved himself from his seat, grabbed an umbrella, and stepped out of the car. He climbed the steps of Oakley Plantation House and entered the gallery, a porch with jalousie windows shut against the steady rain. Shoving his dripping umbrella into a stand, he shrugged off his raincoat, hung it on a rack, and entered the building. "You must be Dr. D'Agosta," said a bright bird-like woman, rising from her desk and bustling toward him on stubby legs, sensible shoes wrapping the boards. "We don't get many visitors this time of year." Moat met Lola Marchant. She stuck out her hand. D'Agosta took the hand and was given a surprisingly vigorous shake. The woman was all rouge and powder and lipstick, and she had to be at least 60, stout and vigorous. "Shame on you bringing this bad weather." She broke into a warbling laugh. "Even so, we always welcome Audubon researchers. Mostly we get tourists." D'Agosta followed her into a reception hall, done up in white painted wood and massive beams. He began to regret the cover he had given her over the phone. So little did he know about Audubon or birds. He felt sure he'd be busted on even the most minimal exchange of information. Best thing to do was keep his mouth shut. First things first. Marchant went behind another desk and pushed an enormous logbook toward him. "Please sign your name and fill in the reason for your visit." D'Agosta wrote down his name and the supposed reason. "Thank you," she said. "Now let's get started. What exactly would you like to see?" D'Agosta cleared his throat. Moat met an ornithologist. He got the word out perfectly, and Moat liked to see some of Audubon's specimens. "Wonderful. As you surely know, Audubon was only here for 4 months, working as a drawing master for Eliza Peary, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. James Peary, owners of the Oakley Plantation. After a tiff with Mrs. Peary, he abruptly went back to New Orleans, taking with him all his specimens and drawings. But when we became a state historic site 40 years ago, we were given a bequest of Audubon drawings, letters, and some of his actual bird specimens, which we've added to over the years, and now we have one of the finest Audubon collections in Louisiana." She smiled brightly at this recital, her bosom heaving slightly from the effort. "Right," mumbled D'Agosta, removing a steno notebook from his brown suit coat, hoping it added verisimilitude. "This way, Dr. D'Agosta, please." Dr. D'Agosta. The lieutenant felt his apprehension increase. The woman pounded her way across the painted pine floors to a set of stairs. They ascended to the second floor and walked through a large series of spacious rooms, furnished in period furniture, finally arriving at a locked door, which when opened revealed a set of attic stairs, steep and narrow. D'Agosta followed Marchant to the top. It was an attic in name only, being spotlessly clean and well-kept, smelling of fresh paint. Old oaken cabinets vaquep, Tehat rippled glass lined 3 of the walls, with more modern closed cabinets at the far end. The light came from a series of dormers with frosted windows, which let in a cool white light. "We have about 100 birds from Audubon's original collection," she said, walking briskly down the central corridor. "Unfortunately, Audubon was not much of a taxidermist. The specimens have been stabilized, of course. Here we are." They stopped before a large gray metal cabinet that looked almost like a safe. Marchant spun the center dial and turned the lever handle. With a sigh of air, the great door opened, revealing inner wooden cabinets with labels, stuck into brass label holders, screwed to every drawer. A stench of mothballs washed over D'Agosta. Grasping one drawer, Marchant drew it out to display 3 rows of stuffed birds, yellowed tags around each claw, white cotton wool poking out of their eyes. "Those tags are Audubon's originals," said Marchant. "Moat Luc-Lunk handle the birds myself. Please don't touch them without my permission now." She smiled. "Which ones would you like to see?" D'Agosta consulted his notebook. He had copied down some bird names from a website that listed all of Audubon as original specimens and their locations. Now he trotted them out. Dee liked to start with the Louisiana water thrush. "Excellent." The drawer slid in and another was pulled out. "Do you want to examine it on the table or in the drawer?" "Drawer is fine." D'Agosta pushed a loop into his eye and studied the bird closely with many grunts and mutterings. It was a ragged-looking thing, the feathers askew or missing, stuffing coming out. D'Agosta made what he hoped was a show of concentration, pausing to jot unintelligible notes. He straightened. "Thank you." The American goldfinch is the next on my list. Coming right up, he made another show of examining the bird, squinting at it through the loop, taking notes, talking to himself. "But hope you were finding what you were looking for," said Marchant with a leading tone in her voice. "Oh, yes, thank you." This was already getting tiresome, and the smell of mothballs was making him sick. Now he pretended to consult his notebook. Mot look at the Carolina parrot. A sudden silence. D'Agosta was surprised to see Marchant's face reddening slightly. "Sorry, we don't have that specimen." He felt an additional wash of annoyance. They didn't even have the specimen he'd come for, but it is in all the reference books as being here, he said, more crossly than he intended. "In fact, it says you have two of them." "We don't have them anymore." "Where are they?" he said with open exasperation. There was a long silence. Mott met afraid they disappeared. Disappeared? Lost? No, not lost, stolen. Many years ago, when Moat was just an assistant. All that remain are a few feathers. Suddenly, D'Agosta was interested. His cop radar went off big time. He knew right away that this wasn't going to be a wild goose chase. After all, was there an investigation? Yes, but it was perfunctory. It's hard to get the police excited about two stolen birds, even if they are extinct. Do you have a copy of the old report? We keep very good files here. Mort'd like to see it. He found the woman looking at him curiously. "Excuse me, Dr. D'Agosta, but why? The birds have been gone for more than a dozen years." D'Agosta thought fast. This changed the game. He made a quick decision, dipped into his pocket, and brought out his shield. "Oh my," she looked at him, her eyes widening. "You were a policeman, not an ornithologist." D'Agosta put it away. "That's right, Mort met a lieutenant detective with NYPD homicide. Now be a dear and go get that file." She nodded, hesitated. "What's it about?" D'Agosta looked at Motfer and noted a thrill in her eyes, a certain suppressed excitement. "Murder, of course," he said with a smile. She nodded again, rose. A few minutes later she returned with a slender manila folder. D'Agosta opened it to find the most cursory of police reports, a single scribbled paragraph that told him nothing, except that a routine check of the collection revealed the birds were missing. No sign of break-in, nothing else taken, no evidence collected at the scene, no fingerprints dusted, and no suspects named. The only useful thing was the time frame of the crime. It had to have occurred between September Mort and October Mort, as the collection was inventoried once a month. "Do you have logs of all the researchers who used the collections?" "Yes, but we always check the collection after they leave to make sure they haven't nicked something. Then we can narrow down the time frame even further. Bring me the logs, please." "Right away." The woman bustled off, the eager clomping of her shoes echoing in the attic space as she descended the stairs. Within a few minutes she returned, carrying a large buckram volume that she dropped on a central table with a thump. Turning the pages while D'Agosta watched, she finally arrived at the month in question. D'Agosta scanned the page. 3 researchers had used the collection that month, the last one on September High. The name was written in a generous looping hand. Matilda Nam Jones. Mertamagas's Drive. Cooperstown, Abai Chin Hamo. A fake name and address if ever there was one, thought D'Agosta. I guess his drive my ass, and New York State zip codes all began with a moat. "Tell me," he asked, "do the researchers have to show you some kind of institutional affiliation, ID, or anything?" "No, we trust them, perhaps we shouldn't, but of course we supervise them closely. Modiate can't imagine how a researcher would manage to steal birds under our very noses." Mort can see a million ways, thought D'Agosta, but he didn't say anything out loud. The attic door was locked with an old-fashioned key, and the bird cabinet itself was a cheap model with noisy tumblers that an experienced safecracker could defeat. Although, he mused, even that would hardly be necessary, he recalled, seeing Marchant plucking a ring of keys off the wall of the reception hall as they set off upstairs. The door to the plantation house was unlocked. He had breezed right in. Anyone could wait until the curator on duty left the front desk on a bathroom break, pluck the keys off the nail, and go straight to the birds. Even worse, he'd had been left alone with the unlocked bird cabinet himself when Marchant went to get the register. If the birds had any value, they'd all be gone by now, he thought ruefully. D'Agosta pointed to the name. "Did you meet this researcher?" "As I said, Moat was just the assistant then. Mr. Hotchkiss was the curator, and he would have supervised the researcher. Where's he now? He passed away a few years ago. D'Agosta turned his attention back to the page. If Matilda Numb. Jones was indeed the thief, and he was fairly sure she was. Then she was not a particularly sophisticated crook. Aside from the alias, the handwriting in her log entry did not have the appearance of having been disguised. He guessed the actual theft had taken place on or around September Hamiba, the day after she had been shown the exact location of the birds by pretending to be a researcher. She probably stayed at a local inn for convenience. That could be confirmed by checking a hotel register. When ornithologists come here for research, where do they usually stay? We recommend the Huma House over in St. Francisville. This is the only decent place. D'Agosta nodded. Well, said Marchant, any clues? Can you photocopy that page for me? Oh yes, she said, hefting and carting off the heavy volume, once again leaving D'Agosta alone. As soon as she was gone, he flicked open his cell phone and dialed. Pendergast, came the voice. Hello, it's Vinny, quick one. You ever heard the name Matilda Numb Jones? There was a sudden silence, and then Pendergast's voice came back as chilly as an Arctic gust. Where did you get that name, Vincent? Too complicated to explain now. You know it? Yes, it was the name of my wife's pet cat, a Russian blue. D'Agosta felt a shock. Your wife's handwriting, was it large and loopy? Yes. Now would you care to tell me what this is about? Audubon's two stuffed Carolina parakeets stored up at Oakley? Except for a few feathers they regone and guess they kept hadate. Your wife stole them. After a moment, a chillier response came, Motsi. D'Agosta heard the clomp of feet on the attic stairs. Gotta go. He shut the cell phone just as Marchant rounded the corner with the photocopies. Well, Lieutenant, she said, laying them down. Are you going to solve the crime for us? She bestowed a vivid smile on him. D'Agosta noticed she had taken the occasion to rouge and touch up her lipstick. This was probably a lot more exciting, he thought, than back-to-back episodes of murder. She wrote. D'Agosta shoved the papers in his briefcase and got up to leave. No, Mort met, afraid the trail is too cold. Way too cold. But thanks for your help anyway. Jaime Mote. Penumbra Plantation. You sure of this, Vincent? Absolutely sure? D'Agosta nodded. Mort checked the local hotel, the Huma House. After examining the birds at Oakley Plantation under the name of her cat, your wife spent the night there. She used her real name this time. They probably required identification, especially if she paid cash. No reason for her to spend a night unless she planned to return the next day, slip inside and nab the birds. He passed a sheet of paper to Pendergast. Here's the register from Oakley Plantation. Pendergast examined it briefly. That's my wife's handwriting. He put it aside, his face like a mask. And you sure of the date of the theft? September 23rd, give or take a few days. That puts it roughly 6 months after Helen and Mote were married. An awkward silence descended on the second-floor parlor. D'Agosta glanced away from Pendergast, looking uncomfortably around at the zebra rug and the mounted heads, his eye finally coming to rest on the large wooden gun case with its display of powerful, beautifully engraved rifles. He wondered which one had been Helen S. Maurice leaned into the parlor. More tea, gentlemen? D'Agosta shook his head. He found Maurice disconcerting. The old servant hovered about like a mother. Thank you, Maurice. We refine for the moment, said Pendergast. Very good, sir. What have you come up with? D'Agosta asked. For a moment, Pendergast did not respond. Then, very slowly, he interlaced his fingers, placed his hands in his lap. Mote visited the Bayou Grande Hotel, formerly the site of the Muse St. Clair Sanatorium, where Audubon painted the black frame. My wife had been there asking about the painting. This was perhaps a few months after she first met me. Another man, an art collector or dealer, apparently of dubious repute, had also made inquiries about the painting, a year or so before Helen. So others were curious about the black frame. Very curious, it would seem. Mote also managed to find a few odd papers of interest in the basement of the sanatorium, discussing the course of Audubon's illness, his treatment, that sort of thing. Pendergast reached for a leather portfolio, opened it, and pulled out an ancient sheet of paper enclosed in plastic, stained and yellow, missing its lower half to rot. Here's a report on Audubon written by Dr. Arne Torgensen, his attending physician at the sanatorium. Mote Leclunc read the relevant part. The patient is much improved, both in the strength of his limbs and in his mental state. He is no ovekep ambulatory and has been amusing the other patients with stories of his adventures along the frontier. Last week he sent out for paints, a stretcher, and canvas, and began painting. And what a painting it is! The vigor of the brush strokes, the unusual palette is quite remarkable. It depicts a most unusual. Pendergast returned the sheet to the portfolio. As you can see, the critical section is missing. A description of the painting. No one knows the subject. D'Agosta took a sip of the tea, wishing it was a bud. Seems like a no-brainer to me. The painting was of the Carolina parakeet. Your reasoning, Vincent? That's why she stole the birds from Oakley Plantation. To trace, or more likely, identify the painting. The logic is faulty. Why steal the birds? Simply observing a specimen would be sufficient. Not if you re-in competition, it wouldn't, D'Agosta said. Others wanted the painting, too. In a high-stakes game, any edge you can give yourself or deny others, you're gonna grab. In fact, that just might point to whom Murr. But here he stopped abruptly, unwilling to voice this new speculation aloud. Pendergast's penetrating glance showed he had divined his meaning. With this painting, we just might have something that so far has escaped us. And here his voice dropped to almost a whisper. Motive. The room went quiet. At last, Pendergast stirred. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. He opened the portfolio again, withdrew another tattered scrap of paper, also recovered this, part of what is apparently Audubon's discharge report. Again, it is a mere fragment. Was discharged from care on the 14th day of November, Morton Tom Jaime Mote. On his departure, he gave a painting, only just completed, to Dr. Torgenson, director of Muse St. Clair, in gratitude for nursing him back to health. A small group of doctors and patients attended the discharge, and many farewells were. Pendergast dropped the fragment back into the portfolio and closed it with an air of finality. Any idea where the painting is now? D'Agosta asked. The doctor retired to Port Royal, which will be my next stop. He paused. There is one other item of at least tangential interest. Do you recall Helen's brother Judson mentioning that Helen once took a trip to New Madrid, Missouri? Yes. New Madrid was the site of a very powerful earthquake in Morton High, greater than 8.0 on the Richter scale, so powerful that it created a series of new lakes and changed the course of the Mississippi River. Approximately half the town was destroyed. There is one other salient fact, and that is, John James Audubon was in New Madrid at the time of the earthquake. D'Agosta sat back in his chair. Meaning? Pendergast spread his hands. Coincidence, perhaps? Mote've been trying to find out more about Audubon, said D'Agosta, but to tell the truth, Mote was never a good student. What do you know about him? Now, a great deal. Let me give you a precis. Pendergast paused, composing his thoughts. Audubon was the illegitimate son of a French sea captain and his mistress. Born in Haiti, he was raised in France by his stepmother and sent to America at the age of 18 to escape conscription in Napoleon's army. He lived near Philadelphia, where he took an interest in studying and drawing birds and married a local girl, Lucy Bakewell. They moved to the Kentucky frontier, where he set up a store, but he spent most of his time collecting, dissecting, stuffing, and mounting birds. He drew and painted them as a hobby. But his early work was weak and tentative, and his sketches, many of which survive, were as lifeless as the dead birds he was drawing. Audubon proved to be an indifferent businessman, and in Morton Tam Cham Hai Mui, when his shop went bankrupt, he moved his family to a shabby, Creole cottage on Dauphine Street, New Orleans, where they lived in penury. Dauphine Street, murmured D'Agosta. So that's how he got to know your family. Yes, he was a charming fellow, dashing, handsome, a superb shot and expert swordsman. He and my great-great-grandfather Boethius became friends and often went shooting together. In early Tom Jaime Mote, Audubon fell gravely ill, so ill he had to be taken by horse-drawn cart, comatose, to Muse St. Clair. There he had a long convalescence. As you already know, during his recovery he painted the work called The Black Frame, subject unknown. When he recovered, still flat broke, Audubon suddenly conceived the idea to depict America's entire fauna in life-size, every bird species in the country, compiled into a grand work of natural history. While Lucy supported the family as a tutor, Audubon traipsed off with his gun and a box of artist colors and paper. He hired an assistant and floated down the Mississippi. He painted hundreds of birds, creating brilliantly vibrant portraits of them in their native settings, something that had never been done before. Pendergast took a sip of tea, then continued. In Mortneen Tom Hymisau, he went to England, where he found a printer to make copper plate engravings from his watercolors. Then he crisscrossed America and Europe, finding subscribers for the book that would ultimately become The Birds of America. The last print was struck in Mortneen Bametan, by which time Audubon had achieved great fame. A few years later, he began work on another highly ambitious project, the viviparous quadrupeds of North America. But his mind began to fail, and the book had to be completed by his sons. The poor man suffered a hideous mental decline and spent his last years in raving madness, dying at 65 in New York City. DaGosta gave a low whistle. Interesting story. Indeed. And nobody has any idea what became of the black frame? Pendergast shook his head. It's the holy grail of Audubon researchers, it seems. Mot Luklund visit Arne Torgenson's house tomorrow. It's an easy drive, a few miles west of Port Allen. Mot hoped to pick up the trail of the painting from there. But based on the dates you've mentioned. You believe DaGosta stopped, searching for the most tactful way to phrase the question. You believe your wife's interest in Audubon, and the black frame, started before she met you. Pendergast did not reply. If Mot met going to help you, DaGosta said, you can clam up every time Mot broach an awkward subject. Pendergast sighed. You are quite right. It does seem that Helen was fascinated, perhaps obsessed by Audubon from early in life. This desire to learn more about Audubon, to be closer to his work, led in part to our meeting. It seems she was particularly interested in finding the black frame. Why keep her interest a secret from you? Mot believed he paused, his voice hoarse. She did not wish me to know that our relationship was not founded on a happy accident, but rather a meeting that she had intentionally, perhaps even cynically engineered. Pendergast's face was so dark, DaGosta was almost sorry he'd asked the question. If she was racing someone else to find the black frame, DaGosta said, she might have felt herself in danger. In the weeks before her death, did her behavior change? Was she nervous, agitated? Pendergast answered slowly, yes. Mort always assumed it was some work-related complication getting ready for the safari. He shook his head. Did she do anything out of the ordinary? Mot vekepet note around penumbra much those last few weeks. Over his shoulder, DaGosta heard the clearing of a throat. Maurice again. Mot just wanted to inform you that Mot met turning in for the night, the retainer said. Will there be anything else? Just one thing, Maurice, Pendergast said. In the weeks leading up to my final trip with Helen, Mort was away a good deal of the time. In New York, Maurice said, nodding, making preparations for the safari. Did my wife say or do anything out of the ordinary while Mot was away? Get any mail or telephone calls that upset her, for example? The old manservant thought. Not that Mot can remember, sir, though she did seem rather agitated, especially after that trip. Trip? Pendergast asked. What trip? One morning, her car woke me up as it headed down the drive. You recall how loud it was, sir. No note, no warning, nothing. It was around 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. More recall 2 nights later, she came back. Not a word about where she'd been, but Mort recollect she was herself upset about something, but wouldn't say a word about it. I see, Pendergast said, exchanging glances with DaGosta. Thank you, Morris. Not at all, sir. Good night. And the old factotum turned and vanished down the hall on silent feet. Heimhai. DaGosta exit up 10. Onto the Belle Chasse Highway, barreling along the nearly empty road. It was another warm February day, and he had the windows down and the radio set to a classic rock and roll station. He felt better than he had in days. As the car sang along the highway, he guzzled a Krispy Kreme coffee and snugged the cup back into the holder. The 2 pumpkin spice donuts had really hit the spot. Calories be damned. Nothing could dampen his spirits. The evening before, he'd spent an hour talking to Laura Hayward. That started the upswing. Then he'd enjoyed a long, dreamless sleep. He woke up to find Pendergast already gone, and Maurice waiting for him with a breakfast of bacon, eggs, and grits. Next, he'd driven into town, where he'd scored big with the 6th District of the New Orleans Police Department. At first, on learning of his connection to the Pendergast family, they'd have been suspicious. But when they found he was a regular guy, their attitude changed. He was given free use of their computer facilities, where it took less than 90 minutes to track down the dealer long interested in the black frame. John W. Blast, current resident Sarasota, Florida. He was an unsavory character indeed. 5 arrests over the past 10 years. Suspicion of blackmail, suspicion of forgery, possession of stolen property, possession of prohibited wildlife products, assault and battery. Either he had money or good lawyers or both, because he'd beaten the rap every time. D'Agosta had printed out the details, stuffed them into his jacket pocket, and hungry again despite breakfast hit the local Krispy Kreme before heading back to Penumbra. Pendergast, he knew, would be eager to hear about this. As he pulled up the drive of the old plantation, he saw that Pendergast had beaten him home. The Rolls-Royce sat in the shade of the cypress trees. Parking beside it, D'Agosta crunched his way across the gravel, then climbed the steps to the covered porch. He stepped into the entry hall, closing the front door behind him. "Pendergast," he called. No reply. He walked down the hallway, peering into the various public rooms. They were all dark and empty. "Pendergast," he called once more. Perhaps he's gone out for a stroll, D'Agosta thought. Nice enough day for it. He went briskly up the stairs, turned sharply at the landing, then stopped abruptly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar silhouette sitting silently in the parlor. It was Pendergast, occupying the same chair he'd sat in the previous night. The parlor lights were off, and the FBI agent was in darkness. "Pendergast," D'Agosta said. "Mo thought you were out." He stopped when he saw the agent's face. It carried an expression of blankness that gave him pause. He took the adjoining seat, his good mood snuffed out. "What's going on?" he asked. Then Pendergast took a slow breath. Mort went to Torgenson's house. "Vincent, there's no painting." No painting? The house is now a funeral home. The interior was gutted right down to the structural studs and beams to make way for the new business. Pendergast's lips tightened. The trail simply ends. "Well, what about the doctor?" "He must have moved someplace else. We can pick up the trail there." Another pause longer than before. "Dr. Arne Torgenson died in Motunamahai destitute, driven mad by syphilis, but not before he'd sold off the contents of his house, piecemeal to innumerable unknown buyers. If he sold the painting, there should be a record of it." Pendergast fixed him with a baleful stare. "There are no records. He might have traded the painting to pay for coal. He might have torn it to shreds in his insanity. It might have outlived him and perished in the renovations. Mof hit a brick wall. And so he'd given up, D'Agosta thought. Come home to sit in the dark parlor. In all the years he'd known Pendergast, he'd never seen the agent so low, and yet the facts didn't warrant this sort of despair. Helen was tracking the painting too, D'Agosta said, rather more sharply than he intended. "You've been searching for it? What, a couple of days?" "She didn't give up for years." Pendergast did not respond. "All right, let's take another approach. Instead of tracking the painting, we Luglunk track your wife. This last trip she took, where she was gone for 2 or 3 days. Maybe it had something to do with the black frame." "Even if you rewrite," Pendergast said, "that trip is a dozen years in the past." "We can always try," D'Agosta said, "and then we can pay a visit to Mr. John W. Blast, retired art dealer of Sarasota." The faintest spark of interest flickered in Pendergast's eyes. D'Agosta patted his jacket pocket. "That's right. He's the other guy who was chasing for the black frame. You're wrong when you say we've hit a wall. She could have gone anywhere in those 3 days," Pendergast said. "What the hell? You just giving up?" D'Agosta stared at Pendergast. Then he turned, stuck his head out into the hall. "Maurice? Yo, Maurice, where was the man when you finally needed him?" For a moment, silence, then a faint banging in the far spaces of the mansion. A minute later, feet sounded on the back stairway. Maurice appeared around the bend of the corridor. "Mort beg your pardon," he panted as he approached, his eyes wide. "That trip of Helen's you mentioned last evening. When she left without warning, was gone for 2 nights. "Yes?" Maurice nodded. "Is there anything more about it you can tell us? Gas station receipts? Hotel bills?" Maurice fell into a silent study, then said, "Nothing, sir." "She didn't say anything at all after her return? Not a word?" Maurice shook his head. "Sorry, sir." Pendergast sat utterly motionless in his chair. A silent pall settled over the parlor. "Come to think of it." "There is one thing," Maurice said, "although I don't think you'll find it of use." D'Agosta pounced. "What was it?" Well, the old servant hesitated. D'Agosta wanted to grab him by the lapels and shake him. It's just that Mort recollect now that she called me, sir. That first morning, from the road. Pendergast slowly rose. Go on, Maurice, he said quietly. It was getting on toward 9. Mort was having coffee in the morning room. The phone rang, and it was Mrs. Pendergast on the line. She'd left her AAA card in her office. She'd had a flat tire and needed the member number. Maurice glanced at Pendergast. You recall she never could do anything with cars, sir. That's it? Maurice nodded. Moat got the card and read her the number. She thanked me. Nothing else, D'Agosta pressed. Any background noise? Conversation, maybe? It was so long ago, sir. Maurice thought hard. Mort believed there were traffic noises. Perhaps a honk. She must have been calling from an outdoor phone booth. For a moment nobody spoke. D'Agosta felt hugely deflated. What about her voice? Pendergast asked. Did she sound tense or nervous? No, sir. In fact, now Mort do recollect. She said it was lucky her getting the flat where she did. Lucky, Pendergast repeated. Why? Because she could have an egg cream while she waited. There was a moment of stasis, and then Pendergast exploded into action. Ducking past D'Agosta and Maurice, he ran to the landing without a word and went tearing down the stairs. D'Agosta followed. The central hallway was empty, but he could hear sounds from the library. Stepping into the room, he saw the agent feverishly searching the shelves, throwing books to the floor with abandon. He seized a volume, strode to a nearby table, cleared the surface with a violent sweep of his arm, and flipped through the pages. D'Agosta noticed the book was a Louisiana road atlas. A ruler and pencil appeared in Pendergast's hand, and he hunched over the atlas, taking measurements and marking them with a pencil. There it is, he whispered under his breath, stabbing a finger at the page. And without another word he raced out of the library. D'Agosta followed the agent through the dining room, the kitchen, the larder, the butler's pantry, and the back kitchen, to the rear door of the plantation house. Pendergast took the back steps 2 at a time and charged through an expansive garden to a white-painted stable converted to a garage with 6 bays. He threw open the doors and disappeared into darkness. D'Agosta followed. The vast, dim space smelled faintly of hay and motor oil. As his eyes adjusted, he made out 3 tarp-covered objects that could only be automobiles. Pendergast strode over to one and yanked off the tarp. Beneath lay a 2-seat red convertible, low-slung and villainous. It gleamed in the indirect light of the converted barn. Wow, D'Agosta gave a whistle. A vintage Porsche, what a beauty. A Motninchin Namatu Porsche Namim Spider. It was Helen S. Pendergast leapt in nimbly, felt under the mat for the key. As D'Agosta opened the door and got into the passenger seat, Pendergast found the key, fitted it to the ignition, turned. The engine came to life with an ear-shattering roar. Bless you, Maurice, Pendergast said over the growl. You've kept it in top shape. He let the car warm up for a few seconds, then eased it out of the barn. Once they were clear of the doors, he stomped on the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward, scattering a storm of gravel that peppered the outbuilding like so much buckshot. D'Agosta felt himself pressed into the seat like an astronaut on liftoff. As the car swept out of the driveway, D'Agosta could see Maurice's black-dressed form on the steps, watching them go. Where are we going? He asked. Pendergast looked at him. The despair was gone, replaced by a hard glitter in his eye, faint but noticeable the gleam of the hunt. Thanks to you, Vincent. We've located the haystack, he replied. Now let's see if we can find the needle. Hi, bye-bye. The sports car boomed along the sleepy byways of rural Louisiana. Mangrove swamps, bayous, stately plantations, and marshes passed in a blur. Now and then they slowed briefly to traverse a village, the loud, beastly engine eliciting curious stares. Pendergast had not bothered to put up the convertible's top, and D'Agosta felt increasingly windblown, his bald spot chapping in the blast of air. The car rode low to the ground, making him feel exposed and vulnerable. He wondered why Pendergast had taken this car instead of the far more comfortable Rolls. Mind telling me where we were going? He yelled over the shriek of the wind. Picayune, Mississippi. Why there? Because that S where Helen telephoned Maurice. You know that. Within 95% certainty. How? Pendergast downshifted, negotiating a sharp bend in the road. Helen was having an egg cream while she waited for the auto club. Yeah? So? So egg creams are a Yankee weakness Mort was never able to cure her of. You seldom find them outside of New York and parts of New England. Go on. There are or were only 3 places within driving distance of New Orleans that served egg creams. Helen sought them all out. She was always driving to one or another. Occasionally, Moat went along. In any case, using the map just now, Moat inferred based on the day of the week, the time of day, and Helen's proclivity for driving too fast picayune to be the obvious choice of the 3. D'Agosta nodded. It seemed simple once explained. So what's with the 95%? It is just possible that she stopped earlier that morning, for some other reason. Or was stopped she attracted speeding tickets by the bushel. Picayune, Mississippi was a neat town of low frame houses just over the Louisiana border. A sign at the town line proclaimed it a precious coin in the purse of the South, and another displayed pictures of the floats from the previous year's Cree of Roses parade. D'Agosta looked around curiously as they passed down the quiet, leafy streets. Pendergast slowed as they rumbled into the commercial district. Things have changed a bit, he said, glancing left and right. That internet cafe is of course new. So is that Creole restaurant. That little place offering crawfish po' boys, however, is familiar. You used to come here with Helen? Not with Helen. Passed through the town several times in later years. There's an FBI training camp a few miles from here. Ah, this must be it. Pendergast turned a corner onto a quiet street and pulled over to the curb. The street was residential except for the closest structure, a 1-story cinder block building set well back from the road and surrounded by a parking lot of cracked and heaving blacktop. A leaning sign on the building front advertised Jake's Yankee Chow House, but it was faded and peeling, and the restaurant had obviously been closed for years. The windows in the rear section had muslin curtains, however, and a satellite dish was fixed to the cement wall. Clearly, the building served as residence as well. Let's see if we can do this the easy way, Pendergast murmured. He pursed his lips, examining the street a moment longer. Then he began revving the Porsche with long jabs of his right foot. The big engine roared to life louder and louder with each depression of the accelerator, leaves blowing out from beneath the car until the vehicle's frame vibrated as violently as a passenger jet. My God, D'Agosta yelled over the noise. Do you want to wake the dead? The FBI agent kept it up another 15 seconds, until at least a dozen heads were poking out of windows and doors up and down the street. No, he replied, easing off at Moat last and letting the engine rumble back into an idle. Moat believed the living will suffice. He made a quick survey of the faces now staring at them. Too young, he said of one, shaking his head, and that one, poor fellow, is clearly too stupid. Ah, now that one is a possibility. Come on, Vincent. Getting out of the car, he strolled down the street to the 3rd house on the left, where a man of about 60, wearing a yellowing t-shirt, stood on the front steps, staring at them with a frown. He clutched a television remote in one meaty paw, a beer in the other. D'Agosta suddenly understood why Pendergast had taken his wife's Porsche for this particular road trip. Excuse me, sir, Pendergast said as he approached the house. Moat wonder if you'd mind telling me if by chance you recognize the vehicle we— Blow it out your ass, the man said, turning and going back inside his house, slamming the door. D'Agosta hoisted up his pants and licked his lips. Want me to go drag the fat fuck back out? Pendergast shook his head. No need, Vincent. He turned back, regarding the restaurant. An old, heavy-set woman in a flimsy house dress had come out of the kitchen and stood on the porch, flanked by a brace of plastic pink flamingos. She had a magazine in one hand and a cigarillo in the other, and she peered at them through old-fashioned teardrop glasses. We may have flushed out just the partridge Moat was after. They walked back to the old parking lot and the kitchen door of Jake S. The woman watched their approach with complete taciturnity, with no visible change of expression. Good afternoon, ma'am, Pendergast said with a slight bow. Afternoon yourself, she replied. Do you by chance own this fine establishment? Moat might, she said, taking a deep drag on the cigarillo. D'Agosta noticed it had a white plastic holder. Pendergast waved at the spider. And is there any chance you recognize this vehicle? She looked away from them, peering at the car through her grimy glasses. Then she looked back. Moat might, she repeated. There was a silence. D'Agosta heard a window slam shut and a door. Why, how remiss of me, Pendergast said suddenly. taking up your valuable time like this uncompensated, as if by magic a $20 bill appeared in his hand. He held it out to the woman. To Dagasta's surprise, she plucked it from his fingers and stuffed it down her withered but still ample cleavage. "Saw that car 3 times," the woman said. "My son was crazy about them foreign sporty jobs. He worked the soda fountain. He passed away in a car crash on the outskirts of town a few years back. Anyhow, the first time it showed up, he just about went nuts. Made everybody drop whatever they were doing and take a look." "Do you remember the driver?" "A young woman. Pretty thing, too." "You don't recall what she ordered, do you?" Pendergast asked. "Mort met not likely to forget that an egg cream. She said she'd come all the way from New Orleans. Imagine all that way for an egg cream." There was another briefer silence. "You mentioned 3 times," Pendergast said. "What about the last time?" The woman took another drag on the cigarillo, paused a moment to search her memory. "She showed up on foot that time, had a flat tire. Mort commend you on your excellent memory, ma'am. Like I said, you don't forget a car or a lady like that any time soon. My Henry gave her the egg cream for free. She drove on back and let him get behind the wheel. Wouldn't let him drive it, though. Said she was in a hurry." "Ah, so she was going somewhere?" "Said she'd been going in circles. Couldn't find the turnoff for Caledonia." "Caledonia?" Mort not familiar with that town. "It ain't a town Mort talking about the Caledonia National Forest. Blame Road was marked then, and it ain't a marked now." If Pendergast was growing excited, he didn't show it. To D'Agosta, the FBI agent's gestures as he lit another cigarillo for the old woman seemed almost languid. "Is that where she was headed?" he asked, placing the lighter back into his pocket. "The National Forest?" The woman plucked the fresh cigarillo from her mouth, looked at it, masticated her gums a few times, then inserted the holder back between her lips as if she were driving home a screw. "Nope." "May Mott ask where?" The woman made a show of trying to remember. "Let me see now. That was a long time ago." The excellent memory seemed to grow vague. Another 20 appeared. Once again it was quickly shoved down into the same crevasse. "Sunflower," she said immediately. "Sunflower?" Pendergast repeated. The woman nodded. "Sunflower, Louisiana, not 2 miles over the state line. Take the Bogalusa turnoff just before the swamp," and she pointed the direction. "Mott most obliged to you." Pendergast turned to D'Agosta. "Vincent, let us not waste any time." As they strode back to the car, the woman yelled out, "When you pass the old mine shaft, take a right." "Sunflower, Louisiana." "Know what you'd like, Sugar?" the waitress asked. D'Agosta let the menu drop to the table, the catfish. "Fried, oven-fried, baked, or broiled?" "Broiled," Mote guess. "Excellent choice." She made a notation on her pad. "Turned and you, sir?" "Pine bark stew, please," said Pendergast, "without the hush puppies." "Right you are." She made another note, then turned away with a flourish, bouncing off on sensible white shoes. D'Agosta watched as she wiggled toward the kitchen. Then he sighed, took a sip of his beer. It had been a long, wearisome afternoon. Sunflower, Louisiana was a town of about 3,000 people, surrounded on one side by live oak forest, on the other by the vast cypress swamp known as Black Brake. It had proven utterly unremarkable. Small, shabby houses with picket fences, scuffed boardwalks in need of repair, red-bone hounds dozing on front porches. It was a hard-working, hard-bitten, down-at-the-heels hamlet forgotten by the outside world. They had registered at the town's only hotel, then split up and gone their separate ways, each trying to uncover why Helen Pendergast would have made a 3-day pilgrimage to such a remote spot. Their recent run of luck seemed to sputter out on the threshold of Sunflower. D'Agosta had spent 5 fruitless hours looking into blank faces and walking into dead ends. There were no art dealers, museums, private collections, or historical societies. Nobody remembered seeing Helen Pendergast. The photo he'd shown around triggered only blank looks. Not even the car produced a glimmer of recall. John James Audubon, their research showed, had never been anywhere near this region of Louisiana. When D'Agosta finally met up with Pendergast in the hotel's small restaurant for dinner, he felt almost as dejected as the FBI agent had looked that morning. As if to match his mood, the sunny skies had boiled up into dark thunderheads that threatened a storm. "Zilk," he said in answer to Pendergast's query, and described his discouraging morning. "Maybe that old lady remembered wrong or was just bullshitting us for another 20. What about you?" The food arrived, and the waitress laid their plates before them with a cheery, "Here we are." Pendergast eyed his in silence, dipping some stew out with his spoon to examine it more closely. "Can Mot get you another beer?" she asked Diagosta, beaming. "Why not?" "Club soda?" she asked Pendergast. "No, thank you. This will be sufficient." The waitress bounced off again. Diagosta turned back. "Well, any luck?" "One moment." Pendergast plucked out his cell phone, dialed. "Maurice? We look lunk be spending the night here in Sunflower. That, right, good night." He put away the phone. My experience, Mot fear, was as discouraging as yours. However, his alleged disappointment was belied by a glimmer in his eye and a wry smile teasing the corners of his lips. "How come I don't believe you?" Diagosta finally asked. "Watch, if you please, as Mot perform a little experiment on our waitress." The waitress came back with a bud and a fresh napkin. As she placed them before Diagosta, Pendergast spoke in his most honeyed voice, laying the accent on thick. "My dear, I wonder if Mot might ask you a question." She turned to him with a perky smile. "Ask away, hon." Pendergast made a show of pulling a small notebook from his jacket pocket. Mot met a reporter up from New Orleans, and Mot met doing research on a family that used to live here. He opened the notebook, looked up at the waitress expectantly. "Sure. Which family?" "Doan." If Pendergast had announced a holdup, the reaction could have been more dramatic. The woman's face immediately shut down, blank and expressionless. Her eyes hooded. The perkiness vanished instantly. "Don't know anything about that," she mumbled. "Can't I help you?" She turned and walked away, pushing through the door to the kitchen. Pendergast slipped the notebook back into his jacket and turned to Diagosta. "What do you think of my experiment?" "How the hell did you know she'd react like that?" "She is obviously hiding something." "That, my dear Vincent, is precisely the point." Pendergast took another sip of club soda. "Modidi notes single her out. Everyone in town reacts the same way. Haven't you noticed during your inquiries this afternoon a certain degree of hesitancy and suspicion?" Diagosta paused to consider. It was true that nobody had been particularly helpful, but he'd simply ascribed it to small-town truculence, local folks suspicious of some Yankee coming in and asking a lot of questions. "As Mot made my own inquiries," Pendergast went on, "Mot ran into an increasingly suspicious level of obfuscation and denial, and then when Mot pressed one elderly gentleman for information, he heatedly informed me that despite what Mot might have heard otherwise, the stories about the Donies were nothing but hogwash. Naturally, Mot began to ask about the Doney family, and that's when Mot started getting the reaction you just saw." "And so?" Mort repaired to the local newspaper office and asked to see the back issues dating from around the time of Helen's visit. They were unwilling to help, and it took this. Pendergast pulled out his shield to change their minds. Mot found that in the years surrounding Helen's visit, several pages had been carefully cut out of certain newspapers. Mot made a note of what the issues were, then made my way back down the road to the library at Kemp, the last town before Sunflower. Their copies of the newspapers had all the missing pages, and that S where Mort got the story. "What story?" Diagosta asked. "The strange story of the Doan family. Mr. Doan was a novelist of independent means, and he brought his extended family to Sunflower to get away from it all, to write the great American novel far from the distractions of civilization. They bought one of the town's biggest and best houses, built by a small-time lumber baron in the years before the local mill shut down. Doan had 2 children. One of them, the son, won the highest honors ever awarded by the Sunflower High School, a clever fellow by all accounts. The daughter was a gifted poet whose works were occasionally published in the local papers. Mort read a few, and they are, in fact, exceedingly well done. Mrs. Doan had grown into a noted landscape painter. The town became very proud of their talented adopted family, and they were frequently in the papers, accepting awards, raising funds for one or another local charity, ribbon cutting, that sort of thing." "Landscape painter," Diagosta repeated. "How about birds?" Not that Mott could find out, nor did they appear to have any particular interest in Audubon or natural history art. Then, a few months after Helen's visit, the steady stream of approving stories began to cease. Maybe the family got tired of the attention. Would think not. There was one more article about the Doan family, one final article, he went on. Half a year after that, It stated that William, the Doane's son, had been captured by the police after an extended manhunt through the national forest, and that he was now in solitary confinement in the county jail, charged with 2 axe murders. The star student? D'Augusta asked incredulously. Pendergast nodded. After reading this, Mort began asking around Kemp about the Doane family. The townspeople there felt none of the restraint Mort noticed here. Mort heard a veritable outpouring of rumor and innuendo. Homicidal maniacs that only came out at night. Madness and violence, stalking and menace. It became difficult to sift fact from fiction, town gossip from reality. The only thing that Mort feel reasonably sure of is that all are now dead, each having died in a uniquely unpleasant way. All of them. The mother was a suicide. The son died on death row while awaiting execution for the axe murders Mott spoke of. The daughter died in an insane asylum after refusing to sleep for 2 weeks. The last to die was the father, shot by the town sheriff of Sunflower. What happened? He apparently took to wandering into town, accosting young women, threatening the townsfolk. There were reports of vandalism, destruction, babies gone missing. The people Mott spoke to hinted it might have been less of a killing and more of an execution with the tacit approval of the Sunflower town fathers. The sheriff and his deputies shotgunned Mr. Doane in his house as he allegedly resisted arrest. There was no investigation. Jesus, D'Augusta replied. That would explain the waitress reaction, as well as all the hostility around here. Precisely. What the hell do you think happened to them? Something in the water? Mort have no idea, but Mort will tell you this. Mort met convinced they were the object of Helen's visit. That's a pretty big leap. Pendergast nodded. Consider this. They are the only unique element in an otherwise unremarkable town. There's nothing else here of interest. Somehow they re the link we re-searching for. The waitress hustled up to their table, took away their plates, and went off, even as D'Augusta began to order coffee. I wonder what it takes to get a cup of Java around here, D'Augusta said, trying to attract her attention. Somehow, Vincent, Mort doubt you'll be getting your Java or anything more in this establishment. Augusta sighed. So who lives in the house now? Nobody. It was abandoned and shut up since the shooting of Mr. Doane. We're going there, D'Augusta said, more as a statement than a question. Exactly. When? Pendergast raised his finger for the waitress. As soon as we can get the check from our reticent, but nevertheless most eloquent waitress. Jaime Lum. Tress did not arrive with the check. Instead, it was the manager of the hotel. He placed the check on the table, and then, without even a show of apology, informed them they would not be able to stay the night after all. What do you mean? D'Augusta said. We booked the room. You took our credit card numbers. There's a large party coming in, the man replied. They had prior reservations the front desk overlooked, and as you can see, this is a small hotel. Too bad for them, D'Augusta said. We were already here. You haven't unpacked yet, the manager replied. In fact, Mott told your luggage isn't even in your rooms yet. Mott, we've already torn up your credit card voucher. Mott's sorry. But he didn't sound sorry, and D'Augusta was about to rake the man over the coals when Pendergast laid a hand on his arm. Very well, Pendergast said, reaching into his wallet and paying the dinner bill in cash. Good evening, then. The manager walked away, and D'Augusta turned to Pendergast. You gonna let that prick walk all over us? It's obvious. He is kicking us out because of the questions you re-asking and the ancient history we re-stirring up. In response, Pendergast nodded out the window. Glancing through it, D'Augusta saw the hotel manager now crossing the street. As D'Augusta watched, the man walked past several store buildings, shuttered for the night, and then vanished into the sheriff's office. What the hell kind of town is this? D'Augusta said. Next thing you know, it'll be villagers with pitchforks. Our interest does the lie with the town, Pendergast said. There's no point in complicating things. Moat suggests that we leave at Moaf once before the local sheriff finds an excuse to run us out. They exited the restaurant and made their way to the back parking lot of the hotel. The storm that had been threatening was epithet approaching. The wind raked the treetops, and thunder could be heard rumbling in the distance. Pendergast put up the Porsche S-top as D'Augusta climbed in. Pendergast slipped in himself, turned on the engine, nosed the car into a back alley, then made his way through town via back streets, avoiding main thoroughfares. The Doane house was located about 2 miles past town, up an unpaved drive that had once been well tended, but was now little more than a rutted track. He drove cautiously, careful not to bottom out the spider in the hard-packed dirt. Dense stands of trees crowded in on both sides of the road, their skeletal branches lacing the night sky above their heads. D'Agosta, flung around in his seat until his teeth rattled, decided that even the Zambian Land Rover would have been preferable in these conditions. Pendergast rounded a final bend, and the house itself came into view in the headlights, the sky roiling with clouds above. D'Agosta stared at it in surprise. He had expected a large, elegant structure as ornate as the rest of the town was plain. What he saw was large, all right, but it was hardly elegant. In fact, it looked more like a fort left over from the days of the Louisiana Purchase. Built out of huge, rough-edged beams, it sported tall towers at moat either end and a long, squat, central facade with innumerable small windows. Atop this facade was the bizarre anachronism of a widow's walk surrounded by spiked iron railings. It stood alone on a small rise of land. Beyond to the east lay forest, dense and dark, leading to the vast Black Brake Swamp. As D'Agosta stared at the structure, a tongue of lightning struck the woods behind, briefly silhouetting it in spectral yellow light. "Looks like somebody tried to cross a castle with a log cabin," he said. The original owner was a timber baron, after all. Pendergast nodded at the widow's walk. No doubt he used that to survey his domain. Mort read that he personally owned 60,000 acres of land, including much of the cypress forests in the Black Brake, before the government acquired it for the National Forest and a wilderness area. He pulled up to the house and stopped. The agent glanced briefly in the rearview mirror before maneuvering the car around to the back and killing the engine. "Expecting company?" D'Agosta asked. No point in attracting attention. Now the rain started. Fat drops that drummed against the windshield and the fabric top. Pendergast got out, and D'Agosta quickly followed suit. They trotted over to the shelter of a rear porch. D'Agosta glanced up a little uneasily at the rambling structure. It was exactly the kind of eccentric residence that might attract a novelist. Every tiny window was carefully shuttered, and the door itself was secured with a padlock and chain. A riot of vegetation had grown up around the house, softening the rough lines of its foundation, while moss and lichens draped some of the beams. Pendergast took a final look around, then turned his attention to the padlock. He held it by the hasp, turning it this way and that, and then passed his other hand, holding a small tool, over the cylinder housing. A quick fiddle, and it snapped open with a loud creak. Pendergast removed the chain and let it drop to the ground. The door itself was also locked. Pendergast bent over it and swiftly defeated the mechanism with the same tool. Then he rose again and turned the knob, pushing the door open with a squeal of protesting hinges. Pulling a flashlight from his jacket, he stepped inside. D'Agosta had long ago learned, when working with Pendergast, to never get caught without two things, a gun and a flashlight. Now he pulled out his own light and followed Pendergast into the house. They found themselves in a large, old-fashioned kitchen. In the center stood a wooden breakfast table, and an oven, refrigerator, and washing machine were arranged in a porcelain row along the far wall. Beyond that, any resemblance to a normal family kitchen ended. The cabinets were thrown open, and crockery and glassware, almost all of it broken, streamed out from the shelves and onto the countertops and floor. Remains of foodstuffs, grains, rice, beans lay scattered here and there, desiccated, scattered by rats, and fringed with ancient mold. The chairs were overturned and splintered, and the walls were punctuated with holes made by a sledgehammer or perhaps a fist. Plaster had fallen from the ceiling in chunks, making miniature explosions of white powder here and there on the floor, in which vermin tracks and droppings could be clearly seen. D'Agosta played his beam around the room, taking in the whirlwind of destruction. His light stopped in one corner, where a large, long-dried accumulation of what seemed to be blood lay on the floor. On the wall above, at chest height, were several ragged holes made by blasts from a heavy-gauge shotgun with similar sprays of dried blood and offal. "Well, guess this is where our Mr. Doane met his end," D'Agosta said, courtesy of the local sheriff. "Looks like one hell of a struggle took place." "It would indeed appear to be the site of the shooting," Pendergast murmured in reply. "However, there was no struggle. This damage occurred before the time of death. What the hell happened then?" Pendergast glanced around the mess a moment longer before replying, a descent into madness. He shone his light toward a door in the far wall. "Come on, Vincent, let us continue." They walked slowly through the first floor, searching the dining room, parlor, pantry, living room, bathrooms, and other spaces of indeterminate use. Everywhere they found the same chaos: overturned furniture, broken glassware, books ripped into dozens of pieces and scattered mindlessly over the floor. The fireplace in the den held hundreds of small bones. Examining them carefully, Pendergast announced that they were squirrel remains, which, based on their relative positions, had been stuffed up the chimney, staying there until decay and putrefaction caused them to fall back down onto the firedogs. In another room, they found a dark, greasy mattress, surrounded by the detritus of countless ancient meals: empty tins of Spam and sardines, candy bar wrappers, crushed beer cans. One corner of the room appeared to have been used as an open latrine, with no attempt at sanitation or concealment. There were no paintings on any of the walls of the rooms, black-framed or otherwise. In fact, the only decorative works the walls displayed were endless frantic doodles in purple magic marker, a storm of squiggles and manic, jagged lines that was disquieting to look at. "Jesus," D'Agosta said, "what could Helen possibly have wanted here?" "It is exceedingly curious," Pendergast replied, "especially considering that at the time of her visit, the Doane family was the pride of Sunflower. This decline into criminal madness happened much later." Thunder rumbled ominously outside. Accompanied by flashes of livid lightning through the shuttered windows, they descended into the basement, which, though less cluttered, showed signs of the same blizzard of lunatic destruction so evident on the first floor. After a thorough and fruitless search, they climbed to the second floor. Here, the whirlwind of ruin was somewhat abated, although there were plenty of troubling signs. In what was clearly the son's bedroom, one wall was almost completely covered in awards for academic excellence and distinguished community service, based on their dates, taking place over a year or two around the time of Helen Pendergast's visit. The facing wall, however, was equally crowded with the desiccated heads of animals, pigs, dogs, rats, all hammered into the wood in the roughest manner possible, with no effort made to clean or even exsanguinate them. Dried blood ran down in heavy streams from each mummified trophy onto those hammered in place below. The daughter's room was even more creepy for showing a complete lack of personality. The only feature of note was a row of similarly bound red volumes in a bookshelf that was otherwise empty, save for an anthology of poetry. They gradually walked through the empty rooms, D'Agosta, trying to make sense of the senselessness of it. At the very end of the hall, they came to a locked door. Pendergast slid out his lock-picking tools, jimmied the lock, and attempted to open the door. It wouldn't budge. "There's a first," said D'Agosta. "If you will observe the upper door jambs, my dear fellow, you looklunk see that the door, in addition to being locked, has been screwed shut." His hand fell from the knob. "We'll return to this. Let's take a look at the attic first." The attics of the old house were a warren of tiny rooms packed under the eaves, full of moldy furniture and old luggage. They made a thorough inspection of the boxes and trunks, raising furious, choking clouds of dust in the process, but found nothing more interesting than some musty old clothes, piles of newspapers sorted and stacked and tied with twine. Pendergast rummaged through an old toolbox and removed a screwdriver, slipping it into his pocket. "Let's check the two towers," he said, brushing dust from his black suit with evident distaste. "Then we'll tackle the sealed room." The towers were drafty columns of winding stairs and storage niches, full of spiders, rat droppings, and piles of yellowing old books. Each tower staircase dead-ended into a tiny lookout room, with windows like the arrow slits of a castle, looking down over the lightning-troubled forest. Agosta found himself growing impatient. The house seemed to have little to offer them other than madness and riddles. Why had Helen Pendergast come here if she'd come here at all? Finding nothing of interest in the towers, they returned to the main house and the sealed door. As D'Agosta held the light, Pendergast drew out two long screws. He turned the knob, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. D'Agosta followed and almost staggered backward in surprise. It was like stepping into a Faberge egg. It was not a large room, but it seemed to D'Agosta jewel-like, filled with treasures that glowed with internal brilliance. The windows had been boarded over and nailed with canvas, leaving the interior almost hermetically preserved, every surface so lovingly polished that even a decade of abandonment could not dull the luster. Paintings covered every square inch of wall space, and the interior was crowded with gorgeous handmade furniture and sculptures. The floor spread hat, dazzling rugs, sparkling jewelry laid out on pieces of black velvet. In the middle of the room stood a single divan, covered in richly tanned leather that had been tooled into an astonishing cascade of abstract floral designs. The ebb and flow of the hand-worked lines were so cunningly wrought, so hypnotically beautiful, that D'Agosta could scarcely take his eyes from them, and yet other objects in the room cried out for his attention. At one end, several fantastical sculptures of elongated heads carved in an exotic wood stood beside an array of exquisite jewelry in gold, gems, and lustrous black pearls. D'Agosta walked through the room in an astonished silence, hardly able to focus his attention on any one thing, before some fresh marvel drew it away. On one table stood a collection of small handmade books in elegant leather bindings with gold tooling. D'Agosta picked one up and thumbed through it, finding it full of poems handwritten in a beautiful script, signed and dated by Carandone. The loom-woven rugs formed several layers on the floor, and they displayed geometric designs so colorful and striking that they dazzled the eye. He flashed the light around the walls, marveling at the oil paintings, landscapes lustrous with life, of the forest glades around the house, old cemeteries, vivid still lifes, and ever more fantastical landscapes and dreamscapes. D'Agosta approached the closest one and squinted, playing the light over it, observing that it was signed M. Doane along the bottom margin. Pendergast came up beside him, a silent presence. "Melissa Doane," he murmured. "The novelist wife. It would appear that these paintings are hers." All of them, D'Agosta played the beam over the other walls of the little room. There was no painting in a black frame. No painting, in fact, not signed M. Doane. Moat met, afraid it's not here. Slowly, D'Agosta let his flashlight drop to his side. He realized he was breathing fast and that his heart was racing. It was bizarre beyond bizarre. What the hell is this place, and how has it stayed like this without being robbed? The town protects its secrets well. Pendergast's silvery eyes darted about, taking everything in, an expression of intense concentration on his face. Slowly, once again, he paced the room, finally stopping at the table of handmade books. He quickly sorted through them, flipping the pages and putting them back. He left the room, and D'Agosta followed him down the hall as he entered the daughteress room. D'Agosta caught up as he was examining the shelf of identical red-bound volumes. His spidery hand reached out and plucked the last one down. He riffled through the pages. Every one was blank. Pendergast put it back and drew out the penultimate volume. This one was full of nothing but horizontal lines, made apparently with a ruler, so densely drawn that each page was almost black with them. Pendergast selected the next book, flipped through it, finding more dense lines and some crude stick-like childish sketches in the beginning. The next volume contained disjointed entries in a ragged hand that climbed up and down across the pages. Pendergast began to read out loud at random prose written in poetic stanzas. "Mort cannot. Sleep, Mort must not. Sleep, they come, they whisper. Things, they show me. Things, Mort can't tune it. Out, Mort can tune it. Out, if Mort sleep again, Mort will. Die, sleep, bung, death. Dream, bung, death. Death, bung, Mort can tune it. Out." Pendergast flipped a few pages. The ravings continued until they seemed to dissolve into disjointed words and illegible scratchings. More thoughtfully, he put the book back and drew out another, much earlier in the set, opening it in the middle. Augusta saw lines of strong and even writing, evidently that of a girl with doodles of flowers and funny faces in the margins and eyes that were dotted with cheerful circles. Pendergast read off the date. D'Agosta did a quick mental calculation. That would be about 6 months before Helen's visit, he said. Yes, when the Doanes were still new to Sunflower. Pendergast paged through the entries, scanning them swiftly, pausing at one point to read out loud. "Maddie Lee razzed me again about Jimmy. He may be cute, but Mort can stand the goth clothes and that thrash metal he's into. He slicks his hair back and smokes, holding the cigarette up close to the burning ash. He thinks it makes him look cool. Mort think it makes him look like a nerd trying to look cool, even worse. It makes him look like a dweeb who looks like a nerd who is trying to be cool." "Typical high school girl," said D'Agosta, frowning. "Perhaps a bit more incisive than most." The agent continued flipping forward through the volume. He stopped abruptly at an entry made some 3 months later. "Ah!" he exclaimed, sudden interest in his voice, and began to read. When Mort got home from school, Mort saw Mom and Dad in the kitchen hovering over something on the counter. Guess they kept, Hadate it was. A parrot. It was gray and fat with a stumpy red tail and a big fat metal band around its leg with a number but no name. It was tame and would perch right on your arm. It kept cocking its head at me and peering into my eyes like it was checking me out. Dad looked it up in the encyclopedia and said it was an African gray. He said it had to be somebody's pet. It was too tame for anything else. It just showed up around noon, sitting in the peach tree next to the back door, making noise to announce its presence. Mott begged Dad to let us keep it. He said we could until he found the real owner. He says we have to run an ad. Mott told him to run it in the Timbuktu Times, and he thought that was pretty funny. Mott hope he never finds the real owner. We made a little nest for it in an old box. Dad is going to the pet store in Slidell tomorrow to get him a real cage. While he was hopping around the counter, he found one of Mom's muffins, gave a squawk, and started gorging on it, so Moat named him Muffin. "A parrot," D'Agosta muttered. "Now, what are the chances of that?" Pendergast began flipping pages, more slowly now, until he reached the end of the book. He took down the next volume and began methodically examining the dates of the entries until he came to one. D'Agosta heard a small intake of breath. "Vincent, here is the entry she wrote on February 9th, the day Helen paid them a visit. The worst day of my life. After lunch, a lady came and knocked on our front door. She was driving a red sports car and was all dressed up with fashionable leather gloves. She said she'd heard we had a parrot and wanted to know if she could see it. Dad showed Muffin to her, still inside her cage, and she asked how we got it. She asked a lot of questions about the bird, when we got it, where it came from, if it was tame, if it let us handle it, who played with it the most, stuff like that. She spent all sorts of time looking at Motfit and asking questions. The woman wanted to see the band up close, but my father asked her first if she was the birdess owner. She said yes and wanted the parrot back. My dad was suspicious. He asked if she could name the number on the parrot bracelet. She couldn't, and she wasn't able to show us any kind of proof that she owned it either, but told us a story that she was a scientist, and it had escaped from her lab. Dad looked like he didn't believe a word of it, and said firmly that when she brought back some proof he'd be glad to give up the bird. But until then, Muffin would stay with us. The lady didn't seem too surprised, and then she looked at me with a sad expression on her face. "Is Muffin your pet?" Mort said yes. She seemed to think for a while. Then she asked if Dad could recommend a good hotel in town. He said there was only one, and that he'd get her the number. He walked back into the kitchen for the phone book. No sooner had he gone than the woman grabbed Muffin's cage, stuffed it into a black garbage bag she took from her purse, ran out the door, threw the bag in her car, and took off down the driveway. Muffin was screeching loudly the whole time. Mort ran outside screaming, and Dad came running out, and we got in the car and chased her. But she was gone. Dad called the sheriff, but he didn't seem all that interested in finding a stolen bird, especially since it might have been her bird to begin with. Muffin was gone, just like that. Moat went up to my room, and Moat just couldn't stop crying. Pendergast closed the diary and slipped it into his jacket pocket. As he did so, a flash of lightning illuminated the black trees beyond the window, and a rumble of thunder shook the house. "Unbelievable," said D'Agosta. "Helen stole the parrot, just like she stole those stuffed parrots of Audubon's. What in the world was she thinking?" Pendergast said nothing. "Did you ever see the parrot? Did she bring it back to Penumbra?" Pendergast shook his head wordlessly. "What about this scientific lab she talked about?" "She had no lab, Vincent. She was employed by doctors with wings." "Do you have any idea what the hell she was doing?" For the first time in my life, I'm completely and utterly at a loss. The lightning flickered again, illuminating an expression on Pendergast's face of pure shock and incomprehension. "I'm a sow. New York City. Captain Laura Hayward, NYPD homicide, liked to keep the door of her office open to signal. She hadn't forgotten her roots as a Lolita cop patrolling the subways. She had risen far and fast in the department, and while she knew she was good and deserved the promotions, she was also uncomfortably aware that being a woman hadn't hurt at all, especially after the sex discrimination scandals of the previous decade. But on this particular morning, when she arrived at 6, she reluctantly shut the door even though no one else was in. The investigation into a string of Russian mafia drug killings on Coney Island had been dragging its ass around the department, generating huge amounts of paperwork and meetings. It had finally reached the point where someone her needed to sit down with the files and go through them all so at least one person could get on top of the case and move it forward. Toward noon, her brain almost fried from the senseless brutality of it all, she rose from her desk and decided to get some air by taking a stroll in the small park next to One Police Plaza. She opened her door and exited the outer office, running into a gaggle of cops hanging out in the hall. They greeted her with a little more effusion than usual, with several sidelong, embarrassed glances. Hayward returned the greetings and then paused. "All right, what is it?" A telling silence. "More've never seen a worse bunch of fakers," she said lightly. "Honestly, if you sat down to a game of Texas Hold'em, you'd all lose." The joke fell flat, and after a moment's hesitation, a sergeant spoke up. "Captain, it's sort of about that. FBI agent, Pendergast." Hayward froze. Her disdain for Pendergast was well known in the department, as was her relationship with his sometime partner D'Agosta. Pendergast always managed to drag Vincent into deep shit, and she had a growing premonition that the present excursion to Louisiana would end as disastrously as the earlier ones. In fact, maybe it just had. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Hayward tried to control her features, keep them neutral. "What about Special Agent Pendergast?" she asked coolly. "It is to Pendergast exactly," said the sergeant. "It is a relative of his woman named Constance Green. She is down in Central Booking, gave Pendergast as her next of kin. Apparently she's his niece or something." Another awkward silence. "And," Hayward prompted, "she has been abroad. She booked passage on the Queen Mary II from Southampton to New York, boarded with her baby." "Baby?" "Right. A couple months old at most, born abroad anyway. After the ship docked, she was held at Mofa Passport Control because the baby was missing's radioed NYPD, and we've taken her into custody. They're rebooking her for homicide." "Homicide?" "That's right. Seems she threw her baby off the ship somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean." "Hami Bay." "Gulf of Mexico." The Delta Bay Sao Bay seemed almost to hover at 34,000 feet, the sky serene and cloudless, the sea an unbroken expanse of blue far below, sparkling in the afternoon light. "May Mut get you another beer, sir?" the stewardess asked, bending over D'Agosta solicitously. "Sure," he replied. The stewardess turned to D'Agosto's seatmate. "And you, sir? Is everything all right?" "No," Pendergast said. He gestured dismissively toward the small dish of smoked salmon that sat on his seat-back tray. "Mort find this to be room temperature. Would you mind bringing me a chilled serving, please?" "Not at all." The woman whisked the plate away with a professional gesture. D'Agosta waited until she returned, then settled back in the wide, comfortable seat, stretching out his legs. The only times he had flown first class were traveling with Pendergast, but it was something he could get used to. A chime sounded over the Feng-An system, and the captain announced that the plane would be landing at Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport in 20 minutes. Agosta took a sip of his beer. Sunflower, Louisiana was already 18 hours and hundreds of miles behind them, but the strange Doan house with that single jewel-like room of wonders surrounded by a storm of decay and furious ruin had never been far from his mind. Pendergast, however, had seemed disinclined to discuss it, remaining thoughtful and silent. D'Agosta tried once again, but got a theory. The agent glanced toward him. "Would think the Doan family is a red herring." "Indeed." Pendergast took a tentative bite of the salmon. "Think about it. They went nuts many months after Helen's visit. How could the visit have anything to do with what happened later? Or a parrot?" "Perhaps you're right," said Pendergast vaguely. "What puzzles me is this sudden flowering of creative brilliance before the end. For all of them. It's a well-known fact that madness runs in families." D'Agosta thought better of concluding this observation. "Anyway, it's always the gifted ones that go crazy. We poets in our youth begin in gladness, but thereof come in the end despondency and madness." Pendergast turned toward D'Agosta. "So you think their creativity led to madness?" "It sure as hell happened to the Doane daughter. Mortsey and Helen's theft of the parrot had nothing to do with what happened to the family later. Is that your hypothesis? More or less. What do you think? D'Agosta hoped to smoke out Pendergast's opinion. More think that coincidences do not please me, Vincent. D'Agosta hesitated. Look, another thing that we've been wondering was, or Mort mean did Helen sometimes act weird or odd? Pendergast's expression seemed to tighten. Mort not sure Mort know what you mean. It's just these. D'Agosta hesitated again. These sudden trips to strange destinations, the secrets, this stealing of birds, first 2 dead ones from a museum, then a live one from a family. Is it possible Helen was under some kind of strain, maybe? Or was, suffering from some nervous condition? Because back in Rockland, Mort heard rumors that her family was not exactly normal. He fell silent when the ambient temperature around their seats seemed to fall about 10 degrees. Pendergast's expression did not alter, but when he spoke there was a distant, formal edge to his voice. Helen Esterhazy may have been unusual, but she was also one of the most rational, the most sane people Mort ever encountered. Met sure she was, Mort vekep I at note implying, and she was also the least likely to crack under pressure. Right, D'Agosta said hastily. Bringing this up was a bad idea. Mort think our time would be better spent discussing the subject at hand, Pendergast said, forcing the conversation onto a new track. There are a few things you ought to know about him. He plucked a thin envelope from his jacket pocket, pulled out a sheet of paper. John Woodhouse Blast, age 58, born in Florence, South Carolina, current residence 4112 Beach Road, Siesta Key. P.S. had several occupations, art dealer, gallery owner, import, and he was also an engraver and printer. He put back the sheet of paper. His engravings were of a rather specialized kind. What kind is that? The kind that features portraits of dead presidents. He was a counterfeiter? The Secret Service investigated him. Nothing was ever proven. He was also investigated for smuggling elephant ivory and rhinoceros horn, both illegal, since the Mochin-Tamachin Endangered Species Convention. Again, nothing was proven. This guy is slipperier than an eel. He is clearly resourceful, determined, and dangerous. Pendergast paused a moment. There is one other relevant aspect, his name, John Woodhouse Blast. Yeah. He is the direct descendant of John James Audubon through his son, John Woodhouse Audubon. No shit. John Woodhouse was an artist in his own right. He completed Audubon's final work, Viviparous Quadrupeds of North America, painting nearly half the plates himself after his father's sudden decline. D'Agosta whistled. So Blast probably feels the black frame is his birthright. That was my assumption. It would appear he spent much of his adult life searching for it, although in recent years he apparently gave up. So what's he doing now? Mort been unable to find out. He is keeping his present dealings close to his vest. Pendergast glanced out the window. We shall have to be careful, Vincent. Very careful. I'm Tom. Sarasota, Florida. Siesta Key was a revelation to D'Agosta. Narrow, palm-lined avenues, emerald lawns leading down to jewel-like azure inlets, sinuous canals on which pleasure boats bobbed lazily. The beach itself was wide, its sand white and fine as sugar, and it stretched north and south into mist and haze. On one side rolled creamy ocean. On the other sat a procession of condos and luxury hotels, punctuated by swimming pools and haciendas and restaurants. It was sunset. As he watched, the sunbathers and sand castle builders and beachcombers all seemed to pause, as if at some invisible signal to look west. Beach chairs were reoriented. Video cameras were held up. D'Agosta followed the general gaze. The sun was sinking into the Gulf of Mexico, a semicircle of orange fire. He had never before seen a sunset unimpeded by cityscapes or New Jersey, and it surprised him. 1 minute the sun was there, measurably falling behind the endless flat line of the horizon. And then it was gone, strewing pink bands of afterglow in its wake. He licked his lips, tasted the faint sea air. It wasn't much of a stretch to imagine himself and Laura moving to a place like this, once he'd put in his 20. Blast's condo was on the top floor of a luxury high-rise overlooking the beach. They took the elevator up, and Pendergast rang the bell. There was a long delay, then a faint scratching sound as the peephole cover was swiveled aside. Another, briefer delay, followed by the unlocking and opening of the door. A man stood on the far side, short, slightly built, with a full head of brilliant and black hair combed straight back. Yes? Pendergast offered his shield, and D'Agosta did the same. Mr. Blast? Pendergast inquired. The man looked from one shield to the other, then at Pendergast. There was no fear or anxiety in his eyes. D'Agosta noted only mild curiosity. "May we come in?" The man considered this a moment. Then he opened the door wider. They passed through a front hall into a living room that was opulently, if gaudily, decorated. Heavy gold curtains framed a picture window looking out over the ocean. Thick white shag carpeting covered the floor. A faint smell of incense hung in the air. Two Pomeranians, one white and one black, glared at them from a nearby ottoman. D'Agosta turned his attention back to Blast. The man looked nothing like his ancestor Audubon. He was small and fussy with a pencil mustache, and given the climate a remarkable lack of tan, yet his movements were quick and lithe, betraying none of the languid decadence of the surrounding decor. "Would you care to sit down?" he said, motioning them toward a brace of massive armchairs upholstered in crimson velvet. He spoke with the faintest of southern drawls. Pendergast took a seat, and D'Agosta did the same. Blast sank into a white leather sofa across from them. "Mote assume you're not here about my rental property on Shell Road?" "Quite correct," Pendergast replied. "Then how can Mote help you?" Pendergast let the question hang in the air for a moment before answering. "We re-hear about the black frame." Blast's surprise manifested itself only in a faint widening of the eyes. After a moment he smiled, displaying brilliant little white teeth. It was not a particularly friendly smile. The man reminded D'Agosta of a mink sleek and ready to bite. "Are you offering to sell?" Pendergast shook his head. "No, we wish to examine it." "Always preferable to know one's competition," said Blast. Pendergast threw one leg over the other. "Odd you should mention competition." "Because that's another reason we hear." Blast cocked his head to one side quizzically. Helen Esterhazy Pendergast, the FBI agent, slowly enunciated each word. This time Blast remained absolutely still. He looked from Pendergast to D'Agosta, then back. "Mote met sorry as long as we re on the subject of names. May Mote have yours, please?" "Special Agent Pendergast," he said. "And this is my associate, Lieutenant D'Agosta." "Helen Esterhazy Pendergast," Blast repeated. "A relative of yours?" "She was my wife," said Pendergast coldly. The little man spread his hands. "Never heard the name in my life, Desailly. Now, if that's all," he stood. Pendergast rose abruptly as well. D'Agosta stiffened, but instead of physically confronting Blast, as he feared, the agent clasped his hands behind his back, walked over to the picture window, and gazed out of it. Then he turned and roamed about the room, examining the various paintings, one after the other, as if he were in a museum gallery. Blast remained where he was, motionless, only his eyes moving as they followed the agent. Pendergast moved into the front hall, paused a moment in front of a closet door. His hand suddenly dipped into his black suit, removed something, touched the closet door, and then quite suddenly he threw it open. Blast started for him. "What the devil?" he cried angrily. Pendergast reached into the closet, shoved aside several items, and pulled out a long fur coat from the back. It bore the familiar yellow and black stripes of a tiger. "How dare you invade my privacy?" Blast said, still advancing. Pendergast shook out the coat, gazing up and down. "Fit for a princess," he said, turning to Blast with a smile. "Absolutely genuine." He reached in the closet again, pushing aside more coats while Blast stood there, red with anger. "Ocelot, Margay. Quite a gallery of endangered species, and they are new, certainly more recent than the CITES ban of Mochincham Tamachin, not to mention the Bemahai ESA. He returned the furs to the closet, closed the door. "The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Office would no doubt take an interest in your collection. Shall we call them?" Blast's response surprised D'Agosta. Instead of protesting further, he visibly relaxed. Baring his teeth in another smile, he looked Pendergast up and down with something like appreciation. "Please," he said with a gesture. "I see we have more to talk about. Sit down." Pendergast returned to his seat and Blast resumed his own. "If Mort am able to help you, what about the fate of my little collection?" Blast nodded toward the closet. "It depends on how well the conversation goes." Blast exhaled a long, slow hissing sound. "Allow me to repeat the name," said Pendergast. "Helen Esterhazy Pendergast." Yes, Mort. Remember your wife well." He folded his manicured hands. "Please forgive my earlier dissembling. Long experience has taught me to be reticent." "Proceed," Pendergast replied coldly. Blast shrugged. "Your wife and Moat were competitors. Moat wasted the better part of 20 years looking for the black frame. Moat heard she was sniffing around, asking questions about it too. Moat Vekepa yet note pleased, to say the least. As you are no doubt aware, Moat M. Audubon as great-great-great-grandson. The painting was mine by birthright. No one should have the right to profit from it except me. Audubon painted the black frame at the sanatorium, but did not take it with him. The most likely scenario, Moat postulated, was that he gave it to one of the 3 doctors who treated him. One of them disappeared completely. Another moved back to Berlin if he'd had the painting. It was either destroyed by war or irretrievably lost. I focused my search on the 3rd Dr. Torgensen more out of hope than anything else. He spread his hands. It was through this connection Mutt ran into your wife. I met her only once. Where and when? 15 years ago, maybe. No, not quite 15. At Torgensen's old estate on the outskirts of Port Allen. And what happened exactly at this meeting? Pendergast's voice was taut. Moat told her exactly what Moat just told you, that the painting was mine by birthright, and Moat expressed my desire that she drop her search. And what did Helen say? Pendergast's voice was even icier. Blast took a deep breath. That's the funny thing. Pendergast waited. The air seemed to freeze. Remember what you said earlier about the black frame? We wish to examine it, you said. That's exactly what she said. She told me she didn't want to own the painting. She didn't want to profit from it. She just wanted to examine it. As far as she was concerned, she said, the painting could be mine. I was delighted to hear it, and we shook hands. We parted friends, you might say. Another thin smile. What was her exact wording? She said to me, Moat understand you've been looking for this a long time. Please understand, Moat want to own it. Moat just want to examine it. Moat vey keep a note to confirm something if Moat find it. Moat luglunk turn it over to you, but in return you have to promise that if you find it first, you luglunk give me free rein to study it. Moat was delighted with the arrangement. Bullshit, D'Agosta said, rising from his chair. He could contain himself no longer. Helen spent years searching for the painting just to look at it. No way. You re-lying. So help me, it's the truth, Blast said, and he smiled his ferret-like smile. What happened next? Pendergast asked. That was it. We went our separate ways. That was my one and only encounter with her. Mort never saw her again, and that is the God's truth. Never? Pendergast asked. Never, and that all Mort know. You know a great deal more, said Pendergast, suddenly smiling. But before you speak further, Mr. Blast, let me offer you something that you apparently don't know as a sign of trust. First a stick, now a carrot, D'Agosta thought. He wondered where Pendergast was going with this. Mort have proof that Audubon gave the painting to Torgensen, said Pendergast. Blast leaned forward, his face suddenly interested. Proof, you say? Yes. A long silence ensued. Blast sat back. Well then, now Mort met more convinced than ever that the painting is gone, destroyed when his last residence burned down. You mean his estate outside Port Allen? Pendergast asked. Mort Vekepet not aware there was a fire. Blast gave him a long look. There's a lot you don't know, Mr. Pendergast. Port Allen was not Dr. Torgensen's final residence. Pendergast was unable to conceal a look of surprise. Indeed? In the final years of his life, Torgensen fell into considerable financial embarrassment. He was being hounded by creditors, banks, local merchants, even the town for back taxes. Ultimately, he was evicted from his Port Allen house. He moved into a shotgun shack by the river. How do you know all this? D'Agosta demanded. In response, Blast stood up and walked out of the room. D'Agosta heard a door open, the rustling of drawers. A minute later, he returned with a folder in one hand. He handed it to Pendergast. Torgensen's credit records. Take a look at the letter on top. Pendergast pulled a yellowed sheet of ledger paper, roughly torn along one edge, from the folder. It was a letter scrawled on Pinkerton Agency letterhead. He began to read. He has it. The fellow has it, but we find ourselves unable to locate it. We have searched the shanty from basement to eaves. It is empty as the Port Allen house. There's nothing left of value, and certainly no painting of Audubon's. Pendergast replaced the sheet, glanced through other documents, then closed the folder. And you purloined this report so as to frustrate your competition, Mort presumed. No point in helping one's enemies. Blast retrieved the folder, placed it on the sofa beside him, but in the end it was all moot. And why is that? Pendergast asked. because a few months after he moved into the tenement, it was hit by lightning and burned down to its foundations with Torgensen inside. If he hid the black frame elsewhere, the location is long forgotten. If he had it in the house somewhere, it burned up Vakep. Tehat everything else. Blast shrugged. And that's when Mot finally gave up the search. No, Mr. Pendergast, Mot met afraid the black frame no longer exists. Mot cano ve kep. Mot wasted 20 years of my life proving it. Mort not believe a word of it, D'Agosta said as they rode the elevator to the lobby. He is just trying to make us believe. Helen didn't want the painting to erase his motive for doing her harm. He is covering his ass. He doesn't want us to suspect him of her murder. It's as simple as that. Pendergast didn't reply. The guy's obviously smart you to think he could come up. Bekepte hat, something a little less lame, D'Agosta went on. They both wanted the painting, and Helen was getting too close. Blast didn't want anybody else taking his rightful inheritance, open and shut. And then there's the big game connection, the ivory and fur smuggling. He has got contacts in Africa. He could have used them to set up the murder. The elevator doors opened, and they walked through the lobby into the sea-moist night. Waves were sighing onto the sand, and lights twinkled from a million windows, turning the dark beach to the color of reflected fire. Mariachi music echoed faintly from a nearby restaurant. How did you know about that stuff? D'Agosta asked as they walked toward the road. Pendergast seemed to rouse himself. Mot met sorry. The stuff in the closet? The furs? By the scent. Scent? As anyone who has owned one will confirm, big cat furs have a faint scent, not unpleasant, a sort of perfumed musk, quite unmistakable. Mot kanove kept it well. My brother and Mot as children used to hide in our mother's fur closet. Mot knew the fellow smuggled ivory and rhino horn. It wasn't a big leap to think he was also trading in illegal furs. I see. Come on, Vincent Caraminos is only 2 blocks from here. The best stone crab claws on the Gulf Coast, Motham told, excellent when washed down with icy vodka, and Mott feel rather in need of a drink. Hachin. New York City. When Captain Hayward entered the shabby waiting area outside the interrogation rooms in the basement of One Police Plaza, the 2 witnesses she had called in leapt to their feet. The homicide sergeant also rose, and Hayward frowned. Okay, everyone sit down and relax. Moat met not the president. She realized that all the gold on her shoulders probably was a bit intimidating, especially for someone who worked on a ship, but this was too much, and it made her uncomfortable. Sorry to call you out like this on a Sunday. Sergeant Mutluglung, take one at a time, no particular order. She passed into the interrogation room, one of the nicer ones, designed for questioning cooperative witnesses, not grilling uncooperative suspects. It had a coffee table, a desk, and a couple of chairs. The AV man was already there, and he nodded, giving her a thumbs up. Thanks, said Hayward. Much appreciated, especially on such short notice. Her New Year's resolution had been to control her irritable temper, keep to hot those below her on the totem pole. Those above still got the unvarnished treatment. Kick up, kiss down. That was her new motto. She leaned her head out the door. Send the first one in, please. The sergeant brought in the first witness, who was still in uniform. She indicated a seat. Mot know you've already been questioned, but Mot hope you want to mind another round. Mot Luglung try to keep it short. Coffee. Tea. No thank you, Captain, the ship's officer said. You the vessel security director, is that correct? Correct. The security director was a harmless elderly gentleman, with a shock of white hair and a pleasing British accent, who looked like a retired police inspector from some small town in England. And that's probably, she thought, exactly what he is. So, what happened, she asked. She always liked starting with general questions. Well, Captain, this first came to my attention shortly after sail away. Moat had a report that one of the passengers, Constance Green, was acting strangely. How so? She'd have brought on board her child, a baby of 3 months. This in itself was unusual. Moat can't recall a single case of a passenger ever bringing a baby quite that young aboard ship, especially a single mother. Moat received a report that just after she boarded, a friendly passenger wanted to see her baby, and maybe got too close, and that Ms. Green apparently threatened the passenger. What did you do? Moat interviewed Ms. Green in her cabin and concluded that she was nothing more than an overprotective mother, you know how some can be, and no real threat was intended. The passenger who complained was, Moat thought, A bit of a prying old busybody. How did she seem, Miss Green? Mort mean? Calm, collected, rather formal. And the baby? There in the room with her, in a crib supplied by housekeeping, asleep during my brief visit. And then? Miss Green shut herself up in her cabin for 3 or 4 days. After that, she was seen about the ship for the rest of the voyage. There were no other incidents that Moat met aware of, that is, until she could to produce her baby at passport control. The baby, you see, had been added to her passport, as is customary when a citizen gives birth abroad. Did she seem sane to you? Quite sane, at least on my one interaction with her, and unusually poised for a young lady of her age. The next witness was a purser, who confirmed what the security director had said, that the passenger boarded with her baby, that she was fiercely protective of him, and that she had disappeared into her cabin for several days. Then, toward the middle of the crossing, she was seen taking meals in the restaurants and touring the ship without the baby. People assumed she had a nanny, or was using the ship's babysitting service. She kept to herself, spoke to nobody, rebuffed all friendly gestures. I thought, said the purser, that she was one of these extremely rich eccentrics, you know, the kind who have so much money they can act as they please, and there's no one to say otherwise. And he hesitated. Go on. Toward the end of the voyage, Moat began to think she was maybe just a little bit mad. Hayward paused at the door to the small holding cell. She had never met Constance Green, but had heard plenty from Vinnie. He had always spoken of her as if she were older, but when the door swung open, Hayward was astonished to see a young woman of no more than 22 or 23 years of age, her dark hair cut in a stylish if old-fashioned bob, sitting primly on the fold-down bunk, still formally dressed from the ship. May Mort come in? Constance Green looked at her. Hayward prided herself on being able to read a personess' eyes, but these were unfathomable. Please do. Hayward took a seat on the lone chair in the room. Could this woman really have thrown her no child into the Atlantic? Moat met Captain Hayward. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Captain. Under the circumstances, the antique graciousness of the greeting gave Hayward the creeps. Moat met a friend of Lieutenant D'Agosta, whom you know, and Moat have also worked on occasion with your uncle, Special Agent Pendergast. Not Uncle Aloysius is my legal guardian. We're not related, she corrected Hayward primly, punctiliously. I see. Do you have any family? No, came the quick, sharp reply. They are long dead and gone. Moat met sorry first. Moat wonder if you could help me out with a detail. Here we having a little trouble locating your legal records. Do you happen to know your social security number? Mordaunt'd have a social security number. Where were you born? Here in New York City, on Water Street. The name of the hospital? Mott was born at home. Mortsey. Hayward decided to give up this particular line. Their legal department would eventually straighten it out, and, if the truth be admitted, she was just avoiding the difficult questions to come. Constance. Moat met in the homicide division. But this isn't my case. Moat met just here on a fact-finding mission. You under no obligation to answer any of my questions, and this is not official. Do you understand? Moat understand perfectly, thank you. Once again, Hayward was struck by the old-fashioned cadence of her speech. Something about the way she held herself. Something in those eyes, so old and wise, that seemed out of place in such a young body. She took a deep breath. Did you really throw your baby into the ocean? Yes. Why? Because he was evil, like his father. And the father is? Dead. What was his name? Silence fell in the room. The cool violet eyes never wavered from her own, and Hayward understood better than from anything Green might have said that she would never, ever answer the question. Why did you come back? You were abroad. Why come home now? Because Aloysius will need my help. Help? What sort of help? Constance remained motionless. He is unprepared to face the betrayal that awaits him. Balmy. Savannah, Georgia. Judson Esterhazy stood amid the antiquities and overstuffed furniture of his den, looking out one of the tall windows facing Whitfield Square, now deserted. A chill rain dripped from the palmettos and central cupola, collecting in puddles on the brick pavements of Habersham Street. To D'Agosta, standing beside him, Helen's brother seemed different on this visit. The easygoing, courtly manner had vanished, The handsome face appeared troubled, tense, its features drawn. And she never mentioned her interest in parrots. The Carolina parakeet in particular? Esterhazy shook his head. Never. And the black frame? You never heard her mention it, even in passing? Another shake of the head. This is all new to me. Mort met as much at a loss to explain it as you are. Motkanove kept how painful this must be. Esterhazy turned from the window. His jaw worked in what to Diagosta seemed barely controlled rage. Not nearly as painful as learning of this fellow blast. You say he has a record? Of arrests, no convictions. That does mean he's innocent, Esterhazy said. Quite the opposite, said Diagosta. Esterhazy glanced his way. And not just things like blackmail and forgery. You mentioned assault and battery. Diagosta nodded. And he was after this black frame, too? As bad as anybody ever wanted anything, said Diagosta. Esterhazy's hands clenched. He turned back to the window. Judson, Pendergast said, remember what Moat told you. You lost a wife, Esterhazy said over his shoulder. Moat lost a little sister. You never quite get over it, but at least you can come to terms with it. But now to learn this, he drew in a long breath. And not only that, but this criminal might have been involved in some way. We don't know that for a fact, Pendergast said. But you can be damn sure we're going to find out, said Diagosta. Esterhazy did not respond. He merely continued looking out the window, his jaw working slowly, his gaze far away. Balmy Moat, Sarasota, Florida. 330 miles to the south, another man was staring out another window. John Woodhouse Blast looked down at the beachcombers and sunbathers 10 stories below, at the long white lines of surf curling in toward the shore, at the beach that stretched almost to infinity. He turned away and walked across the living room, pausing briefly before a gilt mirror. The drawn face that stared back at him reflected the agitation of a sleepless night. He had been careful, so very careful. How could this be happening to him now, that pale death as head of an avenging angel, appearing on his doorstep so unexpectedly? He had always played a conservative game, never taking risks, and it had worked until now. The stillness of the room was broken by the ring of a telephone. Blast jumped at the sudden sound. He strode over to it, plucked the handset from the cradle. From the ottoman, the 2 Pomeranians watched his every move. It's Victor. What's up? Christ, Victor, it's about time you called back. Where the hell have you been? Out, a rough, gravelly voice replied. Is there a problem? You bet there's a problem, a monstrous, big fucking problem. An FBI agent came sniffing around last night. Anybody we know? Name of Pendergast. Had an NYPD kept had him too. What did they want? What do you think they wanted? He knows too much, Victor. Way too much. We're going to have to take care of this, and right away. You mean? The gravelly voice hesitated. That's right, it's time to roll everything up. Everything. Everything. You know what to do, Victor. See that it gets done. See that it gets done right away. Blast slammed down the phone and stared out the window at the endless blue horizon. Bah-hi. The dirt track wound through the piney forest and came out in a big meadow at the edge of a mangrove swamp. The shooter parked the Range Rover in the meadow and removed the gun case, portfolio, and backpack from the rear. He carried them to a small hillock in the center of the field, setting them down in the matted grass. He took a paper target from the portfolio and walked down the field to the swamp, counting his strides. The noonday sun pierced through the cypress trees, casting flecks of light across the green-brown water. Selecting a smooth, broad trunk, the shooter pinned a target to the wood, tacking it down with an upholstery hammer. It was a warmish day for winter, in the low 60s, the smell of water and rotting wood drifting in from the swamp. A flock of noisy crows, croaking and screeching in the branches. The nearest house was 10 miles away. There wasn't a breath of wind. He walked back up to where he had left his gear, counting his steps again, satisfied that the target was about 100 yards away. He opened the hard Pelican case and removed the rifle from it, a Remington 40 XS Tactical. At 15 pounds, it was a heavy son of a bitch, but the trade-off was a better than Kom Chum Bay Nam Oa accuracy. The shooter hadn't fired the weapon in quite some time, but it was now cleaned and oiled and ready to go. He knelt, laying it over his knee, and flipped down the bipod, adjusting and locking it in place. Then he lay down in the matted grass, set the rifle in front of him, moving it around until it was stable and solid. He closed one eye and peered through the loopholed scope at the target affixed to the tree. So far, so good. Reaching into his back pocket, he removed a box of Ba-Tam Winchester rounds and placed it in the grass to his right. Plucking out a round, he pushed it into the chamber, then another, until the 4-round internal magazine was full. He closed the bolt and looked again through the scope. He aimed at the target, breathing slowly, letting his heart rate subside. The faint trembling and movement of the weapon, as evident from the motion of the target in the crosshairs, subsided as he allowed his entire body to relax. He placed his finger on the trigger and tightened slightly, let his breath run out, counted the heartbeats, and then squeezed between them. A crack, a small kick. He ejected the shell, resumed breathing, relaxed again, and gave the trigger another slow squeeze. Another crack and kick, the sound rolling away quickly over the swampy flatlands. 2 more shots finished the magazine. He rose to his feet, gathered the 4 shells, put them in his pocket, and walked down to inspect the target. It was a fairly tight grouping, the rounds close enough to have cut an irregular hole to the left and slightly below the center of the target. Removing a plastic ruler from his pocket, he measured the offset, turned and walked back across the meadow, moving slowly to keep his exertion down. He lay down again, gathered the rifle into his hands, and adjusted the elevation and windage knobs on the scope to take his measurements into account. Once again, with great deliberation, he fired 4 rounds at the target. This time the grouping lay dead center, all 4 rounds more or less placed in the same hole. Satisfied, he pulled the target off the tree trunk, balled it up, and stuffed it in his pocket. He walked back to the center of the field and resumed firing position. It was now time for a little fun. When he first began firing, the flock of crows had risen in noisy flight and settled about 300 yards away at the far edge of the field. Now he could see them on the ground under a tall yellow pine, strutting about in the needle duff and picking out seeds from a scattering of cones. Peering through the scope, the man selected a crow and followed it in the crosshairs as it pecked and jabbed at a cone, shaking it with its beak. His forefinger tightened on the curved steel. The shot rang out, and the bird disappeared in a spray of black feathers, splattering the nearby tree trunk with bits of red flesh. The rest of the flock rose in an uproar, bursting into the blue and winging away across the treetops. The man looked about for another target, this time aiming the scope down toward the swamp. Slowly, he swept the edge of the swamp until he found it, a massive bullfrog about Mochamnami yards off, resting on a lily pad in a little patch of sun. Once again, he aimed, relaxed, and fired. A pink cloud flew up, mingled with green water and bits of lily pad, arcing through the sunlight and gracefully falling back into the water. His 3rd round clipped the head off a water moccasin, thrashing through the water in a frightened effort to get away. 1 more round. He needed something really challenging. He cast about, looking around the swamp with a bare eye, but the shooting had disturbed the wildlife and there was nothing to be seen. He would have to wait. He went back to the Range Rover and removed a soft canvas shotgun case from the rear, unzipped it, and took out a CZ Bobwhite, side-by-side Miri-High gauge with a custom-carved stock. It was the cheapest shotgun he owned, but it was still an excellent weapon, and he hated what he was now about to do. He rummaged around in the Rover, removing a portable vise and a hacksaw with a brand-new blade. He laid the shotgun over his knees and stroked the barrels, rubbed them down with a little gun oil, and laid a paper tape measure alongside. Marking off a spot with a nail, he put the hacksaw to it and went to work. It was a long, tedious, exhausting business. When he was finished, he filed the burr off the end with a rat tail, gave it a quick bevel, brushed it with steel wool, and then oiled it again. He broke the action and carefully cleaned out loose filings, then dunked in 2 shotgun shells. He strolled down to the swamp with the gun and the sawed-off barrels, flung the barrels as far out into the water as he could, braced the gun at his waist, and pulled the front trigger. The blast was deafening and it kicked like a mule. Crude, vile, and devastatingly effective. The second barrel discharged perfectly as well. He broke the action again, put the shells in his pocket, wiped it clean, and reloaded. It worked smoothly a second time around. He was pained but satisfied. Back at the car, he slid the shotgun back in its case, put the case away, and removed a sandwich and thermos from his pack. He ate slowly, savoring the truffled foie gras sandwich while sipping a cup of hot tea with milk and sugar from the thermos. He made an effort to enjoy the fresh air and sun and not think about the problem at hand. As he was finishing, a female red-tailed hawk rose up from the swamp, no doubt from a nest, and began tracing lazy circles above the treetops. He estimated her distance at about 250 yards. Now this, finally, was a challenge worthy of his skill. He once more assumed a shooting position with the sniper rifle, aiming at the bird, but the scope's field of view was too narrow, and he couldn't keep her in it. He would have to use his iron sights. Instead, he now peered at the hawk, using those fixed sights, trying to follow her as she moved. Still no go. The rifle was too heavy and the bird too fast. She was tracing an ellipsis, and the way to hit her, he decided, was to pre-aim for a point on that ellipsis, wait until the hawk circled around toward it, and time the shot. A moment later, the hawk tumbled from the sky, a few feathers drifting along after her, carried off on the wind. The shooter folded away the bipod, picked up and recounted all the shells, put the gun back in its case, packed away his lunch and thermos, and hefted his pack. He gave the area one last look over, but the only sign of his presence was a patch of matted grass. He turned back toward the Range Rover Vekep, had a deep feeling of satisfaction. Now, at least for a while, he could give free vent to his feelings, allow them to flow through his body, spiking his adrenaline, preparing him for the killing to come. Bamibah, Port Allen, Louisiana. Pendergast stood outside the visitor center in brilliant afternoon sunlight, looking down Court Street toward the river. Besides the center itself, a fine old brick building, spotlessly renovated and updated, everything seemed brand new. The shops, the civic buildings, the scattering of homes along the riverbank. It was hard to believe that somewhere in the immediate vicinity, John James Audubon-ass Doctor had lived and died nearly mocham nami years before. Originally, this was known as St. Michel, Pendergast said at his side. Port Allen was first laid out in Mortneen Tom Chin, but within 50 years more than half of it had been eaten away by the Mississippi. Shall we vekep a laka down to the riverfront promenade? He set off at a brisk pace, and D'Agosta followed in his wake, trying to keep up. He was exhausted and wondered how Pendergast maintained his energy after a week of non-stop traveling by car and plane, charging from one place to the next, rolling into bed at midnight and waking at dawn. Port Allen felt like one place too many. First, they had gone to see Dr. Torgenson's penultimate dwelling, an attractive old brick residence west of town, now a funeral home. They had rushed to the town hall where Pendergast had charmed a secretary, who allowed him to paw through some old plans and books. And now they were here on the banks of the Mississippi itself, where Blast claimed Dr. Torgenson had spent his final unpleasant months in a shotgun shack, ruined in a syphilitic and alcoholic stupor. The riverfront promenade was broad and grand, and the view from the levee was spectacular. Baton Rouge spread out across the far bank, barges and tugs working their way up the wide flow of chocolate-colored water. That's the Port Allen Lock, Pendergast said, waving his hand toward a large break in the levee, ending in two huge yellow gates, largest free-floating structure of its kind. It connects the river to the intracoastal waterway. They walked a few blocks along the promenade. D'Agosta felt himself reviving under the influence of the fresh breeze coming off the river. They stopped at an information booth, where Pendergast scanned the advertisements and notice boards. How tragic we've missed the Lagniapi Dulcimer fete, he said. D'Agosta shot a private glance toward Pendergast. Given how hard he'd taken the shock of his wife's murder, the agent had taken the news about Constance Green, which Hayward had given them yesterday, with remarkably little emotion. No matter how long D'Agosta knew Pendergast, it seemed he never really knew him. The man obviously cared for Constance, and yet he seemed almost indifferent to the fact that she was now in custody, charged with infanticide. Pendergast strolled back out of the booth and walked across the greensward toward the river itself, pausing at the remains of a ruined sluice gate, now half underwater. In the early 19th century, the business district would have been 2 or 3 blocks out there, he said, pointing into the roiling mass of water. Now it belongs to the river. He led the way back across the promenade and Commerce Avenue, made a left on Court Street and a right on Atchafalaya. By the time Dr. Torgenson was forced to move into his final dwelling, he said, St. Michel had become West Baton Rouge. At the time, this neighborhood was a seedy, working-class community between the railroad depot and the ferry landing. He turned down another street, consulted the map again, walked a little farther, and halted. "Mort de believe," he drawled, "that we have arrived." They had arrived at a small commercial mini-mall. 3 buildings sat side by side, a McDonald's, a mobile phone store, and a squat, garishly colored structure named Papas Donnet Hole, a crusty local chain D'Agosta had seen elsewhere. 2 cars were parked in front of Pappy S, and the McDonald S drive-through was doing a brisk business. "This is it?" he exclaimed. Pendergast nodded, pointing at the cell phone store. "That is the precise location of Torgensen Shotgun Shack." D'Agosta looked at each of the buildings in turn. His spirits, which had begun to rise during the brief walk, fell again. "It's like Blast said," he muttered. "Totally hopeless." Pendergast put his hands in his pockets and strolled up to the mini-mall. He ducked into each of the buildings in turn. D'Agosta, who could not summon the energy to follow, merely stood in the adjoining parking lot and watched. Within 5 minutes, the agent had returned. Saying nothing, he did a slow scan of the horizon, turning almost imperceptibly until he had carefully scrutinized everything within a 360-degree radius. Then he did it again, this time stopping about halfway through his scan. "Take a look at that building, Vincent," he said. D'Agosta followed the gesture with his eyes toward the visitor's center. They had passed at the beginning of their loop. "What about it?" D'Agosta asked. "That was clearly once a water pumping station. The Gothic Revival style indicates it probably dates back to the original town of Saint Michel." He paused. "Yes," he murmured after a moment. "Met, sure it does." D'Agosta waited. Pendergast turned and pointed in the opposite direction. From this vantage point, they had an unobstructed view down to the promenade, the ruined sluice gate, and the wide Mississippi beyond. "How curious," Pendergast said. "This little mini-mall falls on a direct line between that old pumping station and the sluice gate at the river." Pendergast broke into a swift walk toward the river again. D'Agosta swung in behind. Stopping almost at the water's edge, Pendergast bent forward to examine the sluice gate. D'Agosta could see it led to a large stone pipe that was sealed Tehat cement and partially backfilled. Pendergast straightened up, just as Moat thought. There was an old aqueduct here. "Yeah? So what's it mean?" "That aqueduct was no doubt abandoned and sealed up when the eastern half of Saint Michel crumbled into the river." "Remarkable!" D'Agosta did not share his friend's enthusiasm for historical detail. "Surely you see it now, Vincent? Torgensen Shack must have been built after this aqueduct was sealed up." D'Agosta shrugged. For the life of him, he didn't see where Pendergast was going. In this part of the world, it was common for buildings constructed over the line of an old water pipe or aqueduct, anyway, to cut into an old aqueduct and use it as a basement. It saved a great deal of labor when basements were dug by hand. "You think the pipe is still down there?" "Exactly. When the shack was built in Motnin Tam Nami Lum, they probably used a section of the capped and abandoned tunnel, now quite dry, of course, as the basement. Those old aqueducts were square, not round and made of mortared stone. The builders merely had to shore up the foundations, construct 2 brick walls on the sides perpendicular to the existing aqueduct walls, and voila, instant basement." "And you think that S where we look find the black frame?" D'Agosta asked a little breathlessly. "In Torgensen S basement?" "No, not in the basement. Remember the creditor's note Blast showed us? We've searched the shack from basement to eaves. It has proven empty, nothing left of value, certainly no painting. If it's not in the basement, then what's all the excitement about?" Pendergast's coyness could be so maddening sometimes. "Think, a series of row houses, situated in a line above a pre-existing tunnel, each with a basement fashioned from a segment of that tunnel. But Vincent, think also of the spaces between the houses. Remember, the basements would be roughly the size of the houses above them." "So you were saying, there would be old spaces between the basements." "Precisely. Sections of the old aqueduct between each basement, bricked off and unused, and that ass where Torgensen might have hidden the black frame. Why hide it so well? We can assume that if the painting was so precious to the doctor that he could not part with it even in the greatest penury, then it would be precious enough that he would not want to ever be far from it. And yet he had to hide it well from his creditors. But the house was struck by lightning. It burned to the ground. True. But if our logic is correct, the painting would likely have been safe in its niche, secure in the aqueduct tunnel between his basement and the next. So all we have to do is get into the basement of the wireless store. Pendergast put a restraining hand on his arm. Alas, that wireless store has no basement. Mott checked when Mott went inside. The basement of the structure that predated it must have been filled in after the fire. Once again, D'Agosta felt a huge deflation. Then what the hell are we going to do? We can just get a bulldozer, raise the store, and dig a new basement. No, but we just might be able to make our way into the tunnel space from one of the adjacent basements, which Moat confirmed still exist. The question is, which one to try first? Once again, that gleam that had been so often absent in recent days returned to Pendergast's eyes, the gleam of the hunt. Moat met in the mood for donuts, he said. How about you?